Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Quick Hotfix. Today, we are going to be celebrating the 20th anniversary of Mother 3. We've got runs from each of the Mother games. Before we get into it, just a few quick reminders for you. Summer Games Done Quick 2026 will be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 5th through 11th. You can visit gdq.gg to learn more or register for the event. You can also stay tuned for the schedule. That's going to be coming out May 1st, so that's pretty soon, so keep an eye out for that. Also, if you are ever curious about what's coming up on the Hotfix, or if you are ever interested in running something on GDQ Hotfix, you can always check out this week's schedule and submit your runs to be showcased at gdq.gg/hotfix. With all that said, I will hand it over to our runner and commentator for the first run here. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Jacoby. I'm going to be running the English version of Mother 3 today. Englishless and Omnip, basically, is what I'm going to be doing today. And I'm also, with commentary on me today, I've got Tracy here. You want to introduce yourself?
Hey, it's the terrific Tracy. It's one of my favorite games. I think it's pretty underrated, and I think the run for it's pretty interesting, so hopefully you guys will like it. I think that's about it for me.
Yep. That's going to get us started now. Guess I'm going to name my characters anything. So this is an interesting run because you can basically just name your characters anything, because no matter how long the name is, it doesn't actually lose any time, so... Yeah, and there's only 2 characters we'll be using in this run, so I'm just going to name those 2 characters and then leave the rest blank, I suppose. And then time starts when I press yes after, or just basically right here when I press yes right here. So I'm going to give you the countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so this is just the beginning cutscene thing right here, just basically giving you some basic lore about the game at a surface level right now. But yeah, for the first I'd say 20 minutes of the run, I'm gonna be just grinding for a lot of money to because basically I'm trying to do 2 things, and maybe level 5 at least, and also need to get $500. Those are the 2 things I'm looking to do right as I start the game, and then just trying to do that as quick as I basically can. Also, I'm gonna just change my text speed to 5, because you gotta do that in the menu at the start there, so it doesn't move extremely slowly. We got the first, I guess, sort of, not really a boss fight, but sure. Finding the lamp, first enemy of the game. Nothing really at all.
Because, of course, alien invasions cause lamps and dolls and other things to come to life.
Just everything's attacking you, basically. As you will find out soon enough. Or as you already found out with the lamp. Now here's the doll that is possessed that you must get right now.
So this game originally came out in 1989, and it was going to have a English release way back then, in the early 90s, but unfortunately Nintendo didn't prioritize it because it would have costed too much to just focus on when the Super Nintendo was coming out. Although, of course, that localization prototype did get leaked later in the 90s and eventually officially released on VC for Wii U in 2015 or so. So of course a lot more people have come to know this version, but it is really interesting to think about the history of that.
Yeah.
Did you get any good stat increases?
Not really, but it's fine. Yeah, so I'm collecting the first melody of the run. You need to get 8 melodies to basically initiate the end of the game. And that's the very first one of the run that I just got right there. You get it from various locations and objects and thingies. I get some juice here to get some healing. So I'm going to be grinding on a ton of enemies, so I'm getting some juice to sustain myself for that grind. Yeah, this game, this is one of the games that came out near the later part of Famicom's lifespan. It's later on.
Especially for games that came out in 89, that was kind of the height of the system, especially in Japan, because Mario 3 also came out about the previous year, and that was one of the end-all be-alls for the system.
Yeah.
But of course, many great things still came out afterwards, including this game.
I'm just gonna get 1 item from the basement. I'm gonna get the bat, which will just increase my offense, which will be very important for the grind. Otherwise, I'm gonna do nothing to any enemy. I'm gonna leave those 2 presents. I'm gonna get them later, but I'm just gonna leave them there for now for various reasons. One of them I need for later, but I'm just gonna take up space in my inventory. The other one is sort of important. Well, it's like an item that can get stolen by certain enemies, and I want to get it later so it has like a lesser chance of getting stolen.
You don't want to waste money having to actually buy it.
Alright, so immediately we're fighting a hippie. So in this grind, there's like some enemies that give like no money, some enemies that give a lot of money. The hippie gives the most money out of any enemy. It gives 35, and the other ones give like 1, 4, 8, 10, 20, like not that much. But this one is like the one that you want to find for sure, like as much as possible. It makes the run extremely fast if you just like get nothing but this essentially.
Ooh, that was also really good luck. The hippie does goofy actions like trying to make you angry with a phrase he yells on a bullhorn. And if you have a chance of believing it or not, if you don't believe it, your offense goes up a lot. And especially at level 2, you can kill him pretty quickly with that attack increase.
Hippies are also nice because they do a lot of things other than attacking. Like they have a lot of dead turns where they just don't do anything to you, and they can even increase your own offense as you saw there, which is just helpful, you know. That was a snake. So snakes give $8, hippies give $35. Snakes are also like basically the only enemy here that can drop something that you can actually like use. You can just sell it for like $15, or you can like heal 30 HP off of it. Because it's like Earthbound where they have drops, but every single drop in this game is a 1 in 16 chance, including obviously the magic herb from the snake there, if you were to get it. Now Crow, this is probably one of the worst enemies. It gives $4, but it can also take your items, and I have like, I think like 4 or 5 juices right now, which I would not like to have stolen, but they probably will get stolen, because crows usually do that. Isn't stolen, you think?
This crow specifically likes to steal consumables, although sometimes there's like a rare glitch where he can seem to steal an actual key item, but it hasn't happened to me too many times.
I don't think I've seen that happen to me.
Never?
Necessarily.
I had it at least once. It was really weird.
And they also have a ton of HP, which is also another really bad part of crows. They have like 2nd highest HP, I believe, out of all the enemies here, and they're like one of the worst enemies too. I'm just regenerating the juice. The juice is like, on average, probably like 9 HP. Just take a few of those to heal a little bit. So soon I'm gonna get soon I'm gonna get to level 3, which is where I'm gonna learn life up, which then I'll be able to just heal myself without any consumables. Just my psychic points for that.
The routing for this game has changed a lot. I first ran it back in 2018 as my first speed game because I just cared about it so much, and I kind of had to pit it together myself. But I used to grind in the basement at level 2 on rats because they seemed safer to fight, and they gave not very good money, but relatively easy experience. However, coming outside at level 2, you'll definitely get a lot more money right away, but a few encounters can be problematic. But fortunately, we haven't had the old man show up, who tends to get very angry and can hit you very hard if he does so.
Yeah, it's not like the hippie where it's like 1,000 attacks that just do nothing. The Wally can like just either offense up or attack you, and if he offense up, he just like ends up hitting you for like 3 times as much as usual.
But he also gives the 2nd most amount of money, so he is pretty nice to see when you're like capable of fighting him.
Yeah, I guess going outside before hitting level 3 is a little dangerous in a way. You could just grind off of rats in the basement. But also, even if you die outside to an enemy, it's actually not that big of a deal. Like, I've had mini runs where I just, like, die, but I keep playing the game and just ends up being ahead by a few minutes, because it doesn't matter as much as you would think, but I guess it is still...
Yeah, you just get sent right back to your room where you started.
Yeah, a little dangerous.
And you do have to talk to your mom, because when you revive, your HP goes back to max, but your psi points stay 0.
Yeah. This is the enemy that can raise his offense. He's not done it yet.
Yeah, level 2, like, you usually go blow for blow with the enemies, but if they do anything to get an advantage. But it looks like, good, that's an increase.
Yeah.
Increased by 3, too, on the fight, so that's nice.
Yeah, it had really good HP and psychic point increases on the first level up, so...
Oh.
The only thing I remembered was my offense. My offense was bad on the first level up, but the second level up was just... got good offense at least. But yeah, I have good stats overall, though.
this game, unlike Earthbound, it pretty much does just roll for certain stats, just any kind of number. Oh, well, some of them are kind of fixed, like offense is always like 2 or 3, but it feels like HP and psychic points range dramatically, whereas in the sequel, Earthbound, when you level up, pretty much all of your stats, as far as I'm aware, increase by the same amount. At the least, HP and psychic points do. I don't know about the other variables.
Yeah, HP and PP are like the only stats in this that are like especially weird. Oh, did I learn Life Up? I'm pretty sure I did not learn Life Up. Okay, so actually I did. Never mind.
You did? Okay.
Not noticed that.
Yeah, also different. I'm pretty sure in Earthbound, when you do hit the required level, you just get it immediately. But they went with something a little interesting in this, where you have like a 1 in 4th chance upon reaching the correct level for a psychic ability to then get it after any battle, regardless of if you win or run away. And I think that might be slightly based on how they did it in Dragon Quest, although in that series, you learn it on the level up.
Yeah. If
you're ready to. But it's just interesting, the elements that it's borrowed and changed and modified.
Yeah, that's why since I was level 3, like, I don't know if I have Life Up or not. I can only learn that, like, at some point randomly, so sometimes it will actually take, like, 20 minutes to get it, basically. You're just, like, never get it sometimes, but most of the time you just get it at some point, you know?
Unfortunately, here you get it in a linear fashion. On the Famicom release, there's a glitch category where you can boost through several levels from, like, 1 to, like, 10 immediately. And the game tries to give you a bunch of psi all at once, but unfortunately, because they're all together and you already learned them at a chance, they come out of order whenever they feel like it. It's pretty chaotic.
Yeah. Trying to get to $500. I started with $50, basically, and then right now I have 174 or like 182 now after the snake. Yeah, the 500 I need for a wooden bat, which does like substantially more damage than the weapon that I have right now. And it's quite important. If you don't have the wooden bat, then you do like no damage whatsoever to enemies later, especially a boss fight later, Starman Jr. He has like 52 HP and you'll straight up just be doing like 1 damage to him, so that's not viable whatsoever.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that the economy way back then was a little weird, where bats are 500 and slingshots are 125. And while that's more affordable, the slingshots, I don't think they increase your attack by that much. Like, I don't remember the exact stats, but if I had to assume, maybe at least 4 or 5. But let's say the bat increased by like 10 or 15.
Yeah, the wooden bat is like 12, the slingshot's 7, and crack bat I think it's like 3, 4, or 5, I actually can't remember.
Yeah, the very first bat you have is not very good at all.
I'm gonna collect these 2 items right here, and I'm gonna go straight into town. I'm gonna do some stuff. I'm gonna keep grinding, but I'm gonna do it in a different location. I'm gonna like advance the game a little bit here. I'm just gonna heal once, and then just leave.
That's a good idea. Yeah, since the enemies around the starting town are the same on either side of the town, it's perfectly valid to go sooner and then continue fighting them on the other side.
It's like a weird thing I've been doing recently. I don't really know how to describe how it's faster, but it is like yeah, basically it's just hard to explain. But yeah, I'm gonna just go to a different area to grind. When you used to just grind in like that area that I just left right there, just like those 2 areas that I was in grinding, but until like the very end of the grind. But now I just do it a little differently, just to be a little bit faster.
Yeah, I think doing it this way is smart because the bread is the item that we didn't want stolen earlier. It's very funny and actually interesting. Bread, of course, is a food item. You can eat it, get health back, but in Mother and Earthbound beginnings here, we can actually use it as an item, which will then mark the location where we placed it. And then you can use it later at any point, so long as you didn't teleport somewhere. And it'll take you right back to that spot. So it actually has very great utility, especially for a speedrun, but also casually as well. So I would advise using bread as items if you're ever going to play this.
Yes.
But when the bread becomes crumbs, they cannot be stolen anymore. So that's also pretty good to do.
Yeah. So I just use the bread to make crumbs at the town. So I'm gonna go like deep into this graveyard, and then it'll just let me get back really quickly without having to like go back through this encounter zone.
It's especially nice when you don't have the ability to teleport yet, and you want to go back somewhere you've been.
I'm about halfway there to the bat. I'm at $259. Now, so I'm going to hit level 4 off of this. I'm going to get some more stat increases. I'm hoping that the first increase, the fight increase, I want that to be 3. It can either be 2 or 3, and that's basically my offense. Or like it influenced my offense. Okay, so I got bad offense again. So I got like half good increases, half bad increases so far.
No HP from that.
Yeah, my PP is good right now, but my HP is a little bad. Need to get a good increase. I got like at least one more level up left. Then I'll see. I need to be like mid-high 40s. It's like 41 right now.
Depending on your stat increases, you might even go as far as level 6.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of maybe doing that. I think I will be able to do that if I need to. But I hope not to. It is a little slow, but...
The way the routing for this used to be was make sure level 5 before graveyard, and make sure you have the bat before graveyard because the enemies there get rough. And then it was fight stuff in the graveyard until level 7. At level 7, you should learn a Sai ability that decreases enemy defense, which we relied upon to get through, along with the stat increases, the boss at the zoo. But now we kind of want to save a little bit of time around the edges, grind a little less. We kind of just go to the boss and hope that with what we have, we can manage to take him down. There is an item at the zoo. We get rope. Rope will restrain an enemy, and there could be a chance that they stay tied up the whole time, and that could be nice. But they're also very likely to break out.
Yeah, I think even if I get bad HP on the next level up, because I'm definitely going to get level 5. Sometimes I go before I hit level 5, but this is definitely not a situation in which I would do that. But yeah, I'm going to get to level 5, hopefully get some more HP, and even if I don't, I'm still going to just advance with however much HP I already have, because I'm doing a strat that's like pretty safe, at least for the Starman Jr. fight. So even if my HP is not that great, it can still be doable, and it's probably like a lot faster than to grind for an extra level. Which might take a while. Nice, another hippie, love these individuals.
I will say something interesting. I know that a lot of people who have played this game in the Western sphere, they prefer playing the GBA fan translation, and in general, the GBA version of the game, like every psychic ability that you learn, it comes like one level earlier. So on that version, you would get that defense modifying ability at level 6 instead, which I think that would be pretty neat here. If that was the case here, I think I would probably go for that.
I'm at like $400 right now. I do in fact have a calculator, not because I'm bad at math, but because I want to remember like what I'm at exactly. Yeah, I should always have the money I need by the time I hit level 5 anyways, but it's always good to count just in case.
Sometimes I don't count accurately, I end up having $100 more than I realized, but I assume I just must have had like a ton of hippies.
I always just forget enemies and then realize I had a lot more than I'd thought.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna get to like 100. Like I don't need to hit level 5 right now. I'm gonna like try to get like 120 XP, level up at 125 XP. I can maybe get the rest of the XP on the way to the zoo.
True. There are also similar enemies on that path as well.
That's not good.
Not a bad idea.
I don't want to. Oh no, I don't want to. I might die here actually. I accidentally went. So I was on the border between the graveyard encounters and the regular encounters. And I accidentally pressed down there, so I started running down into the graveyard, which has a really high encounter rate, and also some fights that are like this that you do not want to get. At least not in this situation. I do not want to fight these because there's 4 of them, and I'm just trying to run away because it'll take forever to kill them.
It's really funny when I used to grind on graveyard enemies in the old routing. I really liked seeing these bats, as dumb as they were and as much time as they could waste, because a lot of the enemies in the graveyard can be dangerous. And the bats, with 4 of them, they give a similar amount of experience while being a lot safer, but they do all sorts of dumb things and it stalls time.
I don't know if I talk about centipedes, but centipedes give $1 and 1 XP, so they're like basically the worst enemy, but they also have like 12 HP, which is like almost half, or almost half of the amount of HP that a crow has, so it takes it like a little less long to kill compared to crows. But yeah, probably the worst enemy you can get is a centipede, I would say, for the most part.
I really don't like seeing the centipedes.
Sorry, it's got a,
oh, wow.
It's got a Fleabag drop. That's one of the 1 in 16 drops. That's actually kind of useless in this category, because actually there was a thing that was patched out in this version, in the English version, that was possible in the Japanese version, where you can use that on bosses like Starman Jr., which is coming up ahead, which that could be extremely useful in the Starman Jr. fight, because it like greatly decreases his offense and his defense, which is like extremely useful. You can even like end up fighting him if you're like super under leveled if you get it dropped. But they patched that in this, so it doesn't even work on Starman Jr., so you cannot even use the Fleabag, and there's no other real place you can use it where it's viable, necessarily.
I do honestly find that unfortunate. Like, on the Japanese version, there are, so in general in this game, the bosses are funny. It's not like Earthbound where you have like sincere, dedicated bosses who are serious. There's a lot of scripted fights in this game, many of which we won't take because they're not mandatory, but there's just a lot of fights where it's just supposed to go one way or the other. But yeah, the Fleabag is an item that decreases enemy defense and offense, and if you had it on that version of the game, it would work on anything. So you could throw it on those scripted bosses who are usually supposed to kill you, quote unquote, to progress, and they would do so little damage that you would outlive them. And the game had a failsafe. It still does, but it has a failsafe where if you progress past like 200 something turns and the fight isn't over, it just automatically ends it for you, and that led to a lot of glitchy effects. So I guess they looked at that and they reworked the Fleabag to never work on any boss, but I feel like allowing it on Junior would have been perfectly fine, because it's not like anything broken would happen. But
you know what they didn't fix in this version? You know what they didn't fix in this version?
What didn't they fix?
Oh, sorry, I just messed it up. Never mind.
The menu walking.
So if you open your menu on each tile, you can... Should I? I'm gonna try running. You can skip enemies if you just open up your menu on the tile that you're walking onto at every single time, and in the encounter zone, you'll just never get a fight. Which is what I'm doing right now.
Now, this, I'm not sure how they would try to fix it, though, and it's weird. Like, I don't know if you would classify this as a glitch or just an exploit, because, it is interesting, though, and I have seen it happen in some other JRPGs, but definitely not all of them, where it's like, I guess the game is processing what to give you for a fight after you've stepped on it, like on the tile, but you can buffer your menu as you're walking onto the tile, so it just kind of overwrites any possibility of that happening.
I think we've always known this is possible. Like, you should not do this at all in the route, or like do it for like a substantial amount of time. But we always sort of knew that you could just do that, just like skip enemies by doing that. But we didn't think it would be like viable to do it on every single tile, because it's like really slow. But actually, that's the route that we're doing right now, which is like 10 minutes faster at least than like the old way we used to do it, essentially.
Yeah, in the old route, especially when I ran, we would grind a lot higher just to be able to make it through areas more safely, and periodically we might open the menu, because it's like when you cancel an encounter, like, that's really good, but you don't know, we're not manipulating the game, we don't know what tiles are and aren't going to give a fight, so we would kind of just sporadically open the menu and hope that it would either stop one or jamble the RNG a little bit to hopefully delay encounters. But yeah, now pretty much through dangerous areas, we just keep doing it, which it's sort of kind of is lame, if only because it is really tedious. But I mean, it has been faster and it is safer technically, so a lot more reliable. Oh, exactly 500. And then you got the money back from the mayor too.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the bat and then equip it. I'm gonna keep the plastic bat to sell for later, though. Because you can't just like remove an item. You can only like replace the item that you have, and it'll like show up in your inventory. So I got the plastic bat back. I'm gonna sell that.
Honestly, that is something interesting about this game in terms of like design. Like, I don't mean to bring up Earthbound that much, but it is of course the sequel game, and I want to assume the team that made it was probably a little bit different. I'm not sure. The team that localized it was definitely different, but yeah, I find it funny. Your inventory space in this game is significantly less than that in Earthbound, but to help alleviate, you know, the need for having a cluttered inventory, whenever you equip anything, it just vanishes. Whereas in Earthbound, you have so many items, but all of your equipment stays in it. I mean, it makes it easier to be able to swap it freely, but sometimes, like, the amount of stuff you can equip in that game, I do get a little annoyed at how full the inventory feels from that alone.
So I'm gonna hit
oh cool, a hippie.
I'm gonna hit level 5 off of this. Hopefully I get like some HP gain here. A lot of the time you just get like no HP gain to certain situations. I'm gonna check that out.
So fight by 2.
My offense is a little bad, but should be fine. Okay, 6. That's
HP by 6.
that's okay. I also have really good psychic points now.
by 9. Yeah.
I'm not even in an encounter zone right now. Okay, I can stop doing that. So I'm gonna get my second melody of the run by giving the canary chick to this individual who lost their thingy.
Oh, I see you brought a hamburger over a bread.
Yeah. Because I only really need one bread. I guess it's a little dangerous to be just carrying around one bread because it might get stolen, but it's probably fine. But yeah, I got the burger for extra healing.
Likely unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah, a hamburger will heal like 50 to 60 HP. Bread will only heal about 30-ish. Sometimes we grab an extra bread, sometimes we get a burger. We get an extra bread in case one of them might be stolen because it helps backtracking out of this zoo.
I'm gonna hopefully not get an encounter. I gotta be focused on the menu walking here to make sure that I don't get an. I mean, some encounters are like not really that scary, but some are. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get to the end of the zoo here, and then I'm just gonna place bread in front of the boss fight, and then I will do a death warp to be more prepared and be able to just like save, quit, fight, fail the fight.
Oh, you're gonna do it like that. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I saved in the department. Oh no, I saved in the department store earlier. Okay, I think gorillas are a little chill.
Oh, well, sometimes.
Okay, you took my burger. That's actually good. The burger was clutch there. I'm probably gonna buy another burger then. Okay, I'm not gonna talk at all. You can talk if you want.
Okay. Yeah, even in the old route where we would get to level 7 and not do the menu walking as much through this area, some of the zoo encounters can be a little rough. Particularly for me, I think the gorilla can be quite dangerous. And there's also a tiger. The tiger is extremely dangerous because it's one of the enemies that can attack twice. It doesn't always attack twice, but when it does, it would usually do about 20 damage in one turn, which is not very good. And also something about the menu walking. So on the Famicom release, there was no running function. You just kind of walked everywhere, and to some people that pace is a little slow, but I think with the atmosphere of the game, if you really get into it, it makes it a bit relaxing in a way. In this version, they made the B button run, quote unquote. What it really does is it actually speeds the game up, at least the overworld, because you can stand in a town with NPCs and hold B and they will also increase their speed. But I only mention that because with the menu walking before on that release, it was just simply A, B, A, B. Now, in this version, because you can run, you can technically menu walk a little faster. It's technically menu running. You're holding B, A, hit B, hold B, A, but I think doing it this way is actually kind of difficult, I will say, because there's a lot of room for error where if you don't open the menu or close it correctly, you will be running for a few moments,
I'm safe
which
now.
gives potential for encounters.
I'm safe now. There's no scary encounters inside of this building, at least, but there are still encounters, and it's just faster to skip them, so that's why I'm still menu walking for the rest of this.
Yeah, nothing in here is dangerous, but you will get flies, and I hate fighting the flies. They're not exactly like centipedes, but they kind of don't really contribute much.
They like call for help a lot, and then like you just want to try to run from them, but sometimes you can't run from them.
Yeah, if there's anything I wish they did copy directly from Dragon Quest, it would be the way the run formula works, because in this game, it's always a 50-50 when you try to run. Like, you can be stuck in a fight trying to run for a long while, whereas in that series, your chance to run increases with each attempt, which I think that would have been cool here, but it is what it is. I think that's the way it is in Earthbound, though. They changed it to be like that.
I'm gonna try to die on purpose because I want to just like I said, death warp and then get this fight all set up. It's not possible that I just win the fight right here, but probably not. He is
giving you a decent chance, though.
Out of psychic points, though. Should I try? Hold on.
I think you should probably not. I don't know. You gonna go?
I wanted to use life of Cream, because it's not really that important to have. That's my only healing. Like, he had no psychic points, so a lot of his moves he just not able to use. So as long as he didn't hit me, I actually had a chance at that right there.
That would have been funny, but yeah, I do like your idea though of trying to make sure like we will get through it. But yeah, the junior, he has only a set amount of psychic points, and he can use 2 psychic abilities: the Beam Alpha and the Beam Gamma. And if he uses 1 Gamma and then 1 Alpha, he is immediately out of Psi. But if he uses more than 1 Alpha, he can kind of just keep doing that, like, for a long while, and it is really, really annoying how aggressive he can get. But, so hopefully when we go back, we get that kind of luck where he uses bow. Because even when he's out of Psi, he'll still try to do it anyway, because his script is not smart. Did you use the phone now?
Thanks. I'm gonna set everything up, then I'm gonna use the phone. I'm gonna save the game. Then I shall do the fight again. You have a rope for this fight, which you don't use there, because you only have 1 of it. So I want to make sure I can just use it over and over. That's like the only viable way that you can like really win the fight consistently, I suppose. I got a lot of healing. I got a lot of psychic points, like much more than usual, and also 2 burgers. So I have like way more healing than I would ever usually have. So I can like spell out his moves.
This is a clever way to make it safe, and also your HP and psychic ability does look pretty decent. Okay, so he's bound with rope. I think there's a 1 in 4 chance each turn that he might break out. Yeah. Sometimes you can have fights where he doesn't do anything but just stay contained.
Yeah, sometimes he breaks out immediately though. He did not do that yet, which is nice. Getting some hits on him, so he broke out now. So now I'm gonna like, he's into 18 damage to him. Now I'm gonna bait out his Beam Alpha. This is really good. So wow. Gamma. So if he uses Beam Gamma like that, which doesn't affect me because I have the Franklin badge, and if he uses 1 of those and 1 Beam Alpha, then he's gonna be out of psychic points, and he can no longer use moves like that. So he's only able to like use direct attacks like that. So a lot of his moves. Okay, nice.
Okay, that's really good.
So now I'm just gonna keep hitting him, and then whenever I'm gonna just like heal as he's attacking me, and then hopefully he doesn't attack me twice in a row. And if he does, I hope he hits me for like low enough that it doesn't kill me. That's why I want to have as high HP as possible, because I was really lucky.
Oh, this is such good luck. Yeah, okay, we're very great that he wasted his psychic points. Hopefully he doesn't do anything ridiculous.
Good. Gonna have to restart on that one. Yeah, we do this usually without, like, sometimes even at a lower level than this, with worse stats than this. We do it without saving, so just imagine that 30 minutes into a run.
Terrifying.
At least it was only 30 minutes.
Yeah, only 30 minutes.
Okay, so he once again did the best thing he can possibly do. He opened with a Gamma, so I don't even got to heal, and also he is going to be out of psychic points on the next thing that he uses.
Which also, speaking of the gamma, it's something that's funny. So the Franklin badge is a well-known item from the Mother series in general, but in 2 and 3, it's known especially for dealing with electric or the thunder attacks. In this game, they didn't really give it that distinction for some reason. Instead, it only affects PK Beam Gamma, which if it hits you when you don't have a badge, you just die instantly. So at the least, you do have protection from instant death in that.
Yeah, so he's 2 hits away from death here, so he has 52 HP. Shouldn't be using a burger there, should be using just regular life up. I'm gonna keep using life up until he uses an alpha, and he's gonna be out of psychic points, and I have enough where I can like do this for quite a bit and stall it out. Yeah.
It would be the safest thing to do.
Okay, there we go, now he's out of psychic points.
Okay, there's alpha.
I also wanna be full HP, so I'm gonna use another burger actually.
And hopefully,
yeah.
Hopefully we get him.
I don't want to get hit twice in a row, but there's please don't do this. Okay, that was really close. Just 1 hit away that time.
If you had all 3 offense increases, you would probably be doing like what? Like 9 damage normally?
Like 8 damage is usually what you do.
8?
Just escape. Yeah, he did. Didn't even notice. Okay, use...
Yeah, it's honestly, it's a little unfortunate. On the very same turn that you rope, there's a chance for the enemy to escape.
At least he's out of psychic points again, so I just need to hope he doesn't hit me twice. And if he does, I need to hope that he doesn't hit me for like more than like 23.
He's ready for an attack. That text always confused me, ready for an attack. I didn't realize that meant they're guarding. So whenever something is ready, it's going to take a little less damage.
I could survive this. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate right now. My HP isn't not great, though, but yeah.
I don't know why this game, I feel, has a very, like, constant habit of always dealing 1 more damage than your current total HP.
Yeah.
Like, always. I'm not a programmer, but I'm curious about what is going on in there.
Yeah, also, you have a decent chance of smashing him also, which can do like 30 damage even. Yeah, I guess, I don't know if he said, but he has 52 HP total. So if you're counting along, actually I've already lost count, but I think I've done 18 damage so far. 23.
Roughly.
9. 35. We're getting closer, he's like basically 2 hit.
He escaped from the rope.
And no, I think I should stall this out still, just because.
Life up. Okay. But he didn't use gamma, though, this time.
If he uses another alpha, then it'll be pretty bad for me. So can I either use 4 alphas or 1 alpha, 1 gamma? Okay, nice. So yeah, that. Okay, so now I just need to hit him 2 times. That's all I need to do here.
He's been consistently nice about that. He's ready. That reduces our damage a bit, but... Okay. Dodge.
27. Okay, is that nice? Okay, nice. Okay.
There we go. At least that one worked out.
Yes. So I don't know what the odds of getting through that fight are. I've never really thought about what the exact odds are, but maybe like 50-50, honestly. Also, it depends on your stats. Like, if you have mid, like, you can have, like, your HP in the 50s. I had, like, 47 there. Makes you, like, able to survive 2 hits a lot more, or makes it a lot more likely to do that. Use the third melody of the run and the monkey melody.
So, for the most part, we've gotten these melodies in their quote-unquote correct order because they do have words to them that we will sing at the end of the game. Well, we might not sing it literally, but the characters will. And The first three, they're convenient in the order they come in, but after that, we kind of just get them in a not random order, but a different from the way the game probably would have expected from the way the notes are placed.
Yeah, the menu walking thing, we're gonna be doing that for a good bit of the run. Gonna be going to Magicant now. The encounter zone I'm in right now is not really scary at all, but it's usually faster to just do menu walking rather than get encounters, or like with the way that the average encounter rate is.
Yeah, the way the run used to go, we didn't really do any of this, but later on, at what used to be kind of the midway point of the run, you would get the ability to teleport. You have to learn that from a specific NPC in this game, so, but when you do teleport, you can't have an encounter, so the strategy would be to deliberately teleport and crash into things, which is still what's going to be used later on, so we won't have to do the walking, but that was the only form of encounter canceling that we relied on.
Yeah, there's some dangerous enemies here and encounters I'm in right now, but there's also like they're dangerous for different reasons. There's some that can just kill me, and then there's one that's like a double crow fight, and crows can obviously just steal your items. And there's one item I have, the bread, that I really do not want to get stolen because I cannot really get another one of it, and probably like lose a few minutes or something. Like probably like it'll lose a little bit of time for sure if I were to get it stolen. Yeah, I'm almost there.
I kind of forgot this zone had double encounters of certain enemies. I think that you can also get 2 centipedes, which isn't really threatening, but again,
bionic
a little
centipedes
annoying.
are the ones that poison you.
True. And then there's also flying saucers in this area that can use beam alpha.
Maybe a tooth. So I'm gonna enter Magicant here, which is like, thingy. So I'm gonna get the big bag, which is basically a thing that lets you heal yourself 30 times for like around 30 HP. And I'm gonna save the game here for safety, actually, just to like as a checkpoint, I suppose. Usually I would save here and then like death warp at the very end of the game. That's an extremely not safe strat, so I'm not doing that. But I am still saving here regardless.
Oh, you won't be death warping, right? Because you're going to save later on.
Yeah, I'm gonna save at a few places probably just for safety. I'm not sure, but maybe probably be good to save in Marysville later.
But yeah, that NPC in the bottom house is really nice. He's like, "Hey, you're strange. I've never seen somebody like you before." He's like, "I think your credit card looks cool. Would you mind if I looked at that?" And then he exchanges you a bag full of 30 herbs, so you do have about 900 HP of healing, literally just on you at any time.
You may try to save those, but if like I'm venturing out a little bit like this and then I die, it's not that big of a deal. Otherwise, I'd have to like walk for so long.
This underground area is interesting because the layout on the Japanese version, the space is extremely huge and kind of has a few twists and turns. And when they localized it, they said, all of that is annoying, let's simplify it. So you kind of just walk around this bend, and this interesting dragon here is just right in the middle for you to see. Whereas on the Japanese version, he was all the way in a corner. You'd have to go out of your way to go find him.
Basically just made everything here just like a straight path, when usually it was like, there's more paths you could like take that diverge and stuff.
They also have the side stone here, which is really nice, whereas before, in that maze of ladders to get to this room, you'd have to take a different path to reach that. There's a path right there that goes to a optional boss fight. He's kind of useful casually. It's a fish who isn't too dangerous when you're properly leveled, and the reward for beating him is there's a present with a item that will teleport you back to Magicant whenever you feel like it, which Magicant in this game is pretty much your safety hub. I recommend using it as often as you can when you need help. But We don't need that.
So I'm talking to this very sad individual right now. If you've ever seen Malcolm in the Middle, this is actually the guy who starred in that show, or was based on him rather. You've seen his Twitter, Frankie Muniz and stuff and whatnot. So I'm exiting Magic Can right now, and I'm now heading to Marysville, or rather, I'm heading to this factory first to get a bottle rocket, because yeah, so basically, I mean, there's a lot of there's a few characters that'll join your party in a regular playthrough of this game, but you only need Ninten and Lloyd. So to get Lloyd, you need to get a bottle rocket, which I'm gonna get from this factory down here. I'm gonna like go around here.
You can only have a max party size of 3, and there are only 4 party members. It is interesting though. A lot of people really like having Anna because she's your strong psychic hitter. But going out of the way to get her and then also level her would not be necessary, because there's since this game doesn't really have like normal boss fights for the most part outside of that junior, we don't really need strength to beat things. Technically, we can kind of just cheese most of the bosses, or they're just designed where that doesn't matter.
I think that in the old past of the Japanese version, Mother, they actually got Anna, which is really interesting, and they like beat.
Oh, they did.
Anna.
That's interesting. Well, I guess at the end you would get more sings out if you had more characters.
I don't think it's double sings. It just straight up just gets Anna, because Anna's like really close in the breadcrumb dimension.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's like really interesting.
On the one of the other bugs that got fixed in this version, there was an exploit where you could go out of bounds by using breadcrumbs, where if they weren't used by you before, but you gave them to a temporary party member, pretty much Pippi at the beginning, who we got in the graveyard, if you give breadcrumbs to her, let her use them, and then talk to her later, she'll give them back. But the spot that was marked with them is no longer valid since it was removed from the inventory, and it sends you to a default coordinate. And the out of bounds dimension looks really bizarre and actually kind of creepy. It made me uncomfortable the first time I was there.
It plays it plays like whatever music is playing. It's like play some specific music. I can't remember, but it's not like the music does not sound right compared to like what you're seeing essentially.
It'll play the music from the area you use the crumbs from. So like, if you were in the town, it would play the overworld theme. But I've used it from the home before after healing, and hearing the home music while walking out there was extremely eerie.
Yeah, and they patched that out in this version, obviously, and that's why usually when I'm talking about this version of the game, the English version of the game, I just refer to this category as 80%. When we refer to, or we split categories by breadcrumb glitch and no breadcrumb glitch. This doesn't have it, but yeah. So you can call it no breadcrumb glitch, but I usually just say like this is 80% basically.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, that's great dialogue. You should all read it.
Yeah, this guy is kind of funny. You have to talk to him to get to the roof, but he's complaining about his wife. And then he immediately flips his opinion and is like, you know what, she's not that bad. And if you agree with that, he's like, you know what, you're a great kid. You listen to me. I'll take you to the roof.
So you mentioned no Anna. Chat wanted to know what about dancing? I don't know what that means, so I'm hoping that means something.
Wait, about
Said no dance scene?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, on the mountain there, if you do have Anna in the party, there is a scene. This game is interesting. There's a lot of stuff that you can kind of just skip, but when you like actually engage with it and then you think about Earthbound, you realize what like Atoy probably wanted he definitely made happen in that, where a lot of the cool end-game events, they're all mandatory in Earthbound. Like, you go around, like, you'll fly through the air and do all sorts of crazy things, but in this game, they're all kind of optional. So, like, there is a fight in this game, but only if you want to. And there's a dance scene that's kind of neat with Anna, but only if you want to. But, yeah, unfortunately, we won't be having that.
Yeah, a lot of the music in this game that I really like, you don't see in a speedrun. Like, probably my favorite song might be this song right here, which was, like, remixed in Melee and stuff. I gotta sell the sword. The sword's gonna be $600, making sure that I have enough money to get everything. I just need to buy some bread right here. I'm gonna buy like 7 bread here.
The old routing would be funny because before leaving Magic Hat, at least I would grind up a lot. I would grind, like, we would get to Magic Camp by like level 7 or 8, and then I would grind to about 11. I think at 11 is when you learn the ability that lets you escape from any battle first try. But it uses like a lot of psi points, but it would make things safe because we wouldn't skip encounters by menuing. And so long as we were able to, we'd be able to do that. But we would use this bread later to chain, to like, there's a safe spot later where we'll be able to restore our health, and we would use the bread to chain back and forth whenever we were low on psychic points, because while we have these psi stones, which are good for restoring our psychic points, they have a chance of breaking, and it would really suck if they broke, obviously, and you needed more. So I would try to use the bread as much as possible before I had to rely on that.
I'm redoing that 2 times. I have 2 bread chains set up for teleports later, because I gotta regenerate my psychic points at certain spots. And I have really good max psychic points for level 5, 28. Usually you have like more like 23 or less than that. It's really nice. You can have more teleports per heal. Almost bad.
Yeah, and I also find that funny about the routing, because when at level 11, I used to be annoyed if I didn't have at least 50 psychic points, but now we're just going at it with like 30 or less. Although at the least, that was mostly because, again, it was because of that battle ability where you could escape from battle. It would cost a lot of psychic points. It would always cost 16, so if you didn't have a high total, you wouldn't be able to use it much, but that's not a concern anymore. The majority of the psi usage now is going to be from teleporting later, because it'll always cost 3 to teleport, so you will get a lot out of that.
So basically the place I'm headed to right now is like one of the only 2 places in the run where you actually need Lloyd, and that's the reason why we like need to get him, because he's necessary to advance certain parts of the game. So there's like a rocket at the very top of this factory, so I'm going to be doing a lot of menu walking to get to the top there. You just activate the rocket, and it's going to like break open a rock that was like blocking the train tracks earlier. They probably could have pointed out, but I forgot. And then that'll...
Yeah, at the spot where the bread was placed.
Yeah, so I put bread there so I can go through that once I launch the rocket. And the other place I use Lloyd for is like activating a ship, just like activating stuff. What am I doing? You're the best.
I do like that this dog dances before fighting you, and then you realize he's just a dog from like the level 1 area.
Yep.
Not threatening at all. There's a few silly moments in this game that I think are pretty funny. One of my favorite NPCs who we don't talk to, in the town Spookane or Halloween, there's a hint lady, and Earthbound you would pay like the dudes at the booths to give you hints to actually progress. I don't remember if the hint lady actually says anything interesting, because when you say that you don't want a hint, she says one of the funniest things to me. She's like, okay, fine, color me gone. And then she literally just vanishes from the overworld. Like, she just immediately blips out and disappears. And I thought that was great.
Yeah, enemies here are especially dangerous, and also I was supposed to use Lloyd's spread, not Nintendo's spread earlier, so if Lloyd dies, it'll be a little bit awkward, but I can still, like, find something to save it, I suppose. It's got, like, get rid of the crumbs I have and use it again. Maybe once I get to the end here.
Yeah, this area used to be problematic even at a higher level because we would come here with Ninten at 11, which is okay. Like, there are certain dangerous enemies that could like mess you up, but Lloyd always joins at level 1, and we wouldn't really want to level him up. We would always keep him at a low level, but if anything killed him, especially before reaching the rocket room, it would pretty much ruin things. I think I used to have a strat to counter that where I would place bread at the rocket room with Ninten and then die and then come back with Lloyd if that happened.
Yeah.
And then because Lloyd's bread was at the train tracks, I think he could then use it afterwards. It was a little convoluted, but it helped a bit. So there's also a second Franklin badge in this place, kind of near here. I also used to get that, I think, but I don't remember why, or... Was it the Franklin badge? It might have been a bomb, or it was something. There was some item I thought was really important.
Another bottle rocket here that used to be like, we used to use it in a different route of this. It might still be faster, but I think it's like not fast like most of the time. So I got a bottle rocket in the first factory that was like below the town, rather than this one that's above the town, because you can get one from either, but it's like weird, because if you get it from here, you have to do like some death warp strat, and it's really strange. But I think it's faster like overall, because everything's optimal, which is weird.
I've never thought about doing that before.
Yeah, just like not safe to do also, because you can just have like a bad death warp and also other things can happen, I suppose. But
yeah.
It might be faster though. I don't think I've explained with some, like, for some more technical details about the menu walking. Basically, in this game, in between when the menu's opening and closing, when I'm running, like since I'm running, it'll be like a 6-frame window or 1/10 of a second that I gotta press A. If I press it too early, then it just won't open the menu at all, and I'm gonna end up like, that's why sometimes you might see me like running a little bit, like freely, without stopping myself, because I'm expecting the menu to open, but it's not opening. So that's why I really gotta make sure I don't press it early. If I press it late at all, then it'll open on the next tile rather than the tile that I wanted to press it on. So like walk for one tile, then menu. Yeah, I want a menu for every single tile, so I gotta be within that 6-frame window. For the Japanese version, it's a 10-frame window since you cannot run. The speed is actually double in this version, but it's 6 frames instead of 5 frames for some reason, which is nice. You have like one more frame than you'd expect with speed doubled when you're menu walking in this version.
So I didn't know the frame window, but I did know it was definitely way harder to do it on this version with the run feature.
Yeah, it is extremely hard. Like, I think the route I'm doing right now is definitely the best route to be doing, because the other one has like so much insane RNG. Like, you'd have to like be fighting the enemies that are not fighting, but like running away from the enemies that are in this factory, and they can just like very easily kill you. And it's like this whole thing, and it can be just very bad depending on which enemies you get. And also other areas do have like even worse enemies than this. So I would say like this is better overall to do for like people wanting to learn this game, but at the same time, like it's just really hard to menu walk while running. So that's another thing, because you just mess up menu walking, and it's basically just the same thing where like you just might get unlucky, you might get an enemy on a tile, and then it's like all over.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Like, this game I think is really interesting, but most of the routes for it are a little cursed. A lot of people who do run it, they like running the GBA version, which is very different altogether. On that version, the luck is weird. It's very manipulatable. Like, I mean, it's manipulatable in this game, but it's different. Like, in this game, it's all like tied to the frame. So you have to be perfect every time you want to manipulate something on these releases, but on the Japanese, on the GBA version, the luck kind of stays static-ish. Like, it doesn't jump a lot, so it's very predictable. You can adjust it however it works. I've never ran it, but most people prefer doing that, which makes sense. But I
don't think on GBA they differentiate between manip and non-manip, which is interesting.
I feel like, well, actually, they were even discussing it. It would be really hard to make a category that doesn't use manipulation due to how it works. Yeah. But I think they recently found a way to, like, scramble the luck so they could do non-manipulated races if they felt like it. But I can't imagine what that would be like, considering the way things go on this version, if it doesn't go well for you.
Yeah. It's actually interesting because it's sort of easy to get on the same RNG, or at least like similar RNG for certain parts near the start of the game for this game, but only on the Japanese version. Because in the Japanese version, you're like starting the game from power on rather than after naming your characters, so you have no chance to like scramble the RNG since you're just trying to go as fast as possible. So even though the RNG is like advancing by the frame through menus and stuff, it's still like easy to get on the same RNG. It's kind of hard to explain, but you like end up getting the same encounters early in the game, but it's not probably to the extent of GBA, I'm not sure, because with that it seems like it's just really hard not to minute for like a lot of things.
And I find that funny personally, because for me, on the Japanese release, I'm probably just less consistent. I feel like I get a lot of different things all the time, but yeah, I do get what you mean, because the Japanese version uses JRTA, which is standard for JRPGs, where power on to end of credits timing.
Got the cactus melody back there. I don't know if that was like the 4th or 5th melody I've got so far.
I think the game, after you get the monkey, I think it wants you to go to Halloween or Spookane to get the piano first,
yeah.
And then it wants you to get the cactus.
You can actually check the melodies. So I've gotten 3. This is the 5th one.
Yeah, so the piano was the 4th one.
To show you again that cool little thing in the bottom right, you can see the melodies you have.
Yeah, I do like seeing that. I really like the desert music.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Good.
A lot of the music in this game, most of the good tracks, they do get reused in Earthbound in some manner or another. I think this plays on the radio, like it has like a garbled effect over it in the desert in Earthbound, maybe? Or maybe I'm wrong. I can't recall.
Kinda.
Kind of. At least some bits of it are mixed into it. There was a song from this game that's in Earthbound, but it gets unused, but it's in the files, and I can't remember which one it was. It's one of the songs, I think, that plays in a dangerous area, like in the graveyard. Or rather, not in the graveyard, but in the underground rooms kind of areas.
I think I've heard of that.
And we're almost at this town, Youngstown or Easter, and the theme here is one of my favorites. It definitely is reused in Earthbound for Paula. This is one of my favorite songs.
So I'm going here to mainly to learn teleport, which is going to be very helpful for the rest of the run. I'm going to be able to like go really extremely fast and skip encounters while I'm doing it.
I find it great that you have to learn it as an event, and it comes from a baby that teaches you a baby teaches you the teleport. Yeah. But I also like when you talk to the father here in the home, because he talks to you. He says his name, and he says, "My hobby is introducing myself."
Okay, so about now is a good time to take a break for the run.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So during these longer runs, everybody would like to take breaks every hour or so. Everybody gets up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break. If you want to catch up on past GDQ Hotfix shows and marathons, you can always do so over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And if you are over on YouTube right now, consider liking, subscribing, or becoming a member to support the GDQ channel. With all that said, we're going to take a quick break. Back in just a few minutes here, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Mother 3. We are in the middle of a Mother run. I will hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready, if you just want to give it a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
I'm ready. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, welcome back. We are now going into the fun part of the run. We're going to be doing teleport platforming, and teleport in this game you would use usually to teleport to like other locations, like I just did right there. Basically, I just got I like teleported out of the area while also like just barely getting the checkpoint for that area to go back to it later. And I'm going to just be using it for straight platforming for the next like couple of minutes here, which is like the most fun part of the run. And I gotta hope that I don't accidentally teleport out, then I'll like lose all the progress that I've made, teleporting so far.
Yeah, it's really fun using teleport in this game because, especially in the Japanese release, you get to gain a lot of speed, you cover a lot of ground, and you cannot get any fights while doing it. So it's just really convenient, unless, again, you accidentally complete the teleport, in which case you lose so much progress, because usually the areas you go through with it are not actual destinations you can mark. So we're going to start using a bread chain here. One character will drop bread at the safety hut, and then the other character will drop bread wherever the psychic points run out.
And usually in a run, I feel like, at least me right now, I used to do bread chains a lot more since they're just a lot safer to do. But now I don't even leave bread in the house and do the bread chain strats anymore. I just like use the side stone, which is the item that you have that will just regenerate your psychic points for like around 20 every single time. But it has like a 1 in 8 chance of breaking, and if it breaks, and your run is like sort of over. That's why I'm definitely doing bread chains right now, at least.
I can't remember in the old route if I got 2 stones or not before the one that obviously comes on the path. I can't remember because I said before I used to go out of my way to get something at Duncan's. I know there's a side stone in there, but I can't remember if it's the spot I think it's like I can't remember if it's out of the way, but either way, yeah, having your side stone break would really suck. I do think it's interesting, though. This is modeled after the Prayer Ring in the Dragon Quest series, where you'll restore magic points there, but then it also has a chance of just crumbling apart.
The only reason I'll be teleporting is if like there are encounters in an area. Like running is just like basically faster than teleporting, but since there's encounters here, that's like the only reason why I'm teleporting. Why it's so good to teleport. So otherwise I'd need to be menu walking like I was doing before. Yeah, teleporting lets me do the same thing as menu walking. Lets me achieve the same thing except with you know, just way faster. That's my last bread chain. I will make it to the next fuel house very shortly.
Yeah, teleporting is also used in Earthbound to skip encounters, but the way the movement works in that game, I swear, some people say it's harder to control your teleports in this game. I think it's harder to control in Earthbound because you can move so freely, and the way that the map gets designed, because in that game, especially even in a speedrun route where you're not teleporting, you skip through all sorts of areas. You go around this bush, around this and there, just the normal way you walk through a town in that game's run is really interesting. But I feel like teleporting is so hard there, whereas in this game there's not as much stuff in your way usually. Oh yeah, I noticed lately, it seems like you hold on to that bottle rocket just to make room for picking up the second side stone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really clever. I didn't really think about that. And also the diary, you just hand that to Lloyd now, right?
Yeah. Don't need it anymore. Even if you need to go to the thing again, then you don't need to have it on Nintendo, just be on Lloyd.
Right.
I just unbinded B. Yeah, someone's accidentally do that.
Yeah, it's clever. There's like 2 NPCs in this game who can store items for you. One of them is literally at the start in your own home, and then the other one is right when you get the magic ant. But they do have a bit of dialogue when you talk to them, like, oh, hey, it's nice to see you. Would you like me to hold this, or would you like to grab something? And then you have to do it, and then you have to talk to them when they say bye or whatever. So, there's only like 2 items we need to get rid of anyway that would be stored away, and one of them at the start we hand it to Pippi, who leaves the party, and then the other one we just give to Lloyd, whose inventory space is totally available. So that's really nice. And also, while teleporting is generally really safe, sometimes it would suck, like in the past. Like, when you teleport in this game, Nenten automatically always takes at least 1 step forward in the direction currently facing to start the next teleport. So you do, when you crash into something, you have to redirect yourself to not be facing the wall. There have been times in the past, especially in this area, where all the encounters are terribly dangerous. There are times when stepping away from the wall to start the next teleport, there would be an encounter like happening and then you just die, and it would be the worst feeling to like lose a run to that like immediately after getting out of a teleport.
Now we're getting into definitely the scariest part of the entire run, so I'm saving the game here. Now I gotta get through a grind that's usually lasts about like 20 minutes. There's many points where I can die. It's usually like early on I'm able to die. Yeah, once I get past like a certain point, I should be fine here. Yeah, this beginning part can be a little bit rough sometimes.
And Lloyd has finished most of the usefulness quota. There's one more thing Lloyd can do later that's actually really handy, but
oh, yeah.
For the most part, we get Lloyd at level 1. He activates the rocket to let you go through the train tracks, and then he, on the lake there, that boat didn't work, and he got it working again, so you can come here. Usually, after leaving this area, we're gonna get a robot guardian to help us. We're gonna get Eve, and Eve is just gonna make everything so much easier in this very dangerous area. It would be nice if Lloyd didn't get any experience, so you don't have to like waste level ups time for him, but it tends to happen anyway, because it's really hard to force him to explode or anything like that. But yeah, as long as Nenten doesn't blow up on the mountain, it'll be fine. So from the plot of this game, at the very beginning, you learn that your great-great-grandparents, way back in the early 1900s, were abducted by aliens and whatnot. And only your great-grandfather returned. And then when he returned, he secluded himself and didn't tell anybody about anything at all. And then just now you find out this robot on this lake was made by George, who was like, it's just interesting to think about, because you're like, wow, so like, he secluded himself to make this robot to help you now? Like, he knew this was gonna happen? Like, it's just really interesting. But, for the most part, when you're with Eve, especially when you come here later at like a higher level, you feel kind of invincible, but, the way it usually works here at this low level, enemies have of course, they have a chance of targeting anybody. It feels like for the most part they target Eve, Eve cannot die to anything. Eve is super powerful, like everything Eve hits takes like a 999 damage, almost always. But a few things can target Nenten, and if they should happen to kill you, if you die on the mountain with Eve just blows up immediately. There's supposed to be a scripted fight at the end where Eve dies anyway, but if you die early, Eve will just perish, and I don't think that encounter with the boss will happen anymore. But it sucks though, because you need to get a lot of experience here with Eve, so gonna hope nothing bad happens. Lloyd is gone.
Lloyd that's pretty good. You want him to die as soon as possible. And level 4 death is actually pretty good, I would say. Doesn't level too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's gonna leech XP from me, and I need to get to level 25 as soon as I can. And yeah, if I have him in my party, it's gonna take all the XP, and it's gonna like be really bad because of that. And also, it's like level ups that he has, it just takes forever to get through.
Yeah. So he's not taking experience anymore, which is good. And later on, the last thing that Lloyd is great for, that dragon that we passed by in Magicant, that dragon is actually, outside of like Junior, one of the harder fights. And that's funny to say, because Junior, if you fight him appropriately, he's not very hard. But that dragon, if you fight the dragon honestly, very rough fight actually. But, ooh, this is gonna hurt a little bit. Hopefully they don't do it twice.
Okay, I could look here. Okay, they cannot attack me, so they have one more chance to attack me. That's why I'm scared of. So before I need to get like 90 something HP, or else I'm like in danger. Okay, nice.
Darkness can blind Eve, though, I think. Maybe not in this version. On the Japanese version, it's weird. Eve is definitely like how the flea bag is available to use on anything. On the Japanese version, I swear, like Eve is susceptible to more things.
Yeah.
But that's good.
So they use fire, which does like 30 damage on average, and they can only have unless Eve misses, which is like the most rare thing of all time, then they only have 3 opportunities to attack me. So if they use 3 fires, then that could kill me sometimes, unless I'm like above 90 HP, which is like where I'm trying to get right now. So I'm hoping to keep getting HP, hopefully get like 90 HP, 90 something HP soon enough. I'm at 71 right now, so I can survive 2 fires, but not 3 if I do get hit by that many.
But yeah, that dragon is a funny boss, because casually, when you have Anna, when she gets to a high enough level, she'll learn PK Freeze. I can't remember which tier it is. It might also be Gamma. It feels like the Gamma spells are the ones that are especially busted, but that one, when it hits you, it does not matter how much health you have. Whatever target is hit by Freeze Gamma, it drops to 3 HP instantly every time, and the dragon is susceptible to that. So like casually, you can just hit him with Freeze Gamma, and then hit him with any other attack, and then he just crumbles. But in this version, you can buy super bombs, which is usually a drop from an enemy on this mountain, and Lloyd can use the super bomb, which also acts like, I can't remember which PK Fire ability it is, but there's a PK Fire ability that literally instantly kills anything as well, and the dragon for some reason is susceptible to that. It's funny to me that they would allow the dragon to be weak to the super bomb, but not allow you to throw a flea bag on it. Like, it's really goofy design to me.
Yeah, at some point, once I get enough HP, like, so, first of all, I'm trying to get to 90-something HP so I can at least live through these fights, and then when I get to 120 HP or like 125 HP around, then I can advance to better enemies that will give me more XP than this on average, so that the grind can go a lot faster. Also, it's a little bit more dangerous, but yeah, if I'm like 120, I don't really have any issues with that vast majority of the time. Okay, yeah, so I should at least be safe for the move fights right now, at least. They can technically still kill me with fires, but like I said, they also have to, like, all 3 just agree to use fire, like, for all 3 of the moves that they have, which they already have not succeeded in doing.
One of the categories on the Japanese version, also a glitch category, not any percent, but a different one where it rushes things to get all of the melodies. You come here to fight these mooks at like level 2, and they are the most obnoxious thing in the world. I hate fighting them in that category. They always kill me. One side point. At the least now, you don't worry about your offense going up, but on the Japanese release, do you still worry about that for fighting the dragon with the rope?
Not really, no. Only for like my HP and stuff, I suppose.
Yeah, it still matters in that regard. Yeah, on the Japanese version, when you're running glitchless, it gets more annoying because the place you can buy super bombs from in this version does not exist there, so you must rely on it as a drop. And if you don't get it as a drop, you need to buy like 6 ropes, and you have to keep roping the dragon up while fighting it, like, honestly, and it's really terrifying because if he breaks out of those ropes, he'll just like destroy you. But not a problem today.
Yeah, only buy. You can just buy the super bomb. So I only buy one rope, so I can just like rope and bomb him. But you don't even need rope technically, but just get it because it's like
it can help because
thing. You don't want to really do it any other way, but it's probably faster to do it some other way, but not by that much.
Yeah, because like the likeliness for Ninten to outspeed the dragon is way higher than Lloyd doing it, especially if Lloyd doesn't have like any levels. So it can be nice to like rope him just to promise that you'll get the bomb to go off.
I'm gonna try to fight different enemies again when I get to like 125-ish HP. It's like a very safe range to be at. Makes the grind a lot faster, usually. Yeah, I'm trying to get to 13,000 XP approximately right now with this grind. At the very end of it, I'm gonna be like level. That's when I hit level 25. Probably heal. You want to be like as high as HP as possible, like at all times, just because I have enough healing to do that.
The fact that Eve does so much damage to literally everything, I can't remember if it was something somebody suggested to me as a comment. I think it was, where they said, well, she has those long noodly arms. She probably just smacks everything and launches them off the mountaintop. And that's why they take so much damage.
Need the Futurama mod. Yeah, this part a bit boring, but it'll get a little bit less boring. I'm gonna do fun stuff when I get more HP, which is gonna take a few more levels probably. Increase by 1. I'll take it. I mean, I think with these fights I shouldn't be, like at 100 HP, I don't really need to heal more than that. I don't know the exact range of their fires, I just know it's like around 30. It can maybe even be like 38, but I don't know. I could be in danger and just don't know it, but it's very unlikely.
Also, something interesting about this routing, in the old version of the route, we used to buy more defense items. For some reason, Magicant is the only place where you can actually buy defense. Like all of the shops in the normal towns, they only sell offensive stuff. But in Magicant, you get all sorts of trinkets that increase your defense, and also there are some elemental ones that protect you from stuff, which for the most part, most of the elements in this game, freeze and thunder, like they don't really do anything, because a lot of the enemies that have access to them, they all have the very weak spells that at most will do maybe 30 damage to you. But a lot of things like these mooks have stronger forms of fire. So the only pendant I think ever worth getting, especially casually in Magicant, is the one like that's either labeled H2O or water. That one's gonna negate fire damage, which also includes any bomb enemies, because when bombs explode, that also uses the fire damage. But we don't get any of that. We will, however, higher up on the mountain, there is a pendant that protects from all elemental damage, though, so that'll be nice to have. But yeah, I used to think, oh, this route sounds a little troublesome that we're going through these areas without much defense, but at the same time, we're not really supposed to deal with anything.
Yeah.
Whereas before, we took chances and tried to run from stuff, so yeah, we wanted to have a little more there.
I've gotten bad HP increases for the past few level ups. That usually means you'll get something good, but also this game isn't really like that. Sometimes it will just give you nothing.
Yeah, it would have been cool if it was like adaptive, like in some games where it's like, oh, you didn't get a good level up here, well, here goes this stat.
Basically how it works with HP and PP in this game is that if it'll like generate a random number, but if it's like this other stat that generates, I forget what stat it is. I think it's like force, maybe. Depending on like your force stat, or it's like two stats, one for HP, one for PP, and depending on which one, it can be like that. There we go, I got 15 increase there.
Oh, 15. For some reason, I felt like force was tied to the psychic point growth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Basically, it's like if that stat isn't high enough, it will like limit how much you're able to gain. So it will generate the random number, but if the random number is too high, then it will not let you. It will just like subtract it by like how much you like are not able to get by that point, depending on how your like stat is. So it will like limit how much you can get, but it like will not like limit how little you can get.
Kind of ridiculous.
Getting a little bit closer. Got a really good increase on that last level up. Just need like 10-ish more, like 10 or 9. I could just grind on these moves until the very end, technically. Oh, it is, no, it takes way too. They don't give that much XP, honestly. It's kind of, what I want to do is I want to fight the Starmen, who give like the most XP out of any enemy in the game. Like just a singular 3 fight will give you like 1,000 XP.
Having 4 of them is really awesome. And also, pretty much every Starman, and like the Junior earlier who was using Gamma, pretty much every Starman has access to Gamma, but most of them, when it rebounds off the Franklin badge, it kills them instantly. So it's really nice when they do that.
Yeah, I have really good HP, so I'm going to go up now. I don't like these encounters, so I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, some of the middle encounters are not very convenient.
There's one that can like get like confuse or put to sleep or like make Eve sleep or something. But basically, it's like mess with Eve, which she doesn't attack. There's one enemy that does that. I don't know if it does it on this version, but the Japanese version it does.
Oh, the one that made her daydream.
Yeah. It was like a triple fight, and I think they use direct attacks, which will always do like a ton of damage to an 10. I'm trying to get the C pendant, which will like decrease some of the damage of one of the enemies here. Okay, this is a very scary fight. You'll see why. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. I dislike that Eve has the tendency to almost always target the gas can that explodes and hurts everybody.
Okay, very good. So usually that the Joanna can sometimes direct attack an M10, which does a ton of damage. It can potentially kill you. I don't know if it would have killed me at that HP range. That's why I want to get the C pendant, because I like to reduce the amount of damage that the super energy does. So whenever Eve decides to slap the super energy before the Joanna, then I can like have a bit more protection with the pendant. Yeah, that's probably the scariest fight. I mean, that and also quadruple Starman fight are the scariest fights to get here. At least when you like, usually I would enter here like a lot earlier. Like sometimes I just enter this area instantly instead of like grinding all the moves back there that I just did like that. Oops, I forgot I was supposed to get it differently. I almost dropped that. Okay, now I'm a little bit more resistant, so I should be good. I should always be good on those suits or on those Joanna super energy fights. Starman fights are like the only real thing that are scary here, but with my HP, it's very unlikely that I'll die to them. So I'm gonna have to get hit like 4 times in a row. And they have many things they can do that is not attacking me. Even if they do, they can target Eve instead. So just the odds are so incredibly low. This fight again, so even if I get like smashed by the Joanna, I should usually be okay. Well, nice. Yeah, it's good when Eve attacks the Joanna first, because then like this stuff doesn't really matter as much at all. make sure I'm like full HP at all times because it definitely can matter at this range. But like, no matter what, I'm always gonna just be full. Using the big bag.
Yeah, anything wild can happen in a fight, and it's, for the most part, you would want to guard. You can try to heal yourself in battle, but especially with the big bag, you're not healing much back, and you want to try to save the life up creams for later. But yeah, some of the fights that aren't one-on-one, enemies can just do anything unpredictable.
I'm hoping you get at least one Starman fight, because it'll just be a little fast, and we'll make going up here worth it, you know. I've not gotten that many like great enemies so far, I suppose.
I remember forever ago, I was looking at the experience like everything on the mountain gave from like the lake and higher, and honestly, those 3 mooks, I can't remember exactly how much they gave, but I think they were at least like somewhere in the top 10 range, like not the worst, but yeah, like any grouping of Starmen are in like the top 2 best encounters for experience.
Yeah, mooks aren't even that bad. Like, I think they get like half as much XP as the Starman, essentially. Okay, here we go. So we got a 4 Starman fight. One of the scariest fights, but also extremely good for XP. So there's like 2 things they can do in the 10 here. They can like hit him, or they can use beam beta. So they've already hit me. That's not good. Please no. Oh no.
Oh.
Okay, well we got a gamma. Okay,
hopefully this one.
Please. Okay, so now.
Okay.
They only have 1. Wait, yeah. Actually, no, they can't kill. Okay, they can't even kill me. Okay, cool.
Unless they somehow crit you.
I don't even know if a crit would have gotten me, but yeah.
That's wild. They all were aggressive.
Yeah, those scary when they attack you immediately, and you're like, well, they already attacked me now, what are they going to do next, you know? Yeah, very good for XP, extremely quick. Basically, in a PB attempt of this, like, you just want to get as many of those as possible. I don't want that. Actually, it's fine.
Wouldn't mind a Ice Stone. I do think it's cool, in the Japanese 80%, since it is manipulated. You come here, like, immediately, like, 15 minutes into the game, and you force Starman encounters, and then you force them all to die by using Beam Gamma.
Yeah.
It's really funny. If they do anything else, of course, you'll just die instantly at that low level. Freeze Omega.
I'm getting really close. Again, it's I want to get to around 13,000 XP. That's around the range when I get level 25. And you gotta be level 25 to fight the dragon later, because you can't activate the dragon fight unless you have level 25 at least. Now I have a
There's only like
total of 7 Starmen, which is better than some grinds that I've had. Already at 7 total.
This game casually, it unfortunately doesn't really offer too many hints. There is a guy who I like in Magic Hand, who he's off to the side after you exit the town area, who plays a guitar, and he's like, I'll give you hints, but you have to come back to me at like a higher level or something goofy like that. And then you finally do, and yeah, his hint for the dragon, I can't remember exactly what he says, but he's also like, yeah, you need to be a higher level. It's like, thanks for that.
Thank you. Couldn't have figured that out on my own.
Yeah, this is the final fight.
He also...
Here.
Yeah, this should be enough. Yeah, he gives like vague directions about, oh, you want this melody, it's from a baby. Oh, you want this melody, find a weird thing in the desert. Or like there's a piano playing all by itself alone somewhere.
Okay, so I'm definitely good here. I don't think they can possibly even kill me, so that's nice. So usually we do a Death Warp strat like right after this next part I'm about to do, but you want to be like low HP, but since I... hold on. I'm not even doing it at 4, but I don't need to be low HP at all, so I wasn't really caring about that at all. Okay, I'm gonna auto here, and then basically this is a scripted fight, essentially. Well, not scripted, but like it's basically just like Eve death sequence right here. Eve needs to get hit like 2 or 3 times here, most of the time like 3 times, and then she will explode, and then I will be able to retrieve the melody afterwards.
I'm convinced that the game probably doesn't actually keep track of HP, but I don't know, I could be wrong. She does take a lot more damage here than any other enemies give, and so I'm wondering if you modified the game to make like normal enemies unable to die, if they added up enough damage, would Eve explode also?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just curious on that. But either way, this got us straight to 25, so we're gonna go to the dragon after doing a few other things first.
I'm gonna get that melody and also this other melody. This other melody that I'm about to get is actually not, you don't need to get it on the Japanese version, but you do on this version. You need to get all 8 of them rather than in that version where you only need to get like 7, technically.
Yeah, they changed it because I guess they thought it would be nicer. Like, normally you're supposed to get 8 melodies for Queen Mary to like restore her memories or whatever, but on the Japanese version, after you get the 7th one, it just immediately teleports you directly to her, and she remembers the final one on her own, which is honestly really convenient for the routing, but there's ways around it here. We're gonna try to teleport out very awkwardly.
Yeah, this one's not that easy. I'm gonna go to Spook.
Because I kind of do like that change, because that gravestone there is otherwise just there and it has no like significance beyond like what's implied, but since you can interact with it here and it's like, oh, the memory of your great-grandfather is still attached to this and it's gonna give you a melody. Like, it's a little bizarre, but it's pretty neat that they do that. So this melody and this ghost house is the one that was supposed to be had before the cactus one, and then the 2 on the mountain with Eve and the gravestone were supposed to be had after the dragon, but of course it doesn't really matter what order you do any of these in, and it's kind of like that in Earthbound as well. Some of the sanctuaries where you get melodies at in that game are also done in a more convenient order. Or at least for there, it's usually because, oh, we're stronger now, so this boss is just gonna explode if we fight it.
Teleports here aren't too hard. You're just like teleporting down staircases and stuff. But this is like one sort of funny teleport I'm gonna do after this next part here, after I get this melody.
Yeah, I really like seeing this one. Convenient wipe up cream next to the piano.
Yes, drop that honestly. Look at this teleport right here.
This one is funny because technically, for all rules of the game, that feels like it shouldn't work. Like, you are not able to just turn around immediately, like on one path.
Yeah.
But because that like staircase goes down at an angle, you can kind of just do that anyway. Like, it's really bizarre, but really cool.
It definitely seems like something that you should like just like make you craft if you try to do it.
I don't know if the physics on the GBA version let you do that at all, but I think the routing is obviously way different anyway. So that was one of the places you can buy rope, and now this is the place where you can buy a super bomb, where on the Japanese version, this guy was holding gag items that did goofy things, which most of the items he has on him are still gag items, but they replaced one of them in particular.
Wait, no.
He had a time machine that didn't really do anything besides recreate the scene from when Lloyd blew up the room earlier in the game.
Sorry, I forgot I was supposed to go for a second, and now I'm floundering. Sorry about that.
Are you trying to go to Youngtown?
You're supposed to usually go to a different place in different versions, but I was like, where am I supposed to teleport? It's actually confused for a second there, and then I just messed up my teleports for a second there. Okay, but yeah, usually a death match camp, but yeah, now I'm just gonna like teleport all the way there.
Oh, right, because you saved elsewhere. You can't do that.
Usually I would teleport to Easter or Youngtown right there, but I wanted to do Podunk instead.
Right. Because for safety reasons, you moved your save to the mountain cabin.
So I'm just going down the like.
And I guess this routing.
Sorry.
That's fine. I was gonna say, I guess this routing also makes it more convenient that you handed the diary to Lloyd.
Yeah. I'm basically going down the same path I was going down before, but with teleporting this time. Like I was menu walking here earlier.
I remember I can't remember if it was for this version or the Japanese version, but there was also, like, before the normal fast strategy was definitely Death Warp back to Magicant, I think I was timing what side is better for getting back to the cave, because there's a right side of the town that also leads up this way.
Yeah.
That doesn't go past the zoo, but either way, it should be fine.
I think Lloyd should still have bread. If he doesn't, that's bad for me, but I think he does. Yeah, we'll go here. In case something happens, I'm going to save. Again, I'm gonna save. You can like save so that you like spawn in the same place, or you can save that you can just like reset and you're like there again with the same items and everything. I'm gonna save for this one, because if I use sometimes you use your rope, but you like still lose the fight because of circumstances. I don't want to just like have to go back into the fight without the rope, so. Yeah, this fight basically always works out just fine, but if not, then, you know.
This fight will be funny because, when Lloyd uses the super bomb, there is, like, splash damage that recoils at him, and if his health is low enough, he'll just die from it, which is really convenient when you don't want him to keep leveling up. But since he's already level 4, I think he has too much health to die from the bomb, unfortunately. Like, he would have had to have died without getting any levels.
There we go, this way. Definitely. Trying to like menu stuff and give items to Nintendo, but I was also losing track of where I was going. Yeah, I can't really teleport in that area because I can't like crash on those little holes I was going through.
Yeah, those things that enter to other rooms actually don't have collision at all.
But menu walking, I might as well like be trading stuff at that point. So I was doing there, but I was like, where am I?
Alright, so as long as he doesn't literally attack first, this is fine.
Okay, nice. He just did his attack.
Strange cry.
He did his attack that does nothing, so that's good. Now, Lloyd might die here, which is good, because then he won't get any levels. Just barely. Didn't die.
No, I think he always dies if he has at least 28 or less health.
Yeah. Now I gotta deal with this for a little bit. Sometimes, if he doesn't get any levels up at all in the Eve section, then he'll be low enough HP that he dies here, but he just survived there because he was like level 4. I gotta deal with that just a little bit. Now here's the final melody of the run. Now also on the Japanese version, once you get the final melody, it like automatically teleports you to like the ending cutscene, like initiates the final thing being opened, so you can like fight Geeg at the end. But here you have to like actually physically go to Mary, which is why we're fighting the dragon last. Usually it's not optimal to fight the dragon last, but for this version we have to, since we need to be like close to Mary by the time that we get the last melody. We are just reciting the melodies that we've learned throughout the game.
Which do have words. I think it's a really sweet song.
Yeah.
And I do find it funny. So the people who localized and translated this and the people who localized and translated Earthbound were very different teams. And this one, so the alien that you fight in Japanese, his name is Geeg, but when they wrote it in this game, they tried to keep it close to that. And then it was really funny, and like promotional screenshots for Earthbound's localization, I think at one point they were working with calling him the Geek, because I don't know why that was something they thought would be close, but then they also, I guess they thought, that's dumb. So they swapped around his name a little bit and they made him Gigas, and which a lot of people prefer calling him that, and it's iconic, but I like calling him Geek. The way he looks in this game is not very demonic like how distorted he is in that game. Still not a very nice guy, but I like his presence in this game very much. He's definitely one of my favorite characters.
This fight's basically the same thing every time. I'm a little scared of the beginning of the fight since I have low HP, but I think I should be fine anyways. It just depends. Yeah, it should be fine at least for the beginning of this, or after the beginning of this fight.
We're gonna have to listen to Geeg monologue at us, and then we're gonna be able to sing back, and we're gonna have to keep our health up the whole time, as well as there's gonna be a turn where I believe we're gonna increase our speed as well as our psychic defense or something like that.
First, I'm gonna use Side Shield to just cut the damage in half that he does to me, and have Lloyd die. Okay, it's good that he's outsped, so yeah, I should be totally fine here.
Yeah, that was really good.
Sometimes you don't outspeed, so I'm actually gonna use a move 2 times to make sure I have more speed than him. Actually, the weird thing about this fight is that he copies your speed when you enter this fight, and depending on how much speed you have, it can make it really weird. Like if you have low speed, math works out so that if you come into this fight with low speed, you use 1 quick up and you have enough to outspeed every single time. But if you have high speed coming into it and you use 1 quick up, you won't have enough, so you gotta use it twice.
In the old routing, I wasn't sure how it worked. I didn't know what Geeg's stats were. I just assumed he had a naturally high speed, so there are a few capsules you can get that just like add minor increases to stats. I think I would drink like 2 of the speed capsules just to try to give myself more agility. I thought that would matter for the end, surely. And then later on I learned, no, he literally just copies your speed stat, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, I don't have to pick that up anymore.
So I'm just gonna keep guarding until he gives me a certain dialogue thing that I can. Then I'll be able to tell that I'm able to sing. Because you see on the bottom right, I got the option to sing, but I can't use it immediately. I gotta wait until a certain point in the fight, and I'll know that by like when he says this line, "Board our mothership with me." That's when I know how to or when to use medicine, and then I'll be able to sing afterwards. So I'm gonna heal to full right here. And I can begin singing. I think I gotta sing 11 times. I mean, I don't really keep track of the amount of times I gotta sing. I basically just know depending on what happens in the fight.
It's 11 to 12.
Okay.
But yeah, I usually, especially in the Japanese version where I'm not reading his dialogue, I pay attention to like the quotations he uses.
Basically, for every life up cream that I use, I gotta get 2 sings off, and then for the last one, I get 3. And I have my HP's good enough that your HP's always good enough at this level to the point where you can always do that.
I find this fight funny because I think casually it is really difficult, because casually I was thinking, oh, I want to keep all of the kids alive so we can all keep singing, but actually managing resources and inventory to keep everybody alive to sing is really, really difficult. Whereas if you're just doing this, you're one singer, it's a little slower technically, but it's way easier to keep yourself from dying because you're not worrying about everybody. But yeah, I love the Mother series, but I think for all 3 of the games, there's just a lot of untold details and stories that, like, as far as I know, may only be available in, like, companion books or some other kind of supplementary stuff in Japanese. But, like, I like to imagine that Geeg, I mean, this is just my personal feelings. I like to imagine that because he was sympathetic towards you when he came to Earth, I imagine he didn't really want to do this all that much, but I could be wrong. Because, like, the implications is that, you know, your great-grandmother, both of your parents, they were abducted. We don't know what happened exactly with your great-grandfather, but your great-grandmother basically was raising him. So to me, it made it sound like, oh, his parents were too busy being whatever kind of dominant world takeover aliens they were to raise their son. But obviously they wanted him to be able to do stuff like this. But because he was raised by a human who was so caring, you're re-invoking these memories in him. And in a way, I guess you're technically like traumatizing him, which is making him want to leave. But it feels sad to me because it makes me question like what his morals really are. Like maybe he really didn't want any of this, but I don't know. Maybe he is just evil. Because in the second game, he definitely becomes corrupted and evil, whether he wanted that or not. He doesn't really seem like himself at the end of that game. He's just a complete mess of chaos.
Yes, no, I think I need I need 5 more things, starting with this one. Yeah, it's basically the only bad thing that can happen here possibly is if I like miss an input, which I'm trying not to do, but not impossible.
Also, something I like a lot about the 8 melodies, it is a full song. There are 8 melodies, but there's more to the song after that part, and on the title screen is where you hear that. Like, you're singing to Geek, you're singing Take a Melody, Simple as Can Be, etc. But then later on the title, or not later on, at the beginning of the game, you wouldn't realize it at first, but on the title screen, it's like, love is the glory, love is the beauty. It's just really nice when you know the full song and you realize that connection way back to the title.
Getting close. That was the last light pip cream I must use. Now I just gotta get 3 more things in, and that's basically when you defeat him.
And the timing is on the last sing going off. I really like seeing any kind of fan art of Geek in this form, especially people who have drawn him with Maria and her singing to him. It's really sweet.
Like the Noodle fan art a lot.
Yeah, he's my favorite space noodle.
Alright, so time's gonna be coming up. It's once once the next thing is initiated, basically. And time.
GG.
Nice. Thank you. Alright, so yeah, time ends there. There's some other categories where like timing ends in different places. It's like the earliest point at which timing usually ends for timing stuff. Yeah, some things go for like the entire crowd sequence, or like at least after this fight. But yeah, it's an interesting thing about this category. Yeah, that is the end of the run. Hope everyone enjoyed that run of NES Nominative Glitchless. Very fun to do. Haven't done this in the marathon yet. It's a little scary. Many parts of this are just like really inconsistent, so I'm glad it went well. Didn't die on the Eve part or anything, even though I was doing like a little risky at the end there. But yeah, glad everything went well. Hope everyone enjoyed.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think you did a phenomenal run. Thank you so much. 151.17, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
But yeah, really appreciate having you on. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give either of you?
I guess shoutouts to the GBA community for this game right now. They've been doing like a lot of new routing and strats for like the GBA categories of this game. I think it's really cool. People should check out those runs.
Yeah, a lot of people are always very active for GBA, especially. Sometimes people show up for this version, but yeah. And also, I think the general Earthbound community is pretty nice. They're a pretty friendly group of runners, and hopefully their run goes well next.
Yep. Shout out to them as well. The next 2 runners coming up after this, Mother 3 and Mother 2.
Yeah, again, thank you both so much for being here, for showing off this game. A fantastic, I guess this isn't exactly the one that most people, in this hemisphere know. It's Mother 2 / Earthbound, but still a fantastic game and a fantastic series that everybody kind of recognizes. So thank you so much for being here, showing it off. I really appreciate you both being here. And like you said, we've got some more Mother games coming up. We've got Mother 3 coming up next. It's going to be a Chapter 1 run. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll see you in just a few minutes with that. Just a quick reminder before we do go to that break, though. If you are looking to be more involved with the GDQ community, you can always join the official Games Done Quick Discord server and add the Hotfix world to get updates on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for an invite and for more information about that. And we're going to take a quick break. Back with Mother 3 in just a few moments here.
Do some Mother 3 ILs. I've never done a full game run, but I've done a lot of early game runs, so I hope to put on a good performance for Chapter 1 today.
Alright, and I'm Ezra, a commentator for this run. Me and Radix both created the Mother 3 tool-assisted speedrun, and it took us about a year to make, and we're very proud of it, so you should definitely go watch it if you're interested in all things Mother 3 speedrunning. It's a very big accomplishment in our opinions.
And I'm Intrinsic Nerd. I have done one segment in the run of the game, and then I've done a little bit of tasking myself. I've done a couple of Chapter 1 runs as well, so I have a little bit of experience here, and I'm very, very excited for this run. I know everybody in the Mother 3 community has been excited about this getting into a marathon, so it's going to be fun.
Okay, so time starts when I hit new game. So I can start when we're ready. I'll give a countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'll start. So this is the first segment. We're starting with the naming screen of the game, where we're just naming basically the entire family. Since this is based, affects the dialogue of the game, it's fastest to give the characters one character names, just so there's less to scroll through. So we're basically just naming the core family here, and I'm just giving one character names for everybody. And here's I will be selecting fast speed for the text speed, and then we're just going to get like a quick intro cutscene to the world of Mother 3.
It is also a little important to note that you do have to set different names for each character. That's why Radix went ahead and did that. You can't just set everyone's to the first character. It does make you choose a different character for each different playable character.
So since this is just a run of Chapter 1, we don't really have to abide by any continuity, so we don't have to optimize for later chapters. But that's kind of convenient as well, because the character we play as for most of the first chapter is Flint, who you actually never play as again in the later chapters. So it doesn't really matter too much, the route you take. Later on in the chapter, I will be taking a more tournament safe route. There are more RNG dependent routes you can take, but those are much more risky.
Power smash all the way, baby!
Not here. I wish, though.
Yeah, I think another thing is when me and Radix mostly are knowledgeable on the tool-assisted aspect of the game, and obviously whenever you have that, we can basically manipulate things around to do whatever we want and get whatever results we want, and we put a lot of time into doing that. But when you do it live, you just have to improvise the entire time, whenever you go for those power smashes, you know, they only have like a 10% chance. So a lot of times you'll just miss. Of course, in the tool speedrun,
yeah.
they work every time.
So we actually can run in this game, which is, I guess, very like Mother 1, but doesn't speed up the world around you in this case. We actually had to change before we're allowed to run, which is interesting. So which is why I didn't run initially. So with combat in this game, the fastest way to just speed through is to actually hold the L button while mashing A. So that's what I'm going to be doing for some of the faster fights in this chapter.
One thing that is also pretty important to note is that in comparison to, I mean, just a lot of other games, but the Mother games in general, this game is not broken at all. It is pretty well held together. It has very few, like, useful glitches, so you will just see, essentially, a lot of very good play, which I think makes this run very interesting.
Yeah, I think in the tool-assisted speedrun, there is one category that utilizes a glitch where you can get some better stats from the beginning, from previous save. But when it comes to the gameplay, when we did the tool-assisted speedrun, there were pretty much no useful glitches to make the game any faster. No skips, no, nothing. It was just all RNG manipulation.
And if you've ever played Earthbound, the rolling HP is another mechanic which makes a return here, as well as combo system based off the beat of the background music, which we don't really make use of since it just takes too long, and it's kind of like hard to route into the run, but it is some extra damage if you just get a couple hits.
Yep.
So that was just the
Sorry, I was gonna say it will make battles take longer, but usually fewer turns.
So that fight we just went through was the mold cricket. It's kind of just the first joke fight in the game. Just to kind of teach you the core battle mechanics. So all I did to get through that was just hold L and mash A, just because that's all you need to do for that first fight. You don't really have any strategies. And another thing about this game in particular is there's a lot of cutscenes, so to some extent that kind of pads the time a little bit, but
I always like
scrolling text.
Yeah, I always liked getting the cutscenes when I'm making the task because it gave me like a little break. Of course, I know when you task, you can stop at any time, but it was good to stop at like a natural stopping point already in the game.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this exact wall of text scrolls down again, not that long into the game too, so...
Yeah, this will be happening one more time later.
Yeah.
Okay, so that entire long text scroll you just saw, that will be happening one more time later on. But this is just kind of basically the prologue of the game, so we're just gonna get the title drop in just a second here.
Yeah, in fact, this isn't even chapter 1 yet. You guys get a whole bonus part of the run, really, so...
The entire length of the full game speedrun is around 5 to 6 hours, somewhere in that ballpark. Usually around 5 to 7, actually. A lot of the
That's very
runtime is
good.
kind of split between the beginning and the end. Chapter 1's around 50 minutes to an hour optimally, so
So for the Chapter 1 run, is it the same run you would do in a full game run, or have you routed it to obviously make it faster just for this chapter?
well, technically in a competitive sense, this isn't even an optimal run. This is more of a tournament safe route. So, but more or less, it is the same route that you would do. So if you were like doing a full game run, this is a very like popular route just because it's kind of one of the 2 Chapter 1 routes that even exist. The more like dangerous route does have like the power smash strategy like we mentioned earlier. In this run, I'll be doing Thunder Bombs, which is a bit slower, but it is guaranteed, or like more guaranteed, like less reliant on RNG.
I think Chapter 1 is independent enough from the other chapters. I mean, you mostly play as Flint in Chapter 1, and, you know, besides the prologue, and you never play as Flint again. So I think the Chapter 1 is purely for story development and plot development rather than any, like...
Yeah, I think the only real thing is you can give Boney the hat.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a period, very short period, where you play as like Duster, and you can transfer items into his inventory to like use later. It's not a big deal though.
Like minor to no difference. Like, I don't think in the tool assisted speedrun what we did in Chapter 1 had almost any effect in the other chapters at all. In fact, like most of the first half of this game is all one-off chapters. Chapter 2 is a one-off, Chapter 3 is a one-off. Those characters come back later, of course, but I mean, what you do in them is pretty independent with minor consequences to the later chapters. Like, the first half of this game is mostly for plot development.
So here I actually just picked up the map from Mapson, which is required. They would force you to go back and get it if you didn't prior.
I think one thing that many people may wonder who aren't too aware of the thing about Mother 3 is that we are in the Japanese version of the game, and primarily the reason for that is that there was never an English version officially made. It's only ever been released in Japan. There is a really, really good fan translation made by Clyde and some other people, and that's the most popular one that came out pretty shortly after release. And people do speedrun on that, but it's not really the official version of the game. And for the tool-assisted speedrun, we can only use the Japanese version. But the advantage of the Japanese version does have faster text. I think it saves like 10 minutes in the tasks. Not sure how much in RTA, but...
So these flames on the overworld, they do damage you. They do 1 damage every time you run into them. But we're not really too worried about Flint's HP here, since there's not much of a risk of him dying. So we can just kind of run through it. More or less, we just want to avoid the enemies. Yeah, that's right. He does heal up at the hotel after a couple fights, so it's no big deal. And there's no big incentive to like leveling Flint up, since it just takes time. And we can kind of get through the entire chapter without having to grind at all. So I just picked up a couple pieces of equipment. If you saw that present box from the earlier room and the lighter's lumber here. So I just went ahead and equipped those, which will help with these upcoming fights.
I have many times forgotten to equip that, and it's always a bad time.
So Flint actually has a few special abilities. So the one I used here is Swing, which is basically, it kind of acts like a normal attack that hits all enemies on the field, which is like kind of why wouldn't you use it. There's also Power Smash, which is a strong attack that has like a 10% chance of hitting. Then he also has the ability to increase his attack and defense, which we will be using, not Power Smash, but the other two in this run. One is actually here, so I'm increasing Flint's offense, and then I'm just going to be spamming attack. This is another one of the fights where, like in an optimal environment, you could just use Power Smash and one-shot the enemy, but again, it has like a low chance of actually hitting.
And here's an interesting instance where you actually have to run. It makes you do it to get through there. I can't think of anything else specifically in the game like that, but it's a long game, and I've been wrong about things before, so...
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so we just, yeah, you have to run to get through the door to enter the building, and then run to get through the logs.
Yeah.
And that's it for like the fights in the current state. We're actually going to get healed up automatically before the next encounters. So there's no, we can just run through all the fire. There's no big deal. And luckily there's not many enemies to have to avoid on the way back down. So we just don't have to like do any crazy maneuvers to avoid enemies.
I actually think the Power Smash percentage is just black magic. I don't know how it works, but I don't think it's real. I think something else is going on there. I swear I'll have runs where I'm hitting like at least like half the Power Smashes, and then I'll have ones where I'm hitting like 10% of them. Like it's crazy. And I know probability or whatever, but I think it's black magic instead.
I don't know, when I make the tool-assisted speedrun, it worked every time for me.
That's the black magic of it all.
If only we could do that in real
like
time.
Like
Yeah.
1/4 before also. Yeah, exactly. Let me just RNG manip real quick.
There might be some way to actually do that, but like to what benefit, I don't really know.
Yeah, realistically. I mean, maybe, but at the current moment, not really.
Of course, there are real-time manips in Mother 1 and Earthbound and a lot of other games as
That
well,
is
but
true, yeah.
Fun fact, if you press no instead of yes there, you save 7 frames.
I actually, that's why I hit no. I intentionally have to make myself spam B instead of A
because
to
the
get.
3 or 4 frames that took you to do that totally, you know.
Yeah.
In the tool
Oh, in case you guys wanted this letter again, here we are.
I can actually play this.
So this game actually turned 20 came out in April 2006, so it's the 20th anniversary. And what's interesting is the English translation is actually a little bit harder because of the rolling HP mechanic, which makes dialogue scroll slower in the English version, which means that for some encounters you have to be at higher HP value or you're actually gonna lose, whereas in the Japanese version you would win because just the rolling HP has more time to scroll down in the English release.
I know in some of the fights in the tasks we cut it pretty close. Like I think when you did the Oso Snake fight in Chapter 2, you cut it like right on 1 HP.
Right.
Yeah. So
and actually, as you'll see in the Mecha Drago fight.
Yeah. We cut it pretty close. Oh yeah, I did Chapter 1 of the task, and so like I did have to change up the way that I did the last turn or couple of turns because I needed to get it to where I would survive. I think I recall that.
Okay, so we're gonna have Boney joining us. And this is one of the areas where you can actually, if you wanted to, you could put stuff into Boney's inventory since he's a permanent party member later on in the game. So you could technically do that, but like there's not much of a benefit since there's not really a lot you can get at this point in the game. So this is another instance where this is kind of a more tournament safe strategy where I'm going to be getting a Thunder Bomb from behind Wes's house. So actually there's a present box here which respawns Thunder Bombs, which are just a great item. They do like 100 damage to, I think they're single target, but either way, they respawn every time you go 2 loading zones away and then return. So I just picked up one right there and it'll respawn later.
Another thing, in the tool-assisted speedrun, whenever we would come at cutscene stops like this, whenever the characters would walk slightly or move slightly in a cutscene without it being controlled, I would have to make sure to trigger the cutscene in a spot that would reduce the amount of movement that the characters have to walk in order to save some time. But that's mostly a tool-assisted speedrun thing. Just these enemies are difficult to avoid. We avoid them in the tasks with crazy movements, but it's usually better to just trigger them and run in the real-time run.
So some of these encounters are actually kind of difficult to avoid just because of the movement and like positioning of them. So sometimes it's faster to run, sometimes you can just kill them in a turn. So I picked up another accessory for Flint right there. And just the general present boxes that I've been picking up, and I will be picking up along the way, just kind of contain healing items and bombs just for the Mecha Drago fight, which is the final boss of this chapter.
For all of those who don't know what's going on and don't speak Japanese, Flint's wife, Hinawa, was supposed to return home with their children and has not. and now the whole village is trying to help search for her because it takes a village or something like that.
Yeah, basically, this is supposed to be a peaceful village. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you read the name of the chapter, you would. Yeah. If they didn't want to spoil it, they shouldn't have named the chapter what they did. But it's called The Night of the Funeral, which is. Yeah. So basically, we see Hanawa's dress, who is Lucas and Klaus's mother. We see her dress on the top of the mountain, or we're going to see it here. So we kind of want to scale this cliff and see what's happening up there. But we don't really have a way to do that, so we have to find someone to help us. So this is Duster's father, Wes. Yeah. Yeah, and there's actually a couple more naming segments in later chapters, but I think we've gone through most of them. But this is Duster's father, Wes, and he's just telling Boney about his son, who can help with scaling the cliff. So he sends Boney to find his son and bring him back. So we're actually also going to be adding Duster to our party now as well. And both Boney and Duster are like permanent late game party members. So if you wanted to, you could theoretically find some like high profit item or just like some useful item and fill their inventories with it just to have it later on. But there's not much you can add in the first place that would be too beneficial.
Also, Duster goes this whole game with a limp.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that they have like the animation specifically for that. It's because his father trained him too hard, if I recall correctly. Oh, and now he's pulling out the wall staples because that's how you climb up things in this universe.
And unfortunately, there's no stair glitch like in Earthbound, or at least not yet. So it's actually interesting because there have been a few kind of game-breaking glitches, but they've never really amounted to much in the way of speedrunning. Maybe someday, though.
Yeah, very little practical so far, but there, especially in the past couple of years, we've had some pretty cool stuff, but a lot of it's like talking to random NPCs like thousands of times. And it breaks the game.
Also, yeah, thanks to some Google, I think it doesn't clarify, but he does have a limp because he sustained an injury during training. So there's a little bit of backstory for you.
Okay, so we're going to be fighting the reconstructed caribou here, and that thunder bomb I picked up on the way here I'll be using in this fight. In a faster route, you wouldn't have to pick that up, but since this is just to be safe.
This fight is also notably pretty easy because you have 3 party members pretty early, and Duster's wall staples are really good. They can immobilize a lot of enemies for several turns at a time, even.
It was funny you said that as soon as it didn't work on that first try.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work, but it works usually. I am sorry.
Yeah.
Always worked for me in the task. Oh wait, never mind. I didn't use staples for this fight. What
Did we not? I don't remember that.
Yes, then.
We just used Flint's Power Smash, and then all the other characters dealt extra damage with attacks because I could just manipulate damage, so none of them died.
I was curious, is there any reason you didn't get all of the Thunder Bombs right now? Is it faster particularly to do it later, or is it just preference?
I just
See, there's
I just never like really thought to do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say rolling HP just saved Duster there.
Yeah. So what's interesting about this game is if one of your party members dies, they actually like will be unconscious on the overworld, and it prevents you from actually running. But in this case, since all the party members are needed for a cutscene right after the fight, if any of your party members die during it, they'll just be revived with 1 HP, which was why it doesn't really matter that Boney died during the fight. Because if he did, if he did and he didn't get revived, I wouldn't be able to be running this entire time. I would just have to walk, which would be much slower.
Interesting.
a little bit of a quirk in this game. The few quirks that are there.
More NPCs trying to get in the way of running.
That happens a lot, especially early game.
Yeah, I saw it's the one right when you're first going up during the fire. I always get caught on, I can't remember their names, but the two guys right around the corner with the shrine.
There's one coming up soon that is pretty annoying. Yeah.
Probably one of the more significant scenes of this game.
So there's kind of a lot of these in chapter 1 for some reason, where you just have to do a certain task and you don't really know exactly what to do. But there's a weird optimal way to do it. Here it's just to talk to Klaus and Lucas and then run up. If you remember from the prologue, where you have to ram the Dragos, the optimal strategy there is to just ram the closest Drago, then talk to Klaus. And that gets you through that immediately. And there'll be another one coming up right after this segment, which is interesting. And if you think this run is all cutscenes or dialogue, it kind of opens up a lot more after chapter 3. Which is kind of the bulk of the game.
And this is where Flint gets the news that Hanawa, his wife, and the two kids' his mother has died. So he kind of has a mental breakdown over that.
Yeah, he gets
one
a
of the
little
more,
wanky.
yeah, one of the more significant scenes of this game. Explains the name of the chapter.
Yeah, then here's after this little cutscene is the really confusing one where it's just what do I do to keep going? Even casually, it's a little awkward. So once you know what to do, it's definitely easier to get through, but
I don't actually know if they ever do this again in the game. I can't remember another situation like this.
After the time skip in chapter 4, if you go into the mirror with Lucas, it'll flash back to Hanawa brushing his hair, but that's voluntary. Actually, no, I don't think it is voluntary. I think you have to do it.
So to some extent, like the reason the entire village kind of went looking for Hinawa is because basically up to this point, the entire village was peaceful and there was nothing really significant going on. So they wouldn't think that anything bad like this could happen. And if I remember correctly, this is actually the first time this prison is ever used in the game.
Yeah,
or like,
to say, I think
like in the history of the village.
This
Yeah.
little rant. They also don't actually understand how jail sentences work because when you get out, nobody cares.
They don't even.
You can
have,
go
like,
talk to that guy later.
They don't even have an actual like law enforcement officer or anything. It's just some random appointed dude.
So this is one of, like we were saying before, this is one of the more confusing parts. Basically, the fastest way to get through it is just to check the table once and then the door twice, and then Klaus will walk in. And that apple he just gave us had a nail file in it, so we could just get out.
Yeah, because the lock is rusty, so you can just file it off. And nobody cares, once again. They could have just taken him home, like...
So I'll be picking up a couple items from the bazaar here. One is that bomb, which will be helpful later, and then this charm as well.
This village also has
And there is a bit of
things are free.
Yeah. Yeah, no money in this game as of yet. Until chapter 4, there's no money in this game, so. Which is another reason you could just kind of stockpile if you want to give like Boney and Duster some stuff to sell later.
There's really like no financial base for like in the village for the first half of the game. It's only after like, you know, they come in and industrialize that an actual currency system gets introduced. I think in the other two Mother games, there's always a currency system, but for Mother 3, like the way this village operates, where they're like tiny and peaceful, they don't know what currency is, so they just barter and do whatever.
So here's one of the kind of slower aspects of this route in particular, because I'm actually going back to pick up more Thunder Bombs from behind Wes's house. And they respawn every 2 loading zones away. So if you travel 2 loading zones away and walk back, it'll be respawned. I am picking up 5 in total for the upcoming chapter boss. So the first one, Wes actually gives you if you just talk to him, which saves another trip. Okay, and I'll need to get one more. And there is a bit of inventory management, kind of like all the Mother games. It's not as bad in this game. But we do kind of need space for healing items in this route specifically.
No, I don't know if you actually said, was there any particular reason why you didn't get all of these earlier before Reconstructed Caribou?
I think I could have gotten them. I'm actually not sure. If you saw the first one, I actually talked to Wes directly, and he gives you one just for talking with him. I don't know if that's available earlier, so that might be a reason why this is faster, just because it saves a trip.
Yeah. It also makes you more disciplined in the earlier fight. You don't have to like over-rely.
True. Also, notably, the thing you do here is not talk to your son. You don't have to do that here. that's not important.
Yeah. So you just talk to Alec, who is Lucas's grandfather, and then he'll like yell at Lucas, and Lucas will run away.
Yeah, Klaus has gone looking for the monster. It's called a Drago that has killed Hanawa. And now Alec and you are going to go look for him after meeting him at his shack.
So those thunder bombs I picked up on the way earlier are kind of all I need from the village. So you just talk to Alec, and then we just head over to his house.
So
and on the way, we're going to get the Drago thing, which is what will actually...
You go to his house to get this, but if you don't, he just gives it to you here, which actually leads to an interesting thing where you get to Alec's house, and he shouldn't have been able to beat you there, but he did. So I guess he has a shortcut that he wasn't going to tell you about.
Oh, I didn't even... I never realized that, honestly.
Yeah, the game expects you to actually go to, I believe his name's Bronson, and get the item from him, but it also has this failsafe so that you don't go all the way over here without the item that you need to progress. So, pretty forgiving of the game there, honestly.
This, I think one of the...
It's been so long since I played casually.
Yeah. One of the things about this game that I think is a little different than the other two Mother games is that this game is very linear. Like, there is the opportunity for open world exploration if you choose to do so, especially for grinding, but this, compared to the other two Mother games and a lot of other RPGs in general, this game is very straightforward and linear. Like, it pretty much makes it pretty blatant where you need to go and what to do next.
There is actually an option for, like, more of a... Like, you can select which route you prefer in Chapter 7, which is kind of an homage to the first two games. But it's actually not even told to you directly. There's still an expected route for you to go to. You just don't have to follow it if you don't want to.
You can do things in any way order you want, but you have to do them. Of course, when we made the test, we optimized our route for the... we optimized efficiency and time, but we also optimized for strategy, too, because we had the honeypot technique, which, you know, will probably never, ever be seen in a real-time speedrun, but... So, a real-time speedrun and the tool-assisted speedrun are going to have very different routes, depending on what is best for both.
So you can talk to these lizards and they'll point you to the right way to go, but you don't have to. You do have to talk to the right frog, not the left frog. He's the wrong frog. And then during this whole walk, Alec is going to keep interrupting you because time is not of the essence to him, apparently.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just, you know, his grandson. Okay, so we have to actually go in here and talk to Ionia. And I think this cutscene is just to, like, point you in the right direction.
Music
of where Klaus went.
The names of these characters. They're named after the modes: Ionian, Mixolydian, Dorian, Phigrian, Lydian, all the other modes in a key.
My real music theory fans will get it. Oh, and there's Alec interrupting you again. And you do have to start running it every time. Yeah, it's not even remotely over, and they get less and less important each time.
So this is actually just kind of a dark cave, and you have to find the right paths. Alec knows where to go for the most part. I think he points you in the wrong direction at least once.
Yeah, oh yeah. I think there's one specific time where...
If you know the game, you'll know the route, but actually, fun fact about the way that that's obscured, there's actually, if you look in the middle where it is very, where the brightness is full and it's dark everywhere else, it is actually bright everywhere. It's just that the game overlays that little window on there, so if you're like in an emulator and you can mess with the settings, you can remove that top layer and it will remove the obscured barrier and will let you see.
Here he doesn't know where he's going now, so this is...
I did that when I did the tool-assisted speedrun. I was able to see the entire thing and then, you know, just turned it back on for the encode. Of course, in a real-time run, you're not allowed to do that, so...
Yeah, so luckily running away in this game isn't too bad. But a lot of these enemies are kind of in enclosed spaces, which makes it more difficult to kind of maneuver them.
You know, this area is probably one of the hardest, maybe other than like the small areas with the bats right at the beginning, but this is one of the harder areas to avoid getting in encounters just because a lot of really tight corridors and enemies that are rushing you.
And you had a bat encounter there too.
I don't, that one I don't believe in.
I know, I don't.
That one, that was fine.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't mind since they gave me the... I know, I don't mind that much because they gave me the immediate runaway, so it's fine. But...
And,
I was about to say that, yeah, that made no sense.
Yeah.
For those who are unaware, when you get an encounter, it'll show different colors. The most common one is blue, which means a neutral encounter, so you both encounter each other. But if you get a red one, that means they encountered you from behind, and so they get the attack first. And if you get green, that means you encountered them from behind, and you'll get the attack first. And if it's neutral, you'll just trade. So, blue typically is the most common one, but if you can get a green, that's also really good because you'll get an advantage. But if you get a red, they have the advantage. So, I don't know if a system like that exists.
So, I actually saved there because this is kind of risky even with the Thunderbomb strategy, just because of the amount of heals we have access to.
Those were clutch tree dodges, by the way. I wouldn't have been able to get those.
In a real...
Oh, the trees actually are too bad, yeah.
Pretty regularly.
Once you get used to the trees, they're actually not bad. You just kind of run near the bottom of the paths, and you'll get through them.
Alright, here's the final boss of this chapter.
And also the last time we'll ever control Flint.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I know, this
Alec
is the
does
one.
help a little bit in this battle, which is nice. Usually when you have party members in these games that you can't control, they don't usually do too much. Alec is actually not as useless as some other characters can be. Definitely more useful than he was when he was interrupting us running up here.
He'll actually, I think
can't.
Alec will heal you. He doesn't do a lot of damage, but he does have medical herbs that will heal you. In Chapter 2, when you have Wes join you along as like an unofficial party member, he can often do...
Yeah,
he'll do attacks.
Wes can be useful, actually.
In fact, if he does his secret arts, he can do a lot more damage than you can in Chapter 2, which we manipulated for that in Chapter 2. but that will not be showcased today. I think the first time I ever played this battle, I died a couple times. It's not an easy fight.
This is actually, this battle is also an example, we'll get to it a little later, but this is an example of a battle where the English version's a little harder, because at the end of this battle, it does an attack that will damage you regardless, and it's going to do mortal damage. But you can mash the text, but if you don't have enough health and you die, it doesn't count. Like, you have to do it again. Here we are, yeah.
Yeah, so that was like...
English, that text is longer.
Yeah, the numbers are kind of different between
32.
JT
It's
and
very
English.
interesting that the game intentionally gives you fatal damage and just relies on the rolling HP. Like, it's intentionally incorporated.
Yeah, it's kind of to teach you the mechanic.
Yeah.
If you remember the trees from Earthbound.
Wait, when
Yeah.
time?
Well, no, time's at the... time is at when I hit the save button.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think we get one more little long cutscene and one long string of text here, but we are pretty much done. Flint was going to kill this thing, but now he sees that it has a child too, and now he feels bad.
A little bit of empathy there.
But that fight was actually somewhat lucky. Alec, I don't know, he's kind of unreliable. You can't always expect him to heal you, but he can if he wants to. It's just nice to have.
Oh, and there's your son, by the way.
Yeah. They won't find him, but unfortunately.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
But at the end of each chapter, we just kind of get like a summary or like another text scroll before the next chapter starts. So what's interesting is actually chapter 2 and chapter 3 are also both kind of isolated in their own little, like, kind of similar to chapter 1. But I guess you'd have to watch the speedrun yourself or play the game to find out, which you should definitely play.
You guys should all
Great
play this game. There's an easy to access English fan translation if you don't want to play it in Japanese. I know that can be quite daunting. Fan translation is amazing, and relatively recently it actually was updated to the 1.3 version by a member of our community, Lauren Zun, who just great work. It's really good translation, super fun game, great story. You'll love it if you love the Mother games.
Yeah, if you have not
And-
played Mother 3, we already spoiled the worst part of chapter 1 for you all, for those that are watching today, but if you have not played Mother 3, you need to play this game. Especially if you have played other Mother games, like Earthbound, you definitely need, and it will, you don't need to play the other Mother games to understand Mother 3, but when you play the other Mother games, it makes a lot more sense. And so, if you have played Mother, you should take advantage of it. And I think that's time. Yeah.
Yeah, that is time when I hit save. But yeah, if you've ever played Earthbound or just interested, I would definitely give this game a shot. Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite games. And maybe check out the speedrun or try it yourself if you're interested. We'd love to have more runners.
Yes, me and Radix, we made the tool-assisted speedrun of this game. Definitely check that out too. We worked very hard on it. I guess. So, yeah, you'll see a lot crazier things in the tool-assisted speedrun that you'll never ever see in a real-time run. Like, if you love RNG manipulation and crazy strategies.
Yeah, thank you all so much for being here, for showing off this run. Do you have any shout-outs or anything you want to give before we move on to the next game?
Honestly, just thank you to the Mother 3 speedrunning community and Earthbound in general. Just definitely check them out if you're interested.
Yeah, I guess I just have to shout out Radix for letting me onto this and helping with the tool-assisted speedruns.
Yeah, me as well. And just also, I guess, shout out to GDQ and I guess all the other kind of marathons that are starting to embrace Mother 3. I know RPG Limit Break is about to have a Mother 3 run as well. So it's super exciting for us right now to actually have the runs be more visible because it's something that we've wanted for a while. So
yeah, and I think we've had a very hard time trying to get that game onto that marathon, and that's been wanted for a long time. So it's great that this has finally happened. And if I'm correct, this is the first ever showcase of Mother 3 on Games Done Quick.
So, yeah, it was super nice to be part of this. So we are just very grateful that we got the chance to do this.
Yeah, I really appreciate you all being here and showcasing the run, especially to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the game.
Yes.
It sounded like I was cutting somebody off there.
Oh, no, I don't think you were. But yeah, I guess if the only thing I have left to say is definitely check out the tool-assisted speedrun if you've played this game, because me and Radix worked very hard on it, and I'm gonna like brag about it and promote about it because it's one of the things I'm very proud of, and I think Radix would agree that.
Yeah, just thank you everyone for letting us showcase this, and I hope you enjoyed watching.
Yes. We'd love to represent Mother 3. And thank you all for having us.
Yeah, and again, thank you all for being here, for showcasing the run. We do have one more run for you. It's going to be Mother 2/Earthbound. Before we go to the break and get ready for that, just a quick, thank you for everybody who does support the GDQ channel, either with your subscriptions, gifts, subs, bitch cheered, or just sharing the stream. All of it really does help us run the hotfix. If you are enjoying the stream and you can, consider subscribing for exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and access to chat during replays. You can also always just support, again, by sharing the GDQ channel with your friends. It really does help us put on the hotfix and, give all these different game communities and runners the opportunity to show off their games, their speedruns. We've got one more run, again, Mother 2. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with that in just a few minutes here, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Mother 3. We've had Mother 1 and a Mother 3 run, and we're going to end it off with a Mother 2 run here. I'll hand it over to our runner and commentary. Let everyone introduce themselves.
Hello. My name is, unfortunately, Peen Train, and I run Earthbound and sometimes also Mother 2, which is Earthbound, but not in English. And here on commentary, I have my friend Sammy.
Hello, I am Sammy Flair. I honestly only know about Earthbound and Mother through Peen Train, and I'm here to support / pester her the entire day. Thank you for having me.
That's the exact vibe I want.
Perfect.
So I'll set up a save here. And this uses JRTA timing in this version of the run, so it's going to start on console power on. So if I could get my commentator to give me a countdown while I'm reaching over.
You let me know as soon as you're ready and I'll hit you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, counting from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start.
Like, have fun.
The goodest lord of Harrison Fords.
All right, well, I guess Paula can just have 2 letters in his name, in her name, and we'll just lose some frames. It's fine.
Absolutely bonkers to me that something as seemingly insignificant as how many letters a character's name has can cause that much time loss, I guess.
There are other cases where two characters having the same name and then one of them feeds a food item to the other can actually lose you time because it adds extra text if they don't have the same name. With Paula, it shouldn't matter, but there's two characters where it does.
And there were people that spent time to figure all of this out. God bless them. I'm saluting. You can't see me, but I am saluting.
Yeah, not so much me. I just people tell me what makes me go fast, and I believe them.
This is very fair.
But opening section of the game, we're just walking. We're walking up a hill and then walking back down. I'm also grabbing this cracked bat out of this present here because you can't leave the house without at least picking it up. And if you don't also equip it, then Pokey lectures you on the way out. So can't skip it.
And yet,
you might also be wondering whether I can read the text in this game, especially with all the inventory management that's going to be involved. And no. No, I've run this game enough in English that I just memorized positioning of inventory items, and I have to listen for the noise when an enemy drops an item and account for that. But otherwise we're just going on muscle memory.
that sounds like it has tremendous potential to go horribly wrong.
Oh no, we'll be fine. I have, and I don't think I'll need this. I haven't needed it since I think the first run of this I did. But I have a nuclear option, which is I point my Google Translate app at my screen. But I don't think it's going to come to that. But that's, the worst of the worst happens. I completely mangle my inventory.
We truly live in future spaceman times where that's even a possibility.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
But I have, according to these splits, 389 attempts, and I've only had to do that once, so I think we'll be fine.
I like those odds.
You might also notice how much faster the text moves in this version of the game, and it's not just because it's in Japanese. It's also when they localized this game. They added an entire text processing engine, a custom font, line breaks, things like that, and it lags tremendously compared to this version of the game. Which actually, in a lot of ways, other than my own illiteracy, this version of the game is actually kind of more marathon safe, because the fast text affects the rolling HP mechanic in this game, which the speedrun exploits. So a lot of fights, especially early on, are just safer in this version of the game. You can get more battle actions off before you take mortal damage.
So if I'm tracking with you, and to fill in people that maybe didn't understand that gobbledygook as I once did not, effectively what you're saying is that because the text is faster, you get more actions possible while your health is rolling down, and so you have more opportunities to recover it. Am I in the ballpark?
Yes, that is correct.
Cool.
Kind of a lot of spawns, but they were placed in a way where I could just walk past them. And that is if you've done this hill climb umpteen times, you start to recognize certain enemy movement and positioning. And eventually you've seen it all.
And how many umpteen times would you say you've done this?
Oh, at least 3. 3 umpteen.
Google.
Knowing you can lure that dog down and then go behind the tree, that's another, you just have to have seen that enemy configuration before. But, yeah, no encounters. Good start to the run so far.
We love it.
This is something I like to do for fun that has no impact on the run. To the point where you could argue it's a glitch, but it has no impact, so it's just fun and no one seems to mind, which is if you press select on the player 2 controller, this happens. I'm just, ooh, eat, ooh, you could just, you could do what you want with it. Also, by the way, the reason I have 2 controllers is you are allowed to use a turbo controller for text mashing in this run, thankfully, because otherwise it's just 4 hours of destroying your hands.
And you already get enough of that when you do things like stutter.
Yes, which will be demonstrated. There weren't any snakes so far on this hill climb, so we didn't get to show that off yet, but there are some enemy movements that are exploitable like that.
I was gonna say, don't be tempting fate. You know how this goes.
And this fight you can't really die to. You can lose time for no good reason because the damage rolls that Buzz does here are just complete RNG.
You may not be able to die, but if I am any indication, you can stay here for very long periods of time.
Yeah, this fight can take twice as long. That was good. He hit for 3 digits. Starman Jr. here only has 200 HP, so we're over halfway. But we could get disappointed here. Yep, that was much less.
What did I just tell you about tempting fate?
Freeze is good though. What you don't want is for him to do fire, because it's an AoE move. So even though you're shielded from it, you have all the text of it, hitting each one of your party members. So that's slower. You either want him to do freeze or to guard.
Or we could just ask him to, not.
I've been writing angry letters, but the game just won't listen.
Have you tried making a petition online?
I have not.
Hey, I'm here to help you workshop new ideas, that's all.
And Mother 2. I have been writing to you to improve your random numbers. Yeah, you have to say yes and then say no, otherwise the text will loop. And hopefully there aren't more animals on the way to the drugstore here.
Good so far.
This is a little risky because there could be another enemy to my left. But the odds are in my... No, are you kidding me? The odds are in my favor because the spawns here are 7% chances. So you would think I wouldn't get 2 in a row. But we get to show off stutter stepping, which is enemies like that snake only check if you're moving every 8 frames. If you're not moving on that frame, they will not move. So you can exploit that. We go into the secret clubhouse, we get the Mr. Baseball cap. We are going to be immediately selling it and turning it around so we can buy even better defense equipment without grinding enemies.
Ah yes, the most protective equipment. A hat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hat. My bad. No, wait, that's a South Park character. Sorry, I should not talk.
I have to pay attention there, because if I buy the wrong item, it's a huge problem. Really, it messes up my money, it's a whole thing. Because I have, like, exactly enough to get what I need here. Oh, we rolled very low there. Okay. We did better. We did better on the next couple hits.
It's just a guy on a pogo stick. It can't be that difficult.
What could possibly go wrong? I'm drinking a can of fruit juice I got from a trash can. Or I think in Mother 2 it's orange juice. But in Earthbound, I think they intentionally avoided, like, starting item names with a vowel. And they also, because they didn't want to have it say, like, orange juice. So they changed it to a can of fruit juice. And also, I think they wanted every item to be like singular as well. So that's why they localized it that way.
I guess that makes sense.
Also, hello to my wonderful girlfriend in chat. Thank you for all of those heart emotes. Not quite at full HP, but again, that's the nice thing is we're safer here because of the rolling HP and because of how fast the text is. You want to heal every single time Frank hits you, no matter for how much, because his damage range is gigantic. He may hit you for a small amount one turn, but it could be huge the next, so you cannot take that risk.
And you just don't know what's coming.
We have missed him so many times. Oh my god. I have lost count of how many.
Several.
Okay. I was getting worried because I was running out of hamburgers. Because I still have another fight after this, you see.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I'm supposed to be much more supportive, but I've watched you do this hundreds of times at this point. And for every time that I've seen you do this with incredible proficiency, for every time that I've seen you set a new personal best, there's times where it just goes down the tube so fast.
Okay. I was getting worried because like we outsped on a heal too, which made me have to heal again sooner. So we were out of burgers, we were out of psychic points. It was getting scary, but we made it. You know, so some people don't know if you play this game casually that you can just talk to Frank again. You have to leave and come back, but if you talk to him again, he will heal you.
I definitely didn't know that. All right.
Yeah.
I'll put that in my ledger for when I play Earthbound again in 20 years.
Yes. As is tradition. We have to get a key from the mayor so we can fight a giant ant.
You know, like a typical Sunday.
I think very possibly had this been a PB attempt and not, you know, a marathon run, I probably would have just died out of stubbornness and refusal to eat every single hamburger. But I must in this case.
Frank never would have seen it coming.
Filling up on even more hamburgers here, there is sort of an advanced strategy, and by advanced I mean silly, of skipping this part and not buying any, and just having the ones you get from enemy drops and item boxes. So you only have like 4 by the time you get to Titanic Ant. But you have to play the boss fight like an idiot and just not heal when you should, because you have such a finite amount of resources, and it's very reset heavy to do it that way.
Yeah, you take a game that is already incredibly heavily based on RNG, and then you take all your possibilities to make life easier for yourself, and you just say, nah.
This is the only level grind in this run, because there's no, at least without RNG manipulation, there's no realistic way to fight Titanic Ant without at least level 8, where you learn PSI rockin'. So we need to fight 22 of these slugs. For some reason, I only got 2 and not 4 on this first pack. But I got a mouse stuck there, very intentional. Can I not? Really?
Apparently not.
Oh, there's more.
Oh,
Okay.
there's more.
I don't know why one of them wouldn't come toward me, but it wouldn't. Yeah. The mouse I got stuck there is intentional so that the only thing that can spawn to my left is slugs. There is already a mouse in that spawn plate. That's what I was gonna say. I don't know if now it's gonna stay stuck because it kind of went out of position. That's fine.
And so for every spawn reset that you attempt to do, you just need to make sure that that mouse stays right there.
Yes. And I'm feeling for lag off screen. Okay, it took a while to get it, but that's how I know there's slugs to my left. So I'm at 12, I'm at 10 slugs now.
10.
There's a couple ways I could go about this. I could fight entirely 4-packs from here. I could do 2 6-packs to get to 22. The third floor of this dungeon has, packs of 6 slugs. That seems like a bad idea. I feel like I'll be stuck here for 5 minutes trying to get them to spawn.
I was about to say, there's a butt that comes along with that 6-pack upstairs.
Yeah. Maybe when I'm 1 4-pack away, I'll move up to the 2nd floor. Try to get slugs there. That's not slugs.
No, that's a mouse still.
No, that's not it. Please. There we go. It's a little bit riskier trying to find slugs on anything other than the first floor. Here, if you see, the little dot sprite, unless you're in like a side cave, you know that it's a slug. It can't spawn anything else on this floor. The higher floors can spawn antoids, which are a horrible enemy to fight. They can heal themselves and call for help infinitely.
Oh, good.
And at least to my eye, their sprite is identical to that of slugs, so you never really know what you're going to get.
Yeah, so the only real way you can tell is just by the enemy grouping, and even then, it can sort of trick you sometimes. I didn't 100% trust that. Because it's possible I could just get, there could be like a mouse and antoid pair next to 2 antoids, and it looks like a pack of slugs. But this should be level 8, if my math is correct. Alright, and we have a decent offense stat. See, now the drawback of not finishing this off with a 6-pack of slugs is, there's one up there that, if I wanted it, would be fantastic, but the thing is, like, it is difficult to impossible to stutter step if there is a sufficient amount of enemy lag. I believe because it just changes the game's frame rate. I think I have to fight this. I have no other option. If it's just the one, we instant win. Yeah, because there's another 6-pack. Yep. It loves spawning them when I don't want them.
This game is my case study for video games are sentient or programmers despise players.
Yeah.
Either way.
Because definitely some of the enemies in this dungeon are, I think, designed to make you... We're going to instant win this, thankfully. If I had worse offense, this would be a problem. Because that just spawned on top of me. But yeah, I think some of the enemies in this dungeon are designed to sort of force you to use, your new gained psychic power. Things like the antoids. There's not really a good way of dealing with them otherwise. So you have to open with a rock in here because he has 2 healers on either side of him. Put up a shield, that's not great. And he stole my 1 life up. If we crit him, we can get rid of his shield, which would be nice. Or if we just hit him enough... Okay, we hit him enough without him reapplying the shield, so it's gone. But our first rockin' was fairly low, so never mind, he's dead. And I didn't want to say anything until after this fight, but there are 2 sections of this game where, for a marathon run, I'm the most afraid of, because they can just keep, being impassable. One of them is Titanic Ant, because he could just open by critting me, and I can't do anything about that because the animation for doing rockin' takes too long. So no matter how fast I menu out a heal, I'm just dead. But he didn't do that, so we're fine.
Hallelujah. And what's the second spot that you're worried about?
Don't worry about it yet.
Okay, fair enough.
I will
we
mention
won't
it when
speak
we're
into
past it.
existence. I have a sneaking suspicion I know what it is, but I will. If I am in any way contributing to this, I will not put a hex on you.
Grab yet another hamburger from that box. We didn't use a huge amount, thankfully, so next set of fights shouldn't be too bad. I mean, no matter the healing items you have, there's always a chance that just Ness never lands a hit, and you run out of heals anyway, but should be fine. It's a distinct possibility in most any RPG, is you just miss every attack forever, and there's nothing you can do about that.
Not true. I can turn off the game.
That's true.
I will not be a part of this JRPG RNG.
Ah. At this point, I kind of want to use up every hamburger, because if I still have some left after Onett, I will get very confused on inventory positioning, so... You know, I want this fight to go well, but if it goes too well, we have, you know, I just have to drop a bunch of stuff, which I guess isn't the worst. That's an okay problem to have.
I would think so.
Better than a death.
This series of fights right here was one of the many times that I sat and questioned the game. Why are there several police officers fighting what I think is a, 10-year-old boy? Something like that?
Mm-hmm.
And why is it a Nintendo game?
We sure did get crit right out of the gate. We eventually crit him, but it was at a point where it didn't matter. So... that was something, that fight.
Oh, thank goodness for hamburgers, then.
I'm glad we have as many as we do. Nothing too horrible so far. Ideally, you want to still have 20 psychic points by the time you get to Captain Strong, so that you could just do 2 rock-ins and the fight is over. But you're not always so lucky. Sometimes your HP is low enough that your only good option is to use a life up, because otherwise you're just in a loop. I'll try this. It's just that, yeah, now I have to eat 2 in a row, but I have so many that I'll go for that. Alright.
Yeah, think of them as White Castle burgers.
Yeah, they're small.
You can have plenty in a short period of time.
Play this a little safe here, because this guy's crit, if you're not at full HP, just puts you in a death range. Please do not miss, Ness. Okay. As long as that rockin' didn't miss, we should be fine, because the first one rolled really high. And the odds of it missing are quite low, but if there's one place it's gonna happen, it's here. But we're good. I know I have at least 1 hamburger left. I'm just gonna check. It's 1. Okay, good. And that's the scary, early game hell town we got through. You don't have as many resources. The enemies can be mean. But we made it through. We didn't die.
And decently timed, too. We take
Yeah, especially like what I really want is I want to make it out of Onet faster than I could in English, because I should be saving enough time from how fast this text goes that I shouldn't be seeing similar times than I'd get in Earthbound.
Fair.
So we did that much.
What kind of risks would you take if you were going for a PB attempt versus what you did during that run of Onet?
I probably wouldn't have bought burgers. Well, I would kind of have to, or I would have died to that Frank fight. So it depends how much I'm committing to that strategy, I guess. We found a butterfly. It restores 20 psychic points. I need to find another one at some point before we get to the next town. We're saving here. This is actually not a safety save. It's to set up a death warp.
Strategery.
Yes. Oh, that's a hippie. In the first Mother game, you want to fight hippies, but not here.
Why?
As I learned from watching the marathon run earlier, they give the most amount of money. So while you're grinding early on, that's ideally what you want.
Huh.
We gave Apple Kid a hamburger and $200, as one does, so that he will help us progress.
Listen, he's gonna make some purely magical items for you.
Yeah.
I'd say it's a worthy investment. You are his personal Shark Tank.
Can I? I don't think I can get that. Before it moved, it might have been possible. All I can really do here is despawn. These enemies are not worth fighting. And I have to hope it doesn't take forever. That wasn't too bad. Especially do not want to fight a UFO. That is an incredibly deadly enemy. And you do not actually need to interact with the statue up here. You just need it loaded in. So we just walk up and back down. If there could stop being UFOs for like 5 seconds.
And that statue, if I recall correctly, is one of the many design differences between this and the US version.
Yes, we'll be able to see it better the next time I go up there, but yeah, it is not a pencil here. That is so many plants.
There's a joke in there about the hippie and the plants and everything, and I don't know. It's escaping me for right now, but Jet, I'm sure you can come up with it. Pick up
there's
where I left
something.
off.
They love salads.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Wow,
That's a lot of mushrooms.
that is an embarrassment of mushrooms. We have all the butterflies we need, assuming we don't take a fight that uses psychic points. And I really hope I don't. Apple Kid is now over here.
Positioned a little bit away from Jason Voorhees and Pigpen.
Yes.
And Duke Nukem, it would seem?
I believe Duke Nukem sells you eggs.
I'm not touching that one.
Buy this egg.
I'm sorry. Every Duke Nukem reference I want to make, I shouldn't say for reasons of not family friendliness.
Yeah, there's some of them that, go some places. I also realized if you can do that voice, you can also do EA Sports. It's in the game. Because it's like, it's close enough,
It is pretty similar.
Yeah. And no, I cannot. Must use the door.
Yeah, not with that attitude.
It's slower to despawn using a door than it is to just, move within the same screen. But I must. That guy's not bothering anybody. And it's an octopus. And it's gone.
So I know you're the wrong person to ask because you, as we've already established, can't actually read the text, but does it change the invention from, pencil eraser to octopus eraser?
It is an octopus eraser, yes. I cannot read the text, but I do have an entire book about this game's localization. It is called Legends of Localization. It is written by the same person who did the fan translation, or headed the fan translation of Mother 3. Whoa. And so I know that much. If I remember correctly, rather than saying, hey, don't use this in a shop that sells pencils, he says, don't bring this to a restaurant that sells takoyaki, I believe. Alright, good. So if it doesn't come up earlier in Peaceful Rest Valley, because I'll use that skip sandwich to run fast if I'm, stuck between two enemies and just in a pickle. But if that doesn't happen, I want to exit PRV at skip sandwich speed so that I don't get jumped by an enemy right below me coming through that exit, which is rare, but it can happen. And I need to get rid of that item anyway by this point. So I'm upgrading my bat and my hat. I'm also buying a refreshing herb, if you want to pronounce it that way, as well as 2 croissants. That's what all that was. Okay, not a good fight if I have to take those, because they share enemy data with a boss fight. You cannot run from that encounter, no matter how many rounds the fight has taken. And especially because I can't really safety save in this town because I'm death warping afterward. So it's you don't want to do that. Like I can, but I would be losing too much time if I did that save. That was terrifying.
But you survived.
This is a fight where I have to pay attention for item drops, because there can be one. Alright.
Nicely done.
There's some strange pattern that seems very mean of the game design. That there's an overlap in the enemies you can't run away from and the ones that call for help. I don't know if that's on purpose, but it's true of the cultists, it's true of the slimy pile we'll see later. Very mean.
I told you, I'm convinced. Developers of this game just didn't want players to enjoy it. At least not the fighting part.
There's also a chance that crow would steal one of my food items, and the way that I know that that's happened is I healed just there, and I would notice if there was an extra slot open. That's the only way I know, because the battle text moves so fast I'd have no idea. Must you?
I'm genuinely shocked that people don't call for help more often in this room, where there are hundreds of identical cultists.
Okay, that was terrifying. Because I only had enough to do rockin' once. That's the only way I can attack multiple cultists, so they had chances to just keep calling for help there. Now this fight, at least with the route I'm doing here, you want to end Carpainter with as low of HP as possible, if you can manage it without, you know, taking too many risks. Because we are death warping right after this.
So carefully living on the edge.
Yes. I have just enough HP that even if he rolls for maximum damage, he cannot do mortal to me. So I'm actually safe here. He's missed me twice. Which is cool, but he's also missed his lightning, and yet he's down.
So that's probably not the number of HP that you wanted.
No, but it's not the worst. It is still within range that we could get one shot if the enemy we're fighting decides to. And now I have to drop all of my unused items. I do not have room for this present I need. That is, if you're going to start running this version of the game, and English is your only language, that's probably the hardest part of it, is Death Warp setup. Because you can use different amounts of items depending on how this segment goes. Different food items in different order. So knowing where things are positioned is a bit tricky. But it's something worth optimizing even if you're running this game in a language you can read, just so you can like optimize like the order to drop things in so you're doing minimal cursor movements, things like that. So in a way, doing this sort of forces you to have better inventory management anyway.
I wonder if Duolingo would sponsor a course specifically just
For a speedrunner.
Just teach me enough Japanese so that I can read from this game that's 30 years old, please.
Yes. I'm sure they could do that.
If we ask nicely. I don't know, the owl is very upset with me as of late.
I had to drop Paula's teddy bear because it would absorb damage, which we don't want. And I moved the Franklin badge, which might come in handy sooner, but mostly she's holding on to that for the final boss hours from now. So, you know, playing the long game here. The problem is this is the closest enemy by far. Anything else just takes too long to get to, but it's not the most reliable. It can make itself confused, and it can also just miss a bunch. And so far, it is not doing its job.
I was gonna say, it appears to be missing 100%. Well, there we go. There's it.
Progress. You kind of want Ness to die first, because then Paula can just auto-fight and she'll only hit it for 1 HP. But that worked out okay. Gee, I almost didn't notice that. Now we're grabbing some key items, which, in multiple instances, they will refuse to give you them if Paula isn't alive, so we have to bring her back.
I mean, I could imagine that rewards would not be good if you came back with a ghost instead of the person you were supposed to rescue, so...
Sure.
There's a little bit of sense to it, I guess.
We're going to buy even more sandwiches. Which hopefully we won't need. Hopefully we just won't get any spawns for the rest of the run. And we won't need to, you know, get past anything.
I mean, I believe that it's possible. Chat, do you believe that it's possible? Is this gonna be, like, the run?
Keep distance from that guy.
I believe.
Thank you. That's two of us. We just need the runner to be on board with the belief, too.
No.
The game hears you when you
I know this isn't how you do improv, but no.
How do we peer pressure the runner into believing?
I don't know, I feel like we need to crowdsource this somehow. What is so tempting for Peen Train that she can't possibly say no?
Apparently not burgers.
Well,
Not burgers.
I mean, she's only used to A&W, so, like, I understand. We could get her a higher quality burger.
I've been down there enough times. I've had other establishments. I went to an In-N-Out recently. It was fine.
That is largely the response that I get from people when they say
Yeah.
to In-N-Out for the first
Yeah.
time.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody go, wow, that was great.
Okay, so the first time that I did, I grew up in Florida, and so the first time I ever went out to California and had In-N-Out, I did think it was the greatest thing ever. I was also 18.
Right. And it's also, I mean, it's the 2020s where so many companies have, like, cost cut, so every time I try a new thing like that, I'm like, but was it good 10 years ago? I don't know. You know?
Oh,
That's fair.
No, I've had this conversation ad nauseum about you name what restaurant. I think it was Steak and Shake most recently where we're like, no, it's not good now.
Yeah. Would you mind terribly if I stepped away for a bathroom break here? While we ride this bus?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Okay, because I won't make it otherwise.
We will listen to the dulcet tones of Family Force 5 or whatever the band's name is.
Oh, we're skipping the photo in front of the theater here, by the way. That's why I'm walking funny on the way in and out. Be right back.
Good. We don't have a Sam Reich appearance. There will be several during the course of this run, but this is not one of them.
There better
He's
be.
been here the whole time. Yes, it is absolutely Family Force 5, and you can't tell me I'm wrong. I mean, you can. I won't listen, but you can.
All right, let me Google Family Force 5.
If you're going to Google Family Force 5, first of all, I'll send you down a rabbit hole.
Oh,
But
no.
if you want to see one of the most ridiculous music videos or like YouTube documentaries of all time, are you aware of Flea Market Montgomery, that guy from the advertisements back in like the early 2000s?
I don't know what you just said to me.
That's, you know what? I understand this. Anyway, if you want to go down a rabbit hole, look up Flea Market Montgomery, and then look up Family Force 5, and then put them together and watch that like 10-minute collaboration they did. It is
Okay.
something special.
It's just like a mini mall.
See, she understands.
I've been on the internet, yes.
We grew up with the same kind of cursed content.
Sorry, I know this stream has built-in breaks. The problem is I've been running this game long enough that I have a Pavlovian response when a long
Yeah.
cutscene comes up. That I must take the break then.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
It is not wanting to let me get up to the story trigger there. There are so many spawns. Wait, no, not quite.
And I've told you this before, very recently, in fact, that just from watching you run this game over and over and over again, you have built in a Pavlovian response for me to know when certain songs are about to happen. Like, my body clock is just wired for it now.
Whew. Okay, we're good. That thing chased me. Oh, golly. Wouldn't be the worst spot to take a death, but not ideal. I can see on my timer in front of me just how long that death warp took, but still, you know, we're getting through.
I saw somebody ask who my favorite Earthbound character is. Here's something you need to know about me. I played this game once, 2 years ago, and I did it on stream, and I yelled about it a lot. However, one thing I will give this game a lot of credit for, it has some great jokes, some great characters, and some great music. And since I am a child in terms of maturity, you know, I can't not give a nod to, like, Pooh and Mr. Barf or Giant Barf or whatever it happens to be. Like, sorry, these things just make my 12-year-old heart giggle.
Sure. And also, my answer to favorite character is clouded by the fact that I've speedrun this game. So it's definitely Paula because her attacks don't miss. Big fan of that. If I hadn't speedrun this, I might have a different answer.
Also, there's a Birdman later in the game, and the character design tickles me so much, and then I felt bad because he died every single chance, and then he just stopped respawning.
I hear that and I think, Birdman!
I'm pretty sure that's what I ended up calling him, was just Birdman.
We got rid of Jeff's protractor. It is not a useful item, and at some point we need Jeff's entire inventory to be available. So getting rid of it now.
The amateur tractor, anyway.
Uh-huh.
I'm mad that I laughed at that.
Settle in. You got several more hours with me.
Speaking of the worst character in the game, this monkey. Because you have to take him with you. It is necessary for progression, but he will get you in extra fights because of the way he stops moving at random intervals.
But as a viewer of the speedrun, I'm always waiting on the edge of my seat to see if he is indeed going to screw up your ability to skip things or not.
Hoping that would be a green squirrel. Then it would instant win.
Green dog.
Yeah. I want this fight anyway, because the next encounter we're taking is much less terrifying if I've gained a level. It had a 50% chance to drop a bread roll and it didn't, so that's a drawback, but we could also just skip every encounter from this point on if we get very lucky, but I don't know. Eating some stew and sleeping in a tent.
Interesting. I thought you hated camping.
Yes. I'm skipping another photo there, by the way. If I walked even a pixel lower, the photo man would show up. There's a couple you have to get in this run, but most of them you can skip. And here is the creature that the community affectionately refers to as MS Paint Beast. And I have this monstrosity of an emote, which is MS Paint Borland. It's an emote of Al from Home Improvement with this body, like some sort of horrific amalgam. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Also a nod to MS Paint Beast for being just the most adorable creature.
Right.
Zero thoughts, head empty.
Oh god, chat said it and I can't unsee it. That's just a ditto.
Yeah, I can see it.
A ditto and the Loch Ness Monster walked into a bar.
I like that 2 different I don't think so, Tim jokes came in chat, like, within a second.
Boy, we really are just catering to a very specific audience and a very specific age demographic here, and I'm here for it.
Technically, all 3 encounters blocking your way in this dungeon are skippable. The first one requires both very specific inputs and RNG, and then the other 2 are just RNG. So we might get none of them, we might get all of them. We will find out. Nope. See, the monkey already stopped.
What? The monkey just went headlong into that one.
The fight went well, though. The monkey crit the thing, I guess because he felt bad about getting us this fight. Might be skipping this. Nice. Got that one.
Yeah, let's go.
Didn't get that one, though. Thank you, monkey.
Decided to go the other way.
Again, he crit because he felt bad. So, you know, that's something.
At least for once, the monkey is showing genuine remorse.
Eating a boiled egg that Jeff has had in his pocket for I don't know how long.
It's boiled, it's fine.
One of the dumbest smart people that I've ever known, Jeff.
He's eating a boiled egg and hanging around a monkey. It's like that scene in Osmosis Jones. See, I could get past this, but it's going to be so unreasonable of a stutter step. That's not too bad. Okay. Still within range. Don't put that there. That I can't stutter step around. It does not have the right movement pattern for it. I just can't have that there. Nope. There's a lot of things going wrong there.
I'm sorry, I just saw in chat, Onet is Boy Meets World, Tucson is Family Matters, this is step by step.
Accurate. Wait, who in Tucson is Urkel? That's what I want to know.
He was one of the vendors at the table, right?
Did I sell that?
Oh my gosh. I know I'm not on camera, but I feel certain you could hear me facepalm.
Yeah. Mission accomplished. I really would like there to not be enemies. Please? Please.
Listen, we tried to get you to believe earlier, and you didn't, and now you're paying the consequences for your actions.
It's true.
This town is just perennially where you'll lose a minute on a PB attempt. That's just how it is. Because there's just so much that's out of your control in how many encounters you take and how many despawns you have to do. we're finally rid of that monkey. Oh, golly. I can thankfully outrun these things, but I still need them to not be right in front of me.
Get some lovely cavemen instead.
Mm-hmm. Talk to Father of the Year over here.
See, you say that, and then I recall that you never actually see Ness's father. During the entire game, you only ever interact with him on the phone.
Look, it's not called Father 2 for a reason.
That's a different game series.
Mm-hmm.
It's called God of War.
We're just watching a spaceship. That's all that's going on at this point.
With the song that you have, by the way, ruined for me.
Did I?
Yes. Yes, you did.
Okay. I've done that with so many songs that I've lost track now.
Correct. Actually, that's... I was about to ask how many, but you said lost track. Yeah, so... For those of you that don't regularly watch Pain Train, and you should, she has a habit of mashing up songs on the fly and taking something that is delightful and joyful and just puts a little pep in your step for the day, and then just throwing, like, I don't know, Green Day in it.
Right.
And I never hear either song the same way again.
Or sometimes just filth goes over top of it, you know?
That is true.
I won't do that here, but, like, it's an option.
That's the secret song option. You have to tune into the regular runs to hear that.
Still just going in circles. See, the thing about this cutscene, it's long and all, but it's close enough in proximity to other input breaks that I just like, can you land already? I don't... It's the only input break I don't really appreciate that much in this run.
It's prophetic of Balloon Boy.
And we're going to be moving some items around. A lot of the key items that we can't get rid of just end up on Paula. We don't call Escargot Express in this run, so he ends up holding things. That's what a lot of this is going to be. Also skipped a little bit of text there by getting just close enough to that door to not have, you know, text about it being locked. But still close enough to actually open it. Someone in chat said escargot to the polls.
Of course they did.
Good chat comment.
So we are nearing that hour mark. Do you want to take a break anytime soon?
Yeah, after this boss fight, I'm going to be setting up a safety save, so I think that would be a good stopping point.
Perfect, sounds good to me.
Buying bottle rockets. Hopefully I don't need on this fight. They're mostly for the one after.
Quite the unscrupulous individual to be selling that many bottle rockets to children.
Right.
But not even close to the weirdest thing in this game.
Not the worst. He can just one-shot this boss, but he didn't. But that was still that wasn't bad. There is a partial game category that's especially used for racing in this community. called Boogie %, which would end as soon as I grab the item in this trash can that's about to show up. So if it was that, we'd be done. We could all go home. But here we are.
I am home. I'm pretty sure you are too.
Well, yeah, as far as you know.
That's true.
Because I don't have a webcam in my own stream, so like this could just be, you know, somewhere I'm hanging out while I do this.
And my home is only my home for approximately 18 more hours.
Yep.
This is the only unboxed thing in my home is my computer setup, and then tomorrow morning I'm getting movers to come move everything.
Another case of moving a key item to Paula. Oops. That's not the goods menu. Come on. Please let me in. I beg of you. Another case of a very low spawn chance that you would think wouldn't happen multiple times in a row. Alright, I'm gonna save on the way out of here, and then we'll take a break. Alright, 3, 2, 1, and pause.
Perfect. Yeah, so during these longer runs, everybody will take a break every hour or so, just let everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break. If you are ever curious about what's coming up on the hotfix, or if you're ever interested in running something on the hotfix, you can always check out this week's schedule and submit your runs to be showcased over at gdq.gg/hotfix. We're going to take a quick break, back in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Mother 3. We are in the middle of a Mother 2 run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. And we're going to go into this spooky cave, where hopefully it doesn't give me as much trouble getting into it as it was walking this way last time, because there were so many flies. There are still so many flies.
We're saying...
Oh, wow. Even the stuff I can't see, I can just tell from the lag. But I like to think that's a good sign for the inside of the cave. Like the game got it out of its system outside. That's where all the activity was. The enemies can't possibly be in two places at once.
I refuse to speak, for if I speak, I am in trouble.
That's a really good start. Too low. I think it's a little safer. But there are ways to force green swirls on those enemies. But they weren't set up for that. Okay, we made it. Remember when I said there were two places I was most afraid of? That was the second one.
That's what I thought.
Also why it's been the first safety save of this run, because yikes. The biggest thing isn't even the large rooms, because you can just despawn those forever. It's the side doors. Okay, this isn't the worst because, yeah, she's got 2 attacks off already, so it's just a mild inconvenience if she takes a death at this point. Unlucky, though. But yeah, the side doors can just spawn things on top of you, and there's not much you can do about it.
pretty common theme in this game from everything that I have witnessed. There's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, it's among the meanest things about it is that you can just come out of a ladder or into a door and there's just a spawn on you. I don't care for that. And here's a spot where it immensely helps to be able to feel enemy lag off screen. Because in this spot, if you get too close to the enemy before noticing it, then there can just be another one back the way you came. So, really gets you out of a pickle to be able to feel that preemptively. That wasn't too bad, though.
Those frogs look so happy.
Alright, we're good. Why not? But just keep within an 8-frame window, it's fine.
How long did it take you to learn how to stutter like that?
I mean, to that level, where you can go, a long distance without the enemy moving once, probably multiple years. You slowly get less bad at it,
Have you gotten to the point where you're ready to put that on your resume yet?
Oh, it's already there.
Perfect.
Right next to can move a jar of fly honey without being able to read. And this, I think, is kind of an underrated safety save if you're in a situation where you're doing safety saves. It saves you from having to go through that awful cave again. And you don't even need to, reload, from your save menu. You can just continue, and there's free heals in this town. Yeah, fine. I didn't want to. I don't like when I can't see the enemy, because then I can't see whether it's moving and whether I need to adjust my rhythm. I don't like when my sprite is blocking it. So we got it. Not making it all that easy on me, but we're getting through. Okay, good. Because this area is half of why you'd want a safety save. You can absolutely just get pincered here. And get stuff on either side of you.
It's time for a game changer!
Yeah. Yeah, he kind of looks like that, yeah.
He does.
And now we sit for 3 minutes, because yes, in a glitchless speedrun, there is no way to skip this. Which is nice, you can take a bathroom break, things of that nature. If we hadn't already just taken one.
So this is one of a few points in the game where the game expects you to just do nothing.
Yes. Allegedly, according to the game's creator, it was specifically 3 minutes so you could make instant noodles in that amount of time.
Fantastic.
There's a lot of things you can do in 3 minutes. I guess that's one of them, sure.
Which, if you can manage to time, your water finishes boiling right when this waterfall starts, that's on the level of, that guy who put on that scene in Spider-Man where he says pizza time and timed it right when New Year's happened. That's that kind of timing.
See, I wouldn't chance it. I would just go stick an Uncrustable in the microwave and be back way before time ended. God, I want an Uncrustable. How dare you?
I've never had one of those, but I've looked at them. I've looked at how it's shaped and said, is that not a crust? I don't know, but I'm no doctor.
What is an Uncrustable?
I promise you have had an Oh my gosh, we're breaking new ground here. Okay, imagine you take a perfectly good peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and you just cut out the middle of it and crimp it together. That's literally it. They remove the crust and make it a circle. So yes, you have had an Uncrustable, just, in the middle of a larger sandwich.
Because I guess I could be pedantic about it and say, like, it's crust in the same way a pie crust is crust, but it's not bread crust,
Correct. Also, shout out to the absolute mad person who eats their Uncrustables frozen, apparently. That's commitment. That is, I need a peanut butter and jelly sandwich right this second, and I don't care how hard I have to chew.
Yeah, that's just you ran out of time, is what that is. There's some debate, by the way, over whether that rock at the top of the waterfall looks more like a duck or a cowboy hat.
I'm going cowboy hat. Maybe that's my Texas bias showing.
Yeah.
I think it's
the asymmetry makes me think duck. Like the more grass on one side. That's a beak, I guess.
Yeah.
And we should be nearing the end of 3 minutes.
Apparently, Uncrustables are available in my country. I've never seen them.
Listen, you're not actually missing anything.
I'm sure I'm not.
You can do the same thing at home, make a peanut butter jelly sandwich for yourself, cut out a large circle, crimp it together, then stick it in the freezer, and then wait for it to thaw. Enjoy. Thank you, Smuckers.
Ooh. I got an item drop. The problem is if I don't use it soon, I'm going to get very confused and lose track of things, so...
Do you have any idea what it is?
It's a PSI caramel. It's a 1 in 64 drop. I'm hoping because I ate a skip sandwich, and I'm hoping we have enough to get past the rest of this, because there are still more enemies here. Yeah, no, we have to take more fights. No getting around that. But we're that much safer because of all the levels that Paula missed from dying on that last boss fight. Oh no. Oh, whatever that is, I don't want it. That's fine. Why is that not a green swirl? I don't think... Have we even seen anything be a green swirl in this run?
I don't think so, no.
No. Because it not only gets you a preemptive attack, but assuming it's an enemy you have any chance of running from at all, it guarantees you can run first turn. So it's nice, but we've never seen one. It changes the instant win calculation, so there's cases where you can instant win with a green swirl where you can't without. It changes which stats it checks for. Ugh, okay.
Good move.
So it should be this, right? There we go. Now we got rid of it. We have much for bottle rockets. We have 1. And it missed.
Naturally. Thank you, Jeff.
We're just gonna keep spamming freeze. There we go. More encounters than I would have liked, but once we got past that area with the big ladder, it was pretty okay. Wait. Do I have an extra item? Uh-oh.
Oh.
There's something after the teddy bear that's confusing me. Oh, this is no good. Yeah, we're taking this fight. There's no choice. Thankfully, Paula didn't get hit, because she's my source of damage here. Yeah, I'm just gonna use this cave. There's still spawns. Please, can there stop being frogs?
I don't know why you're hating on the Happy Frog. He just wants to be a part of the show.
He hits me in the face if I fight him is why.
I'm pretty sure he just wants to be here to sing, "Hello, my baby, hello, my darling, hello, my ragtime gal."
Yeah. The correct number of skip sandwiches, I can see that much. Because I don't see multiple of something.
Are you a with or without mayo on your skip sandwich kind of gal?
Well, see, I've been assuming that a skip sandwich has Skippy in it, and so I would hope I wouldn't put mayonnaise in that.
You've never had a peanut butter and mayo sandwich?
No, but to be fair, that sounds like something I would do. Just because I'm a fan of, you know, monstrous food.
Coming soon to a grocery store near you, peanut butter and mayo Uncrustables.
Unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised if that exists already.
No, I wouldn't either.
Crustable flavors.
Because I'm a sucker for any time they do food that tastes like other food. Like if they just do, we made an Oreo that's also an apple crumble. I'll be like, yeah, sure. I'll see what this is about.
Yeah, those Oreo Reese's crossovers, those were fire though.
Right.
However, I did also just become recently aware that apparently poutine pizza is a thing.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Up in Canada.
Ugh.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know if they still do, but at one point Pizza Hut had that.
Ugh. Get your poutine off my pizza.
Listen, I like me some pizza, I like me some poutine, but I've never considered making a pizza with gravy as a sauce.
I don't know that I'd recommend it, but it was fine. I've had it. I'm not like, oh, you need to try this. This is the greatest combination since chocolate and peanut butter. It's not, but it's fine.
As far as I can tell, we are blessed with not having a mayo Uncrustable.
Well, it's time to take a new product to market then.
I saved wrong. There we go.
How would you save wrong?
With great difficulty.
Apparently.
Yeah, I have an extra item. I think an enemy dropped one and I didn't notice. At some point, I'm gonna have to figure that out.
Hopefully it doesn't come down to the nuclear option.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a very twisted part of me that hopes it does, but...
Yeah, bridge, by the way.
Bridge.
So I'm realizing, like, it's if anything, it's more likely I'll run into that situation here because I'm yapping more than I would on my own stream. So there's that problem. Because yeah, I have a teddy bear, which means... Oh, no, I have the refreshing herb still, that's why. No, we're good.
And now the mystery is gone.
Yeah. I forgot no one got sick on the Master Belch fight, and I have a teddy bear. This makes sense now. There's an entire Runaway 5 show that the speedrun never sees, because it's completely optional. We'd have to go into the theater, all the way backstage, and then back out. And there's a whole show.
Yeah, and it's a good one that you miss. It's the one where they perform with the flea market Montgomery guy.
Yeah. It may or may not be just like a mini mall. On stage, they have dinettes. Oh, yeah.
I'm living for the approximately 5% of people in chat that understand this reference.
Look, just because it's like a 2-decade-old meme.
Burned into my brain forever.
Very glad I still have a refreshing herb, because there is a spot where a snake can just spawn on top of me coming out of a ladder, so I'm less afraid of that now. Because we have no other way of dealing with poison in this game, because we are too underleveled to have healing beta until the very end of this cave. Or further along, depending on how well your run goes.
I mean, just don't get any spawns and it's not a problem. I don't see what the
Just
big
don't
deal
take
is.
fights. Simply do not.
Right. This game would be a lot easier if you just didn't fight anything. Except for, like, this guy.
Right.
He's fine.
There goes the teddy bear. It is nice that, you know, the amount of EXP and money you get just from bosses is sufficient in this game for the most part. There's not much of a need to just constantly grind. Okay, no snakes. We're good. You know, with the exception of the grind right before Titanic Ant, otherwise bosses are sufficient. Of course, there's another snake. I should be able to despawn. Well, but there's another one. Because of course there is.
Another one.
There we go. I was taking a risk there insofar as I was risking something tedious where I had to keep going back and forth with that stutter step. Like, I believe in myself enough to not get in a fight, but it just could have taken a while. Also, I'm pulling this mole toward me so that I can't get spawns underneath me on the way back.
Yeah, but he's got a present up there. Don't you want a present?
No! No, he can keep it.
But, I mean, it could be anything. It could even be a boat.
And thankfully, we took enough encounters that even though Paula was dead on the minibar fight, she has enough HP that she's safe on these remaining mole fights. Because what can happen, especially with the slower text in the localized version of this game, is Paula takes mortal damage, she freezes the mole, she gets a 1 in 4 solidify, which creates extra text, and then you just don't have enough time to heal her. And there's not much you can do. But we're not at risk of that.
Like I said, that phrase is becoming a theme in this run. I'm starting to wonder what you actually can do.
That wasn't quite the death pattern because she didn't solidify it. But either way, she had enough HP that we were fine.
Oh, that's a lot of somethings up there.
Oh, don't want that guy.
That's a lot of somethings down there, too.
The ant is fine. I can get around that. I don't want that other guy. That's okay, I guess. There could be 2 of them. 2 of them. That shield won't do you any good. Good, yeah. Those ants were far enough over that they were gone on the way back. And 1 more mole.
Oh.
This is the worst one to get to just because of the amount of frequent spawn plates. That one below me is a 70% spawn, and there's 3 more of them after. Another one.
3 more 70% plates?
Yes.
Good lord.
So if you ever have a run where you just get all of them empty, buy a lottery ticket, I guess. I don't... Not real advice, but you know.
I'll look for it on Kalshi next time you speedrun.
That one we got first try.
Nicely done.
Yeah, okay. I was overthinking my inventory. It's actually fine.
Well done on Mole Cave.
Yeah. I wouldn't put that, you know, in terms of scariness, I wouldn't put that on the level of, like, Threed Cave, because the things that can go wrong that are completely out of your control are less likely. However, they are so punishing if they do go wrong. So, you know, a little sigh of relief on that one. Usually in PB attempts, I skip healing here. But a couple boss fights from now, I can bail myself out of a bad situation if I have this extra heal. bridge, by the way.
Where?
Here it is.
How about that?
This bridge has become something of a meme on my channel because I have a chat regular who works as an engineer and would be like, look at that nice bridge, check that out. And so now it's just, there it is in chat, it's an emote I have.
I was gonna say, I do believe they are here.
Yeah.
And hitting us with the glorious bridge emote.
Now we finally do get to watch a Runaway 5 show. It's a different one from the one we missed, but it's also good.
I mean, it's just the second half of a matinee. Their energy levels are a little bit lower, but it's fine, I guess.
Remember, there's a speedrun category that gets all the photo spots in this game and does a lot of sequence breaking, but it has to do all of Mole Cave and hand over this diamond because it's the only way to get into the department store for the photo there. Again, Pavlovian response. Be right back.
Years and years and years of just training your body for this exact moment.
It's the muscle memory. Nothing you can do about it.
Which is a shame, because I feel like she would genuinely enjoy this show more by Family Force 5 if she was just here more often. She buys the ticket, sits in the back, and then she just runs off to the restroom.
Look, she's just got to support the cause.
It's roughly the equivalent of buying a ticket to a sporting event and only sitting in your seat during intermission.
Well, I mean, that's when everybody else gets up, so you have to sit during the intermission, right?
I mean, if you know what's good for you, absolutely. I don't want to fight those bathroom lines, do you?
No.
That's a nice thing about the turbo controller, is I can run off that much sooner, even when there's a text box coming up. And now we buy just so many explosives. Literally every single slot that can be filled in the inventory will be full of explosives.
Now we're talking.
Aren't we 10? Why are we selling dynamite to 10-year-olds?
Don't worry about it. I figure it's the Phineas and Ferb thing. Aren't you a little young to be buying explosives? Yes, I am.
Okay. Listen, I grew up in Florida in the 90s, so a 10-year-old buying explosive, not that uncommon.
Sure.
How is Florida still on the map?
I ask myself that question every day, and it's usually followed by a phone call to my family. Have you left yet? Will you please leave? Eventually, you're just going to sink into the sea.
At least in this version of the game, this sequence is over faster because the text is so fast. So not as long of a tedious shopping sequence. But that is one of the more common complaints about this game, is that you can only buy items one at a time. Even if you're buying 6 of the same item.
Yeah, It's a little on the frustrating side. Granted, there are modern games that don't have the option to sell multiple items at a time, so, like, I guess we've learned nothing.
We truly have not.
Absolutely going to be saving here. The top floor of this department store is kind of a coin toss, but thankfully, dying here does not lose that much time, provided we save, and we did. So it's not the thing I'm most afraid of. If your PB is low enough that you're not saving here, this part's a complete run killer. Because recovering from this without a save is awful.
Nice joke.
That floor is not the concerning part. Unless it's just positioned somewhere abnormally terrible, that part's usually fine. There's a very small chance that on that floor they're just on top of you coming out of the escalator, but usually it's fine.
Well, that just seems unfair right there.
Or maybe fine. Okay, we're good. The scary thing is he can put you to sleep. Which is what I don't want. But he didn't, we're fine. Alright, we got through first try.
It's a relatively painless department store. We love to see it.
Yeah. Because if you get a fight with 3 enemies, particularly with the one that could put you to sleep for an unknown number of turns, that's usually when you die. Because if you can't reliably end the fight in 1 round, then it's a bad time.
The deadliest enemies in the game: a guitar, a record, and a cup of coffee.
Now we are advancing the plot more. Talking to this lady, so that a commotion starts outside. Oh, would you look at that?
10-year-old buys explosives, defeats a large green creature, and then enters a bar unhindered. This game is Florida, isn't it?
And Jeff was still hanging on to the gun he grabbed from a locker all the way back in Winters, so that he could hand it to Pigpen there. All this time later. It's like recycling, as Chad said. That's unfortunate. But I had an extra super bomb because Jeff didn't use any in the department store. We only fought 1 enemy on the top floor. Oh! Oh, thank you.
Almost went very poorly very quickly.
There we go. For the rest of Moonside, there's some pretty reliable spawn skips, so we should be fine. And just, pathing that avoids things. As long as you can get out that door. There's a guy in my way. See, the problem is, if I might get spawns going this way. Okay, we're good. I would rather he have been not standing where he was.
low-key the most difficult area in the game to navigate if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, on a first-time playthrough especially, because there's just invisible walls everywhere.
Yeah, I'm
And
pretty
there's,
sure
you know-
I have my chat help me figure out, or tell me just blatantly, go talk to this person.
Yeah, there's a mechanic of, like, there's some people you have to say no to, and they ask you a yes or no prompt. You have to talk to specific NPCs, or you just get warped in a circle. Things like that. It's a thing I forget now that I've, been playing this long enough, and I just know how to progress it. I forget how tricky it is at first.
Unintuitive is the word I would use.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of, you're sort of supposed to just talk to everyone and get lost because it's a game where you're supposed to just, unlock all the funny dialogue. That's the worst thing he can do. Yep.
Oof.
Oh, we're in trouble.
Lord.
Okay.
There we go.
Oof.
That got a little spicy.
The odds of him doing paralysis twice are incredibly low. It's one of many moves he can do. He can only do it on odd-numbered turns, and he kept doing it to the person that deals the most damage. So that was a little cursed. I'm mildly worried about how many bombs we have left, but there's ways I can work around that.
Like buying more.
I could. I might. Theoretically, this should be enough. It's just if I get the worst damage rolls I've ever seen in my life, it won't be. And again, if there's anywhere that would happen, it would be at an event like this.
I'm telling you, the game knows.
Yeah, having no bottle rocket damage on that fight really dragged things out, but we made it. And now we're going to the Monkey Cave, which you would think would be one of the hardest places to deal with. Not being able to read the text and all. Really what's hard about it is not over-mashing the dialogue because it moves so fast. Because otherwise, I mean, things are in consistent spots. Not that bad. It's fine.
Sure, it's fine. I know everything that's happening right now.
Because we've been collecting items throughout the run to hand to these monkeys, so we don't have to, move around as much in this cave.
Which is good, because this can be another confusing area to navigate.
Right.
As if I recall correctly, most of the items that the monkeys require are somewhere else in the cave, with like one exception.
It's everything outside of the first room. The two items there, because that's the first room. But you can get them in the shop right outside. And then everything else is in the cave.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's just that some of it involves a lot of backtracking. So it's faster to just have a lot of them already. Like, Jeff starts the game with a ruler, so we just hang on to that. Which I apparently used already. I don't remember doing that, but I must have, because I have the right key item. So at some point when I was on autopilot. And that's the monkey cave.
Like a pro.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go into the department store and buy a couple more bombs. Were this a PB attempt, I would just risk it. I might even... You can buy, like, regular bombs from the guy outside, and I could maybe buy a couple of those, but it still might not be enough. So, yeah, I'll do it.
For the sake of safety, it's a good idea.
Yeah. But also, enough things have gone well that I'm not, like, worried about estimate from making an extra shopping trip. So, you know, let's do it. One thing that's going to be kind of funny is at some point, it's normally at the 2-hour mark, where you get a call from Ness's dad. And in the speedrun, it's kind of a nice benchmark. It's like, you know, it's an indicator of the type of pace you're on, is when that call comes in and how far in the game you are. We took a break in this run, so it's going to come in at a weird time, and I don't know when that's going to be.
You're right.
So, yeah. So it's probably going to catch me off guard a bit. But we'll cross that bridge.
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 Thank you for getting on board with this.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm here for, I think.
Thankfully not too out of the way, at least to get to the store, but I do have to go all the way up this escalator. And also, thankfully, the lights won't go out a second time.
I would have some serious questions about their power grid if it did.
We need to get a generator or something, right?
For real.
Alright, now even if I have the worst clumsy robot fight I've ever had, we still have enough. Because Clumsy Robot has such an enormous speed stat that you can't use bottle rockets on him, they'll just miss. Otherwise, that would be a good source of damage. You can't. He also has a psychic shield, so you can't do that either. Casually, we would have more, you know, offensive equipment, so it would be more viable to just bash him a while. But we can't really do that. We'd hit him for like 1 damage. Because the speedrun doesn't buy that much stuff.
And everybody say it with me, there's not much you can do.
So we're gonna skip, hopefully 4 enemies here. One of them is complete RNG and not up to me at all. So we're gonna hope that we get all 4 here.
Have you tried asking nicely?
I think I might in song form. I wrote this, by the way. Please don't put a robot in front of the door. Ugh, we snuck in anyway. It was trying to prevent me. And that one is like, it's sub-pixely and it moves sometimes a different amount, so that one is also failable, but it's less RNG, the third one. But we got all 4.
4 for 4, let's go.
This. I got confused because I bought so many extra items. Not bad. All right, not too bad. So, as it turns out, we did enough damage that we could have gotten away with not making that shopping trip, but how were we to know?
Family Force 5 to the rescue. That's why they're goated.
This is a spot where you can hard lock the game, by the way. We didn't, thankfully, but if you talk to him and sort of interrupt him before he just says, like, stop, don't move any further, and you just talk to him real fast like that, if you're standing too far to the right and the door that he unlocks over on the left isn't spawned in, then, yeah, the game just doesn't advance. You hear the sound effect of the door trying to open just forever.
How many times have you run into this?
It happened to me once when I was trying to learn the run, because I didn't read enough of the guide. And since then, I've known not to make that mistake. This sound here. You'll just hear that forever. Just a grinding noise.
You've had some runs in what I will call very memorable ways, but very bonkers. Do you have any that stick out in your mind?
Yes. But it's at a part of the game that hasn't come up yet, and I'm afraid of cursing it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it looks like we spent about a minute doing an extra shopping trip, which, given the pace we're on, is fine. And given the consequences if we had died from not doing that. I'm thinking, because there's a set of cutscenes coming up, and we took like a half dozen minutes of break, so I'm thinking it might be during this next sequence, like the bus ride or the trip on the Skyrunner to Winters. It might be at some point after that, when the dad call comes in. Trying to do the math on it, I'm not sure.
Drop it in the chat. When do y'all think dad call's coming?
Yeah.
I can't actually give you a payout for being right, but you will get my respect.
Usually in this version of the game, with the text being as fast as it is, I would get the call at least in Dalam, if not after. Hopefully after. But that's not where we're going to get it here. For multiple reasons. But there's sort of a walking simulator section of this run that's interrupted by a couple boss fights that we're starting here. We get in some vehicles every now and then, so I guess this part isn't walking.
You don't know. He could be walking up and down that bus for the entire trip.
That's true. I would advise against it, and I would advise wearing a seatbelt, but you could.
I mean, it's a 10-year-old kid. I mean, didn't you act up on buses at some point in time?
Uh-huh.
The real question is, did anybody else have such little concern for their health and safety that they slept on the floor of a bus during a long trip?
Oh. I can't say I have.
On the floor? No.
Yeah. Look, in hindsight, it was a very poor decision.
I feel like it could be soon. Like, I feel like we're getting a phone call.
Go right ahead. I've already opened
There it is. So the answer was during this bus ride.
Why on the floor
Sorry,
instead of on the seat?
Because it was a full bus, and on the floor you can stretch out and actually lay down properly.
And people were okay with you sleeping underneath their legs?
Oh no, like in the middle of the hallway, which I'm digging myself a deeper hole here, aren't I?
Okay. Yeah. Yes, you are. Okay. At least I understand now.
And now we do more walking.
Keep walking. Let's see how many 90s kids I trigger with that phrase right there. Again, it's going to be a very particular subset of people, but somebody out there is going to understand it.
And we check out the spaceship. The tiny optimization. I try to get Jeff as close to it as possible because he's the one who walks toward the Skyrunner. So I guess, because we're nearing the top of an hour again,
Yeah.
we could come to a stop either before or after we fight this giant mushroom, and either would be fine.
Let's do after.
Okay.
Okay, there was one person in chat who gets my very niche reference, so thank you.
Yeah, I don't. I often do, but this one I don't.
I'll spoil it. It was VeggieTales.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
There's like a 1 in 8 I get a VeggieTales reference.
I don't usually bother, even in no reset scenarios, but I'll save here because I've already bought more explosives than I'd like to. I don't want to waste even more from taking a death here.
Understandable.
Because it's not the most punishing death. You respawn right back in this lab. And there's a free heal in that lab. It's just that you lose items, so it's, you might have to do more shopping later. And at least in this version of the game, setting up a save is faster, because text go fast. Oh, that's the best thing that could have happened. Paula went first and we solidified it.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, no, that's the best possible shroom fight. We didn't die. We didn't die after all. And yeah, maybe we stop right after collecting this melody.
Yep, sounds good to me.
Since we're standing in such a peaceful spot anyway. And 3, 2, 1, stop.
All right.
everybody. Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour or so where we can get up, stretch, get some water, anything you all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break, if you have missed out on any of our past GDQ Hotfix shows or any of our marathons, you can always go to youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick to check them out. And if you are watching this over on YouTube, consider liking, subscribing, and becoming a channel member to support GDQ. With all of that said, I'm going to take a quick break back with more of the run in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Gone Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Mother 3. We are in the middle of a Mother 2/Earthbound run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. That sanctuary, by the way, is of some interest because it is the reason why the RNG manipulated category couldn't manipulate the whole game without saving and resetting, which you're not allowed to do in a glitchless run. Something about the way it generates rain into that giant puddle affects the RNG forever until console power off.
Interesting.
What a weird... right.
By the way, the equipment glitch that is being talked about in chat is used in the photo percent run nowadays, so it is being put to use.
See, developers these days spend so much time trying to speedrun proof their games. And all you need is a little bit of rain, apparently.
Yeah. I think it's like you end up glitching, so you equip a bottle of water, which tricks it into thinking you have a really high speed stat. Just because of some strange pointer issue.
I mean, I do feel significantly faster when I'm holding a bottle of water, so I understand this.
Because
that may or may not be... It may or may not be because I have a small bladder and I just, you know, constantly...
Thank you for going exactly where I would have with that joke.
Listen, we're in the same room. We are sharing the same brain cell.
Yeah. I also know you and I have been on a road trip, so we both know that we have similarly sized bladders.
This
you know,
is
from
true.
all the stops that had to be made.
Sometimes at restrooms and sometimes not.
Yeah. Alright, we're about to do a very loud player name.
Tell me more.
Another little select button player 2 quirk, which is that there's a little flag down there that I was making flicker. Just for fun.
The real homies caught it.
There's a lot of differing routes for where to buy skip sandwiches and how many to buy. This is the route I do, and that means that it's better. No. I think there was a time where you could claim that this was the better route because a lot of the, like, you know, top 10 runs were doing it. But current world record does an older route, so who knows? Who knows what's faster at this point? I think it's kind of a preference thing. Basically, I'm only buying as much as I need for Pyramid and Dungeon Man, and the rest I'm buying in Winters. Later. Also, we teleported to get past an angry street sign. I guess that happened. That was noteworthy. You saw a lot of that in the first Mother game, teleporting to get past enemies, or in that case, preventing spawns at all. And it also comes up here. You can get jump scared in this game and teleport into an enemy that was off screen. So there's also that risk.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, because if for some reason, while you're teleporting, the enemies won't move, but it's still rolling to check for spawn plates in the area that you're teleporting toward, which is very mean.
That's... what?
Yeah. Hopefully we never need this cup of life noodles because no one will ever die.
Not the way you're playing.
Well, you know.
Ignore the people that have died leading up to this point. That didn't happen.
I think just Paula that one time. I think that was the only one.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. Which didn't end up affecting much of anything. It might have if it happened sooner in that boss fight, but it didn't. We're just sitting still so that a scary ghost can tell us to remove our limbs. It's fine. See, we're doing fine.
I feel like by this point in the game, you're probably used to all the weird stuff that happens, so this just doesn't surprise you.
Yeah. This game's trickery, you're used to it by now. If you're playing this game for the first time and you don't know, and you say, "No, I would not like you to take my arms," you have to start this whole sequence over. You have to go back to the throne room, talk to an NPC, and then go back all the way back up that rope. Until you do it correctly and say yes to
it.
it.
In the background.
Yeah. Now we're going to have all the party members we will ever have. But at one point, we're going to temporarily lose one of them again, because the game loves doing that too. So I really need to remember to save before I get on the boat to the Kraken fight.
Why? The Kraken is a perfectly safe fight. I don't know what you're worried about.
It is, in terms of likelihood, it's not the scariest, but, you know, there's stuff that can happen.
Alright, maybe it's gone wrong once or twice.
Uh-huh. A little bit of over-mashing there. And there's a 50% drop we can get from this enemy, and if we get it, it will make the Kraken fight safer. So hopefully we do. I have so many bottle rockets.
You say this like it's a bad thing.
It's a slight burden. We didn't get it.
Are you worried he's going to become over-encumbered?
He can only lift so many things, the poor kid. I mean, it's because he couldn't use any in Moonside. That's why he has so many. know, the mummy wrap that can drop from that enemy is helpful because it will solidify the Kraken. So especially if Paula goes first, it makes the fight kind of free. But we didn't get it. Now we are saving. There's a slight chance the mummy wrap can miss, so there's also that. It can backfire. Seems we still have enough money despite buying 2 extra bombs, so that's good. Buying a couple items.
You're not even gonna need to use a single bomb on the Kraken.
Jeff's somehow gonna roll for 2,000. I don't... The biggest damage roll that anyone's seen that no one thought was possible.
No, Kraken's just gonna be intimidated. Run away.
Right. So afraid of the shoe that was thrown at him. I'm afraid now because like a couple weeks ago I accidentally left like the turbo A switch on this controller when this fight started, and it made things worse. So not doing that.
In what world is going faster worse for you? Just not making any sense right now.
Just, you know, using 0 explosives and just doing a bunch of bashing first turn on this fight. Not the best.
You are literally attempting to speedrun a game. Why would you not embrace something called turbo?
Uh-huh. This thing. Well, I wish he wouldn't. Well, we lived.
All good in the hood.
I'm confused, but did I select an item that wasn't a bomb at one point? It seemed like only 3 explosives happened and some other bit of wait, is Ness homesick? Is that what it is?
Non-zero chance that that's true, yes.
Because we're gonna have to deal with that if that's the case. Because I'm pretty sure I selected a super bomb, which doesn't have a miss chance. So, unless I didn't menu what I think I did, that's the only other possibility.
Well, if it helps you at all, I can't read Japanese, so...
Right.
Right. And
Yup, he's homesick.
for the nothing that you know of Japanese, I know even less.
I only know because there is something written in that status screen that would otherwise be blank, so... Okay. Oh, you have to call her twice, because the first time she just tells you about Escargot Express and how great it is.
I don't know how I feel about fast food escargot, but okay.
So I'm amazed. Like, we must have done massive damage rolls that we lived through that fight with Ness sitting it out. That's incredible. But of course that would happen during a hotfix run. So you can skip this photo by teleporting, but there is a subpixel that can rob you of this skip for no good reason.
Sure, blame the subpixel.
It is.
It's always a subpixel.
That is too close to me. Get that out of here. Because even if I do a stutter step with a flawless rhythm, I can just start it on the wrong frame. So I don't want to do it when the enemy is directly in front of the door like that.
Ooh, that was close.
It always seems close. That's one of the more reliable enemy skips in this pyramid. There are some that are less so. It's also nice that the enemies in this pyramid don't tend to be that deadly. It's just a waste of time to take more fights. It's only if you took every possible fight you might start running out of resources, but otherwise it's not too bad. That's unfortunate. There was a 50% chance we would land a paralysis on that hieroglyph, and we didn't. So now I have to hypnotize it. Yeah, not deadly, just a waste of time. It's fine. Really, the only one I need alive, like after this point, is Ness, because he's the one, you know, putting status effects on enemies so we can run away from them. I guess I haven't explained, if an enemy is like paralyzed or hypnotized, you can guaranteed run away from it. It stops checking the enemy's speed and how many turns it's been and things like that.
Sounds quite useful. I wish I had known about that.
Ooh, that's lucky. I'll have to take a fight on the way back. Please get in.
Let me guess, more subpixels?
Surprised this wasn't a green swirl. Didn't matter. It is such a shame we had to cure homesickness on the way in here, because otherwise this pyramid would be going very fast. It's in a weird spot, because Ness has more bombs than usual. Thankfully, it doesn't affect too much for him to have that extra bomb. He's gonna be carrying a bunch of them later anyway. Just makes a couple key items in this spot in a different location. Not too hard to adapt to.
Stack up on all the bombs and just become an unstoppable force the rest of the way.
Yeah, that would have been an incredibly fast segment if I didn't have to make 2 phone calls. That was the only thing that dragged that down. But that is not an area you want to be homesick for, because you are very much relying on Ness.
So is that homesick?
For no adequate reason.
Sorry?
Is that homesickness just like a random effect that can happen after a certain amount of time? Or like, is it just because of the breaks and stuff that it's routed weird?
Hold on. Oh my god. No, it checks for it on each encounter, and it changes between like a 1 in 256 and a 1 in 128. depending on the level Ness is at.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not time-based, it's per encounter that it rolls. But it's also, you're not that likely to see it in the speedrun, because at the beginning of the game, he can't get it until he reaches a certain level. And then every time you take like a sanctuary heal or like leaving that pyramid, there's a lot of places that do full heals that would also get rid of homesickness. So there's times where we maybe get it in this run and don't even notice because Ness just happened to not miss a turn before you get healed. Okay. I've been getting jump scared a couple times, but we've been staying out of fights. Oh my god. Or there's a couple weird ones, like the hospital in Saturn Valley heals homesickness. I think a lot of people, and it's because of like some in-game text, people who play this game casually think that you prevent homesickness by just continually calling Ness's mom, and it kicks in if you haven't done it in long enough. But no, like that heals it, but it doesn't prevent it to call her. I hope those don't get any closer.
Nah, that's fine.
Okay, we saved, so we take a death, we just reload the save.
Also, your run is cursed because you have $666. I hope you're happy with yourself.
Yeah, fairly. Oh my god, oh my god.
Whoop.
Nah, I can't get out of this. Oof, I wish this wasn't this many UFOs. We might be reloading that save. Wow.
Listen, I literally just tried to tell you it's the money in your bank account. I don't know what else I can do for you.
That one's not paralyzed. The problem is these UFOs have an enormous speed stat. There we go. So this is the only good way of dealing with them, at least with how under-leveled we are in this run.
Nicely done.
Yeah, the problem is I have to get through the rest of this with just Ness now. Which is,
It's doable.
So yeah, we're not out of the woods here.
It's not comfortable, but it's doable.
Really hoping I can catch the enemy leg off screen before it's too late.
Oh!
Okay, the record's not too bad. Doesn't just spam fire every turn, and it has a fairly low speed stat. I should be able to run. There we go. Make it out of this room, we're fine. There, we're good. There is a scary enemy in this room, but it's a low spawn rate, and also you can reliably hypnotize it. The present enemies aren't as bad if Paula's alive, but as you can see, she is not.
She's with us in spirit.
Because then you can immediately neutralize the coffee cup. It gets one shot by freeze beta, and that's the thing you don't want in the fight. As long as we go the correct way out of here, we're fine. I have too many bottle rockets. There we go. There is a free heal up here. I have to hope there's not enemies blocking it. There isn't. Good.
Perfect.
There are enemies that avoid you at least, but they would still be annoying. There we go.
Way to recover that.
Yeah, we would have been dead in Earthbound, by the way. Just because of how long it took for Ness to life himself up. That wouldn't have gone off in time with English text. So, like I said, aside from my illiteracy, this version of the game is more marathon safe. There's a couple of large shopping trips in close proximity here. First this one where I buy just so many bottle rockets. Which is how we're going to deal with nearly every boss going forward, is just continually lob multi-bottle rockets at it.
Hence why you took $20,000 out of your bank account.
Yes. Also, one of the reasons why it's a good idea to save during that Dungeon Man segment, if I lose half of this money from taking a death, it kind of messes things up. Not unrecoverable, but it's not great.
Certainly would cause a little bit more than a small delay.
Uh-huh. Do I have enough for the number of super bombs I need? Yeah, we're good. Took the scenic route through the inventory on that one. Here we're not only avoiding enemies, but through the deeper areas of this swamp, this is also just the fastest way to move. Oh my god, that is right in front of me. Yeesh.
One in front, one behind.
And sort of a rite of passage in running this game is at some point you'll accidentally teleport out of this area. It'll just, you know, you get a little bit too good at teleporting, and then it happens. I don't want that. I don't want that.
Good job.
Why, thank you. Yeah, that went pretty well. One little jump scare. Answer the track question. Yeah, ideally I'm bonking into the same places each time. I mean, there's some runner preference as to which spot you choose to bonk in. But also, if I get an enemy that just interrupts my teleport, then that affects things. That affects my pathing.
I feel like this is spot. Oh no!
I was trying to go the other way. Okay. That was the most fish. That was all of the fish. I didn't care for that. Is it better now? Okay. You know, to answer another chat question, yeah, I memorized the menus and I cannot read this. That's always a really satisfying menu. Get this, drop this, get this. We buy a whole lot of sandwiches. Also, a nice thing is, like, if I forget which item is the skip sandwich, I can just look at the price. I sometimes mix it up a little because it's in a different spot in the shop in Summers than it is here. So it's good that I have that fallback. All the sandwiches we should ever need.
Thank goodness, I'm sick of meal prepping.
Grab this needle. We did. Well, you're sick of Uncrustables?
Yes, actually.
Okay. I'd imagine, especially if, like, most of your stuff is packed, there's probably a lot of those.
That's correct. My refrigerator and my freezer are empty because, again, mover's coming tomorrow morning, except for a single box of Uncrustables.
Yeah, that makes sense. Here he is again.
We love the little dopey creature.
We love one of these creatures. I don't know about the monkey.
What'd the monkey ever do to you?
Kill my runs?
Speedrun.
Yeah.
Listen, I think you need to find some forgiveness in your heart for the monkey. Its heart is in the right place, okay?
Is it?
This sounds like a VeggieTales lesson. I don't know about this.
Listen, you know what? You got me.
There's a couple of spawn skips here. I start off moving diagonally. That skips a 100% spawn right below me. I do the same thing when I'm here as Jeff. There's a goat spawn right underneath here otherwise as solo Jeff. Here it's a scary diamond, and then another one here. Taking this path. Hopefully I wasn't too low there. Yeah, we're good.
Very precise and very successful.
Yeah. Another spot where you have to be on like the highest possible pixel or it won't work, which, I mean, it just means you're teleporting past some spawns. But it's not ideal. Also, there's a recurring theme toward the end of this run of enemies that are avoiding you and yet still get in your way. Either because they miss the memo and their movement pattern is as though they're still moving into you, like these bats. Or just something that's right at a choke point and blocks your entire path. Because it's trying to move away from you, but it can't fit. And this comes up a few times.
Goodness gracious, this cave is overburdened with all the enemies, too.
Right.
Not making it any easier for you.
Actually know that I had to do that teleport, but why not?
Real nerd question. The name of this lab being Labo, was that a direct inspiration for the Nintendo Labo that came out for the Switch?
I don't know enough to know if that's just like a Japan thing. I really don't know. I do not know. On an enemy to despawn itself. It didn't. What can happen is it spawns too high to begin with, and that despawn doesn't work, so we'll try it again. Because I'd really rather it not be there. There we go. And also, yes, that statue is not an eraser in this version of the game.
So how can you effectively manage to juke out enemies that teleport to where you're going to be?
I mean, you have some idea of where they're going to teleport to. Like, it's sort of predictable. Sometimes it's hard, you know, to get the timing of when it's going to start the teleport just based on, like, how long it takes to path over to the enemy. But, yeah, it's pretty predictable otherwise. There are enemies on either side. If one of these sides would clear up, that's good enough. There we go. Because for these first few rooms, it's a lot better to just not take fights, even if they're green swirls. It's a lot faster to just despawn on average. And if you take a fight that isn't a green swirl, these enemies sure will kill people.
Can confirm.
I don't. Those are in bad spots. All of those. I say on average because there's always a chance that the spawns are so bad that the despawns just take forever. But on average, this is faster. Once we finally got into the room, this wasn't too bad. But also, yeah, you can reliably green swirl starmen if you're either in front of or beside them. You can't be above it. And if it's not in the middle of its teleport. I should have seen that coming. Didn't matter, we got away.
Good run.
I hope I can get to that Starman. I did, but it's not green.
That's not green somehow.
It might have been thinking that I was hitting the diamond instead, I'm not sure. Ah, see, I got the timing wrong on that. But at least we're not getting terribly deadly fights. The Starmen aren't too bad. See, the Starmen aren't too bad. The Starmen aren't too bad. Okay. I'd rather she not die. I don't need her for any fights coming up, but it's an inventory inconvenience if she dies. Alright, we're fine. Doing a little spawn skip here, so there shouldn't be too much to my right. Alright. Step right at the end. Little scary, but we got through. Fine. What? That's not where I thought that would go. I thought it would go to the left, but not that far. Okay. There we go. Finally, a Starman went according to plan. Too low. The enemies really don't like Paula.
Still getting away.
I'd really rather she live. I have to do some backtracking if she's dead at the end of this segment, because otherwise items land on the wrong people. And this room I especially don't want to take encounters because there is an Octobot that can steal my sandwiches, so I don't want it, even if we get away. Okay, there were just no spawns.
You bought like 40 sandwiches. Surely you can part with one of them.
Oh, you would think. Okay, that was a bit rough. More fights than I would have liked, and a lot of them were not green, but we got through.
Still got through. No deaths.
Jeff did his job, which is not guaranteed. He can low roll on that.
Fairly rare in my experience.
Yeah, with this fight, fairly rare. He only has 1400 HP. So usually you'll do more than that with a multi-bottle rocket. But kind of deadly if you don't. It's you know, you're panicking to recover at that point. Because that guy, he can do a Starstorm attack, he can call for help, he can do all kinds of mean things. Wasn't a spawn on top of me, that's good. And that spot's kind of funny. There's 2 different NPCs you can talk to at the end there that are considered valid. You can talk to Dr. Andonuts or Apple Kid, and either one is fine, and you get the story progression. But it's just funny to me because Apple Kid is the only one that actually tells you where to go, and yet for some reason they decided, oh no, that's optional. You can talk to either one of these two. But Andonuts has less text, so the speedrun talks to him even though he's less descriptive.
I think in my one and only playthrough of this game, I failed to talk to Apple Kid, and so I just spent the next hour or so wandering around trying to figure out what was next.
Yeah, and I think that's why it surprises me that it lets you do that. That it doesn't just... Because if you don't talk to either of them, it won't let you, like, use an exit mouse to get out of that place. So why they didn't limit that to just Apple Kid, I don't know. Case where I have to remember to move that item and have Paula use it or I'll get confused, because this shyness book gets swapped with the Tendakraut, the useless item that this guy gives you. And if that's on Ness, I'll get very confused. It's the only case I can think of where you get handed an item and rather than it just landing in the first empty spot, it gets swapped with an existing item. So whoever's holding it, they will get the Tendacrow. And I can't think of any other item in this game that works that way.
Is there actually no use for that item either?
There is for plot reasons, but it's not, it's skippable. You can buy extra equipment. It opens the cage in the Lost Underworld, where all the dinosaurs are. Ah! Ah! Another case where, I mean, these encounters hopefully wouldn't be that deadly, but it's on average faster to despawn them. Assuming the game isn't very mean with spawns.
That's a pretty massive assumption considering the source.
Yeah. One guy. One guy. This is also like, it's not reliable to feel enemy lag because there's stuff like top left off screen in other areas of this dungeon that I'm feeling spawns in. That aren't relevant to me.
At least not yet.
Not yet. Oh. Okay, that spot is kind of notorious, just for its potential to pincer you with, you know, conducting spirits on either side of you. But we got through.
Definitely it'll let you through the next one.
Yeah, like at least I don't have the potential to get stuck as much. Just I'll be spending longer despawning. And hopefully there's either nothing up here or we can green swirl. Okay, that was one of the things I wanted. Now, the rest of this room is guaranteed empty, because I can do 2 spawn skips in a row, the first of which only works in Mother 2 for some reason. This, and I keep a really high path here, and there's no other spawns. A bit careful there. If I drop that, it just kind of kills the run. Because that is the rabbit's foot. It increases Jeff's speed stat, and it is the reason why we can do so much damage on the bosses going forward. Notice how he just hit for like 1,000 more damage than he was doing on Starman Deluxe? Yep. Yeah, that's why. And once we fall down the hole into Lost Underworld, I'm going to save. I have to teleport out of here anyway because it's faster to teleport from Lost Underworld back into Lost Underworld because it's closer to where you're going than where you fall down this hole. So I use this as a chance to grab an exit mouse from Onet because I have to teleport anyway. But while I'm doing this, I'm going to save. For 2 reasons. One is in case we die in this next dungeon, because it's scary, there's fire in it. The other reason is there's a very rare crash that can happen, where we teleport back into Lost Underworld, and we teleport into an enemy. That enemy goes far enough off screen during the teleport animation that it despawns, and we basically fight nothing, and the game gets really confused. So, it's very rare. But again, if it would happen anywhere, it would happen here, so we're gonna save. And I'd technically be invalidating the run if I had to hard reset the console, but if that's the only way to continue, then, you know, so it is. So hopefully we don't have to use that.
Pop up once. It sounds massively inconvenient, too.
It's happened to me maybe thrice, which I've been running this game for like 6 years. So that's, you know, pretty uncommon. Gonna save. Hopefully we don't need it.
Nah, you got this. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
As that pantsless bobcat always says. Alright, are we good? We're good.
Yay!
No enemies at all.
But there are a bunch of dinosaurs!
This is a vital inventory thing. If I don't immediately move this item, it will throw me off. It's another important one to not drop. Look, there's a dinosaur right there. Girl. And you can just put lyrics over anything, really.
You can hear that song and many, many more.
On 5 CDs! Now that's what I call Bean Trade.
I don't love teleporting in this area because... I guess because of how dissimilar it is to every other part of the game because of how tiny we are. It's the glitchiest part of the game. And one of the things that can cause glitches is teleporting here, so I only do it if I have to. But yeah, I had to get past that enemy.
So you picked up 2 items in this area. It seemed like you went out of your way to do both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I presume they are very important.
Yeah, one of them is the C pendant, which is what's going to allow Paula to survive the entire Gygas fight. Because it just protects against any elemental attacks, any flash attacks, things of that nature. And the other one is the Cloak of Kings, which boosts Pooh's speed stat, which allows me to reliably run away from enemies without moving the rabbit's foot around, because the alternative is you put the rabbit's foot on Paula for run chance and then back onto Jeff for damage. It's a lot easier to just have an extra speed boosting item, so you can just leave it there. It just checks whatever the highest speed is among your party for run chance, so this is the easiest thing. Less moving stuff around. That's lucky. That's like 1 in 5 to be empty, so that's lucky to get that first try. Nice.
Love it.
Just happened to be moving that. This is amazing. To think we saved for nothing. I mean, I guess not for nothing, because that changed the RNG. The act of doing that, you know? So I guess we manipped it. Okay, thank God. This is the scariest fight, and we green swirled it, so we're good. You can end up in a bad situation there where everyone gets killed by fire except for Paula. Paula then gets paralyzed by one of the enemies, at which point you can't do much because she can't use like a cup of life noodles to bring anyone else back. She has no healing spells. So the only thing you can do is use Pray. Why is that red?
Ooh.
The only thing you can do to use Pray and hope that you get the 1 in 16 to revive everyone. Then you just have to keep spamming that. That's your only recovery at that point. So I'm glad we got that green. It's a little safer than normal. This second life up I'm about to do is optional. And Normally, you don't need it in case unless the worst things possible happen, and you know, yeah, we would have been fine.
What would have been the worst thing possible?
Jeff could get like paralyzed or killed by a flash attack, which I guess it's mostly the paralysis thing is the only case where the life up helps. Because then you have a chance to cure it before his HP rolls all the way down.
Incorrect. The worst thing possible would have been the game crashing.
Well, yeah.
Try again next time.
I'll take notes.
Good, because there's a quiz at the end of this.
Oh, good. And I think for a lot of casual playthroughs, that's the last melody you collect. But there's a few of them you can kind of come back to whenever you want. You don't have to do them immediately when they're available. And so we're about to do a few of those. Because it's easier and faster to do them when you're over-leveled. And you have access to multi-bottle rockets, more of the enemies avoid you in some spots. Just because you're over-leveled.
I inadvertently skipped a few for just because.
Yeah, just because you didn't know where they were, things like that.
Right.
This was probably one of them.
There's one in Foreside. I'm pretty sure I skipped the one in Foreside.
That's what we're doing.
Oh, okay, cool.
And I guess we're coming up at the 3-hour mark, so we can maybe stop after this Venus show.
Yep, sounds good to me.
It's around 3 minutes. Again, another theater show that we actually get to see in this speedrun. We must see it, unless glitches are being used.
I think this is the last show that we see, isn't it?
Yeah. There is.
Soak it in, everybody. You're never going to get this opportunity until you watch or play this game again.
Mm-hmm. Is my dancing helping?
I mean, it's got me in the groove. I know you can't see me on screen. I'm throwing it back over here.
Get this guy to dance. I know this is more just vague swaying, but it counts.
I'd still call that dancing.
Yeah.
Honestly, where I grew up, you need to tone it down a little bit because that may be a little bit too suggestive. You can't. Also, please cover your shoulders next time.
Okay, yeah. And I guess we're just going to be stopping in anticipation of the banana peel we're about to pick up. We're going to, just going to have to wait for it.
Gotta keep the people waiting.
So, 3, 2, 1, stop.
Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break. If you are looking to be more involved with the GDQ community, you can always join the official Games Done Quick Discord and add the Hotfix role to get updates on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more. You can use exclamation Discord in Twitch chat for an invite and for more information. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll be back with the rest of the run. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Mother 3. We are in the middle of a Mother 2 / Earthbound run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. And now, finally, we get
The
this
entire
banana.
audience has been waiting for this.
I know. Banana starved.
Everybody's poor potassium levels, my goodness. See, this is why we get up and stretch, otherwise y'all are going to be cramping up from not stretching and lack of potassium.
There's a point where it's very easy to go the wrong way because there's multiple points where you're walking around in Foresight, and it's easy to mix them up. Walk toward the department store instead.
It's perplexing to me that it is that difficult, seeing as every building has, its name plastered in giant letters on the side. And I'm still like, well, I wonder what this building is.
Yeah, and yet my brain is made of tapioca pudding, so here we are.
Oh, you upgraded to tapioca.
Yeah. That is so many spawns. Please, can there be fewer? That's fewer. Trust me, you do not want to go into that door to despawn things. You will just get spawns outside of the door forever.
Right, but
I'm terrified of accidentally going inside of it. There's another spot where these enemies aren't terribly deadly. It's just annoying and time loss. Normally I would go up that ladder because it's faster, but there's a mouse in the way, so I won't. There's also a few spots where an enemy can just jump out at you from behind a wall out of nowhere, and I gotta hope that doesn't happen. Well, there's a spawn.
Yeah, and there's a mouse behind that garbage can. Thinks he's being very sneaky.
I'll put those there. At least there wasn't more stuff back the way we came, so that's good. There could have been. Alright, we didn't take any fights.
Huzzah.
There's not even anything in front of the boss. There usually is. What luck.
Oh, what luck.
The French fry stuck in my beard. How dare you make me quote the critic?
Look, one of us was gonna do it.
In the depths of your ignorance. Sorry. And we get out of here. There is another photo right outside of this museum, so we're hopefully going to just teleport past it.
I still don't understand what you have against Sam Reich. He did nothing to you but try to bring you joy and laughter.
You know, came down from the sky. He shouldn't do that. Hey, we skipped it. I don't think it's ever happened to me that I've left that last sanctuary without grabbing the key to this next place, but I'm terrified one day it's going to happen. But not today.
Which wouldn't be such a bad thing if it wasn't 3 hours into the run.
Yeah. There'll be multiple minutes of backtracking back in there. Kind of a perk of backtracking to this area and not doing it as soon as it becomes available is we have a better run chance on these enemies than if we had come here immediately. Not guaranteed, but better. Get out of here.
Is he done?
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Decently low number of encounters. We got away from them quickly. Now this is sort of another routing thing that might differ between runners. Especially among Mother 2 runners, a lot of them will do Mondo Mole early and do sort of a level grind with Ness and Paula. You at least need Ness to be able to learn Paralysis to fight Mondo Mole that early. It's more common in Earthbound runs to backtrack to this later because fights take longer, which makes that grind less worth it. Versus just, you know, backtracking to this area. I'm used to this route, and also, Record does it now. So, you know, it's probably fine. And it's also just, there's more that can go wrong. You could just have, like, Paula die right at the start of the grind, which makes the rest of it difficult. So, yeah, this is a route I like. But if things go well, then doing Mondo Mole early can save time. So it's not an incorrect thing to do. And that is what the manip does, but that's a lot more doable because it's manipulated. For that taxi to despawn because it's very laggy. And it's about the only part of the run where you just use skip sandwiches to run fast instead of actually using it to get past enemies. Just because we have the inventory space to have a few extras here, so why not?
Is this one of those walking simulator parts of the game?
A little bit. And another section is a game where there are enemies that are avoiding you that can still get in your way. That is an instance of, like, you get time saved by having Ness and Pooh named the same thing. If you have one of them feed a skip sandwich to the other, you don't get extra text. because and it's weird that the game does it like that. That it rather than having like a pointer to which character is holding the item or something like that, they actually just check the string for what you named them. Which is just, they didn't have to do it that way, but it helps the speed run, so I'm glad they did.
They had you in mind. 30 years in the past.
Game just says, oh, that must be the same person. He's named the same thing. The game is trying to take attendance and sees that everyone is just named A. And it gets very confused. This was just an extra big bottle rocket we had. Without that, you would just auto-fight this, and it doesn't take that much longer. I somehow got a gold split on that during the walking simulator part. That's something.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Gold's a gold.
This is a cool teleport, just because the fact that it works is amazing. You just go in a straight line, and you can perfectly just have enough room.
How very convenient. Suspiciously convenient.
Yeah, the only skill involved is just not moving before you start it. That's all you have to do. Skipping another photo on the way in here. And I believe it's like a 50% chance based on our levels for the enemies in this area to avoid us, and sometimes you just keep getting unlucky. I'm going to do the safe thing here. Rather than just trying to run from this, I'm going to do a Star Storm so that I can't get mushroomized.
That's a good decision, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't have the game wrestling control away from you.
That's another perk of having the Cloak of Kings, is it guarantees that Pooh will outspeed that mushroom. Which makes that option much safer. Really hoping if I took another fight there wouldn't be mushrooms, and yet there are mushrooms. So I wouldn't do this in a PB attempt because it is slower than just trying to run, but... yeah, no. Gotta do it. This one I'll run from. Yeah, if you do the Sanctuary the minute you have access to it, it's pretty obnoxious, because if you get mushroomized, you can't do much about it. You could just have to, like, turn around and leave the area to heal it.
Just come back later. Get good, as the kids say.
I was a little slow getting here, but what can you do? That's another rite of passage, is at some point, if you start learning this run, you'll try to go fast on this fight, and you'll throw a bottle rocket at the wrong enemy. And just waste it.
Wait, are bottle rockets not AoE?
Nope. Bombs are. Oh. Rockets aren't. Well, actually, bombs aren't really either. They just have splash damage, so they hit more than one enemy in the same row. Also, rite of passage is that at some point you'll forget to move the rabbit's foot over to Ness, which makes this next part terrible, but we moved it, so, you know.
I mean, you could teach by example. You could just not do it. Tell people, just give them a reason to be like, hey, follow my lead. You don't want to end up like me.
It's the kind of thing you learn by screwing it up, you know? You make the mistake enough times that it gets drilled into your head. So I need to remember to save here. It's another place it's not likely I'll die, but it's horrible to recover from if I do. If I don't have a save. So we'll save. I'm not used to, like, sitting down for this part. I'm usually off on a bathroom break during my streams.
We're rewriting your body clock right now.
Uh-huh. Which I don't have to do that, although I should have eaten something 15 minutes ago. That's the only problem.
Yeah, we're in the home stretch.
Yeah. Alright, save. Please save. Please save. Because it's the kind of thing where, like, I have to remind myself or I'll autopilot because I don't normally do this. So we are going to save. Oh, there's a butterfly. I've never seen that. That's... In this area, I've never seen that. Just, you start with that in front of you. That's, huh.
Helpful.
So it affects, like, the timing of when this skip sandwich is going to run out, because I'm just, like, I'm leaving from a different spot because I saved. We'll figure it out.
I can't help but notice that you passed right by the Birdman.
I did.
You would have been so helpful.
Birdman! If I think about Harvey Birdman, I'll just think, ha-ha! Cookies on dowels! Nice.
If you start thinking about Harvey Birdman, then you start thinking about every other show on Adult Swim.
Oh, sure.
Which will lead me to the rabbit hole of Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
This is a better fight than the one behind me. I'd rather fight these things. A better chance of running from them and they don't attack me. Do I have room? No, I don't.
At least you got these guys again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was just taking up the whole path. We didn't fight the Carefree Bomb, though, so that's good, because that guy's scary. We didn't fight the Loaded Dice, either, because that guy just infinitely calls for help. Usually how the speedrun handles him is just immediately paralyzing him, so he can't do that. But yeah, that wasn't too bad. It was at least like most of the fights we took were the molecules that just stand there and can't concentrate, so it wasn't too bad. Oh, we just barely made that. Survivable fight, but it's a waste of time. So good to not fight it. This is not ideal, but Because now the third Kraken has more RNG involved if I have to take this path because of where the second one was. Looking not too bad. Alright, that works. Because yeah, he could have just chased me much more than he did, so that's pretty good.
Got him.
He put up a shield first turn. This is the worst thing he can do. Because now I have to heal mid-fight.
How dare he? Doesn't he know you're trying to speedrun?
But please cancel auto-fight! He healed himself. What a jerk. Not an ideal fight. Okay.
There you go.
He reapplied his shield twice and lifed himself up, so he was very mean. But we got
Done and dusted.
Because his run went well, Ness is not going to hit level 53 and he won't learn Healing Gamma, but it'll probably be fine.
Somebody else can learn that one.
Uh-huh.
That's how the game works, right?
Yeah. Pooh has it, it's just that, you know, if I have him use it, I have a slower Gygas fight, because he can't do as many Star Storms, but it's fine. Plus, we have all of our revive items. We haven't used any, so we can use those. If you're photosensitive or you just don't like flashing lights, don't look at this.
It's an okay song, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably they are good to look again.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm lighting this up, because just in case a fight happens in the Scario net. Switching back to the Rabbit's Foot, we had to switch to the Night Pendant, because both the Krakens and Ness's Nightmare can just one-shot you with a flash attack otherwise. But now we're back to the Rabbit's Foot for run chance. Now that Ness gained that many levels from Magicant, having him hold the Rabbit's Foot is your best run chance. Which I think for like my first year of running this, I wasn't doing this, and I was just relying on the Cloak of Kings for this end part of the game, and it's bad. Don't do that. My end games were much worse because of it. Oh my god. No!
That was close.
Yeah, I menued it wrong, so it didn't matter.
Oh no.
He might have stolen a skip sandwich. He did no. No, and we have one extra anyway. But he tried to steal one. Yeah, I forgot, like, both of the caves in Fire Spring were empty, so we actually have one extra, because I never green swirled anything in that area. Alright, despite that fight, this wasn't too bad. Because after that, there were, like, no spawns.
Yeah, that went pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, so we fought one of the less deadly enemies, it's just that he had a chance of stealing from me. That's the only drawback of that guy. Little overmash for fun. Alright, there's another spot where I need to remember to save. Because I wouldn't normally. I think even when I'm, like, racing someone at a full glitchless run, I usually won't save here, because I'm like, just don't die. But here, I'll do it.
How hard could it be?
Right. Get a free Horn of Life by checking out that wreckage. Which I'm never going to turn down a full revive item when we're about to fight an enemy that can just flash kill people, such as Gygas.
Notorious for ruining runs at the very last moment.
Yeah. Yeah, right from the start of the fight, Gygas can open with a move that isn't necessarily a death sentence, but it makes things a lot worse. And you gotta hope he doesn't do that. Much like Ness's Nightmare opened with the worst move he could possibly do. We gotta hope it doesn't happen here.
Luck's gotta turn around at some point.
Alright, now we save. And save.
Time to get through the gauntlet.
Couple items to Ness for Gygas reasons. Oh, scary. Oh, scary.
Oh.
If it isn't this jerk. Yeah, if you don't run first turn from Ghost to Starman, it's guaranteed he does Starstorm, so not great. Wowie.
Oof, Maron.
I would rather people not die. I'd rather not burn too many items, trying to bring everyone back. Technically, I only need Ness alive and I can recover things afterward, but I'd rather not. We'll have to heal that paralysis at some... Actually, I don't, if it's Paula. He doesn't use items during Gygas, so... Actually, I don't need to heal that.
Paralysis only affects items?
As far as, like, mid-battle, yeah. Like, you can still use PSI, you can still pray. She is holding a cup of life noodles, so I'd have to move that, but otherwise she'd be fine. Please. Please stop. Okay.
There we go.
Gonna be a little safe here and just keep spamming life ups, because again, I really don't want to have to revive anyone if I can help it. Nice.
Good green.
Nice. I think it helped that I ate that sandwich before going through the orb, so I was more able to sort of get the jump on that enemy. Okay, we should be in the clear now. Be able to iframe past the rest of this. Yeah, I like consistently forget that you can just leave Paula paralyzed for this part, so I guess I'll do that. But I'll get these life noodles off of her. And I have to move this. Whip this. Oh, we should be good.
Alright, let's fight that femur.
Right. Yeah, good. I want to make sure I don't move the magicant bat instead of the rabbit's foot, because he has 2 items equipped. I can't get them mixed up. But it would become a lot worse if Jeff is not holding the rabbit's foot. Alright, he did the better thing he can do. Rockin' Alpha. If he does Rockin' Beta, he usually just one-shots everyone but Ness, unless you get lucky on damage rolls. That was the best phase 1 ever! What? What? It's so rare to get that in 1 round. I was not expecting that, at all. Don't really need this shield now, but sure. Okay, this fight was incredible. What? Good gravy. Yeah, I didn't need any res items. We were just kind of fine. And we went so fast, and all of our attacks were huge. Wow.
Just do this every time. Sheesh.
Uh-huh.
However, we do have to sit here and stare at this face for the next few minutes. This would have given me nightmares if I had played it as a child.
So it's faster to menu now because Paul is paralyzed, but I'm like not used to this, so it's like I have to think. Because usually I forget that it's an option to just leave it. It's the only thing the C pendant does not protect her against. It's what differentiates it from the star pendant, which is a 1 in 128 drop. It's the only benefit it has. Also, you can have more than one star pendant, whereas there's only one C pendant in the game.
Is that anywhere in the game where you could, in a different run, manipulate it so you could get it? So it's not 1 in 128?
I mean, yeah, you can manipulate the drop chance. Ah, that's so confusing. That's so confusing to menu. Because two of them are paralyzed. Can you just, like... at this point, I want Gygas to kill everyone but Paula. Oh, he got saved. There's a chance, based on gut stat, that someone will survive taking mortal damage. It's supposed to be based on your gut stat, but as I understand it, it's bugged and is instead based on the enemies. Because of course, that would happen. Of course, in this game's spaghetti code, that would happen. There we go. Now I thought the right thoughts. Did that correctly. Okay, now it gets easier. Now there's less to menu. And running this game in English, time would end at the end of this Gygas fight. However, this run uses JRTA timing, so it is not yet over.
Which means we get to sit through some credits.
We do. And we can talk about which fast food restaurants have gone downhill lately. I don't... or
All
any
of
topic,
them?
really.
Bring it full circle.
Now it gets even easier. This is precisely what I want.
Okay, that is a great point. Tim Hortons went downhill a long time ago.
Yes, as a Canadian who used to work there, I agree.
Didn't they get bought out by, like, Burger King or somebody?
Something like that.
It was an American franchise.
Sorry we ruined your stuff.
Yeah. I didn't even realize they switched to McDonald's coffee at Tim Hortons.
That explains some things.
Oh, that's a terrible idea.
I mean, they made the donuts worse like 15 years ago, so I don't think anybody was going there for donuts anymore.
Yeah, although I will say now that, again, I've been to the US enough times, still better than the donuts at Dunkin' Donuts, so, you know, they have that going.
Oh god, yes.
Okay, alright, hang on. No, wait, I agree with you, never mind.
There are drinks at Dunkin' Donuts I like more, but the donuts not as much.
It's not too frequent that I get north of the border, but I do stop at Timmy's every time I do.
Yeah.
And the Timbits are like significantly better than anything Dunkin' Donuts has.
And just remember, they used to be better.
See, but now you're giving me FOMO.
Well, build a time machine.
Yeah.
I'll get right on that. Surely
Build a
the old
time
recipe is stored in a vault somewhere.
I mean, we have the internet, right? Surely it's out there somewhere.
Couple more prayers. Which again, in the English version of the game, this would be where time ends, but this is not that. Yeah, that fight was pretty quick.
Nicely done.
At least I know now when the run's gonna end. There's not much that can go wrong from this point.
I'll get that that's never happened before, button ready.
Oh yeah, this is a part that destroys the bit rate of the stream. With all the tiny bits of movement. Yeah, we did it. We defeated an unspeakable cosmic evil.
Through the power of friendship and this gun I found.
And gumption.
That ought to do it.
Oh, well done, well done.
Mm-hmm.
This is it, Gargus.
Sorry. This is my problem, is when I get nervous, I do funny voices. This is all I have. This is my only response.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Yeah, it's something.
You can market that. Take it to an improv class.
Yes, and. I'm trying to think, there was like almost no times in this run where Jeff was a disappointment who just missed a bottle rocket outright or something like that. He came in clutch a lot of times. I can think of one time that was inconsequential in Belch's base where he just missed a regular bottle rocket that didn't help that much anyway. So no, he did well.
And here I usually count on him having performance anxiety.
Yeah. And doing funny voices. Jeff misses a bottle rocket and he gets so embarrassed that he says, "Kermit the Frog here."
Is this what the final credits is going to be? Just us going back and forth with voices? I'll
Sure.
break out the Bane mask if I have to.
For you.
For you.
Alright, can we get this teleport menu correct? Nailed it. Now why couldn't I do that during my PB?
You still got a PB.
I know, but I lost like a single second on it. What good is that?
It just gives you something to aim for next time, sweetie.
And there's also, this is like the one remaining execution thing in this run, which is teleporting into Ness's house to skip 2 different event triggers. One is the photo outside, the other is a bunch of text from Paula. And they're two different hitboxes, so you might get one without the other. We skipped both. Good.
Well done.
Maybe this is also a gold split.
2 Glad Howards in the same run?
The Skyrim guy?
That's the one.
I guess there's still like 10 minutes of this, but I feel like this is a good a time as any to thank you for having me do this silly speedrun for 4 hours.
Yeah, I appreciate both of you being here and, showcasing the run and, talking about it for 4 hours.
This is good though, because I felt okay about the estimate just because I've done this enough times, but it takes some doing to finish this whole game in under 4 hours, so I'm glad we did it. Even with this version where the text moves so fast.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's a lot that can go wrong.
There is.
Speedrunners continue to fascinate me, which is, number one, how dedicated they are to the craft, but how freaking good they are at it,
But it's always a scary thing for a marathon estimate is like, you can't account for like the same boss just RNG checks you 5 times in a row.
Yeah.
Or just something super cursed like that.
Yeah, like
nothing major. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say, normally when you make an estimate, it's like, yeah, if I get bodied once, it'll be, this is the estimate. And like, that never accounts for like, if you just sit there for 20 minutes on one boss, being sad.
Yes. Oh, remember these fellas. These little squishmallows.
So precious.
Remember this excavator? Remember that?
No.
Remember Monkey?
Unfortunately.
I remember Monkey.
There's gonna be some instances of characters where in a speed run it's like, who's this? We skipped this guy. But most of these we saw. We saw these fellas.
Precious little Gumbies.
We did not see these guys, unfortunately, because among my favorite music in the game, easily top 5, is the music in the Flying Man house, but it's not useful in a speedrun context, so we don't go there.
It's an absolute travesty. Don't you realize how epic that man is?
Uh-huh. It's a buff bird. What more could you want?
I'm saying.
This is where we get to see all the photos. I believe there was exactly one instance of a photo that we could have skipped but didn't, which was the one at the entrance to the pyramid. So that's the one photo of shame. The rest of them we were getting no matter what. I guess, like, technically there's a way to skip the photo outside of the mole cave without using glitches, but it's not fast. Which is you drag an enemy near the last mole, like a snake or something, and then die after. But yeah, it does not save time.
I mean, since we have a few minutes here, do either of you have any shout-outs you want to give?
I mean, the obvious one is to my commentator, Sammy. Yeah. She may not be an Earthbound speedrunner, as many of my friends of the stream are, but she is nonetheless a friend of the stream and a wonderful person.
Well, thank you. And I'll throw it right back at you and just thank you for allowing me to come on here and have zero knowledge, but still hang out with you for the better part of 4 hours. Yeah, she's an incredible speedrunner, and you should definitely check her out when she's grinding those PBs down.
Well, thank you. I also like shout out to my girlfriend because she showed up in chat and was supportive. So yay, love to see that.
Hooray!
Yay. And shout out to twitch.tv/PeanTrain, the finest speedruns over at.
So obviously this is the, I don't think we talked about this, obviously this is the Japanese version. Besides the text speed, what are the actual differences in the two runs?
I mean, that's the one that impacts the speed run, other than just the timing difference, which is more of a community thing than something that's, to do with the game. It's mostly just the text speed impacts how fights go and how fast the whole game is. Because really the other localization differences, like the statue is an octopus. Doesn't really it doesn't really affect anything. The only other thing I can think of is there's 2 spawn skips that only work in this version of the game, and I don't know why. I feel like that must have been a mistake that they were localized out. That's just there are paths you can take that don't get spawns in 2 really niche areas. But I wanted to do this version of the game because I don't think it's been featured at any GDQ event, hotfix or otherwise, and I myself have streamed Earthbound on this channel before, so I figured I'd do something different.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I believe this is the first time Mother 2 has been shown.
Yeah. And it's its own run. To be clear to anyone who wants to get into this, you don't have to run this version of the game if you don't want to deal with, text that maybe you can't read. It's a different leaderboard. It has, it's its own thing. You could run whichever version of this game you want. You could, run Earthbound through whatever means you want. It's not a community that's like, no, you have to use this hardware in this setup, because Earthbound is not an easy cartridge to come by. There are options, So it's accessible. You don't have to do this. I had this weird refusal when I ran this version of the game to region mod my console, and just all it is taking some plastic out of the console. But the collector in me said, but what if I also bought a Super Famicom? So I did that. I don't know. I don't know. I wanted to make the eBay purchase. The excuse I made was it's technically a backup console. My SNES breaks, I can still do runs. There's a weird way to lose time on this section, which is if you're buffering movement too soon. The game gets confused and does an extra music change. I don't know why, but it loses a couple seconds. And I've seen at least one person lose a PB because of that. So don't do that.
No.
Do not buffer movement too early until you hear, Picky knocking at the door. And it does it in Earthbound too, except it doesn't matter because time has ended by that point, but I don't know what causes it.
I miss you.
Yeah, that's really weird.
There I am.
I forgot that was the name.
I almost did it. I almost pressed a direction.
Do as I say, not as I do.
It'll do like the music when you're roaming around after fighting Gygas. It'll play that for like 2 seconds and then go, oh, wait, we should be doing the ending sequence. I don't know if we're going to get a phone call here.
Oh, can you get a phone call from you?
Yes, which wouldn't happen if we didn't take breaks. That's another situation where that affected things. But yeah, you can't get the dad call in between starting Cave of the Past and post credits. So yeah, it can't happen until here. Time is about to come up when the to be continued text pops up on screen, which is about to happen after this fade to black. And time.
GG.
Yay! We finished Mother 2 in under 4 hours, including the credits. Hooray.
Nicely done, Pain Train.
This is the other nice thing is there's just nothing but silence now. Like, you know, you don't have to hear the cosmic evil of Gygas in the background like you do at the end of an Earthbound run. It's just nothing. You're just alone with your thoughts, which is horrifying.
It's almost as horrifying as Gygas. Yeah, that was a 3:54:43.
Hooray!
Excellent.
10 minutes off PB, but well under estimate, which is what I expect of an RPG run in a setting like this.
Especially when you had to do a bunch of safety stuff.
Yeah. And we didn't get confused about any inventory stuff. I thought I did, but I was just thinking too hard about it, and it was actually fine.
I had an internal bet with myself whether you would or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, thank you for letting me do this.
Yeah, thank you again, both of you, for being here, for showing off the run and talking about it, especially to celebrate the anniversary of Mother 3 today, the 20th anniversary. Do you have either of you have anything else you'd like to say before we end here?
No, I think that about does it for me.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me do this. This is a lot of fun.
Oh, you know what I will say is, like, I decided to be on cam for this, which I don't do on my own stream. I don't do it like ever. And it was actually a big reason for that was because the last time I did a hotfix years ago, even when I wasn't on camera, because I sound like this and had she, her on screen, I got multiple messages from people who were like newly out trans people who were like, thank you for doing this. So I wanted to do that even more so and just be visible. So I just, here I am. Hello. So I guess I'll say that much. Hopefully that's something. Hopefully.
Yeah, with that, again, thank you, and everybody else, all the runners and commentators today for being here celebrating Mother 3, with the Mother community and all the speedrun fans out here. We do not have any more games for you today. Just a quick reminder, we do have SGDQ coming up. That's going to be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 5th through 11th. You can visit gdq.gg to learn more or register for the event. You can always stay tuned for the schedule as well. That's coming out May 1st. And we don't have anything for you right now, but we do have a Make Your Own Victory coming up tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, followed by a Hotfix grab bag at 10 p.m. Thanks again, everybody. Hope to see you.